Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new senator.
Madam Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senator.
I, Kevin Herrera, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize, and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Congratulations to you, Senator Kevin Herrera, and welcome to today's sitting and welcome back to the Senate.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning and welcome to the first business session of the 15th parliamentary session of the Senate. As a reminder, the post-election seminar will be held next week, Wednesday to Friday, June 4th to the 6th. It promises to be a very informative and very interactive session covering several thematic areas. These are opportunities and challenges for new and returning members, parliaments in the 21st century, characteristics of a modern parliament, rules, roles, and relationships in parliamentary procedure, conduct ethics and interests, representing the people, legislative powers, inclusive and effective legislative work, oversight, scrutiny, and accountability, role of the Public Accounts Committee, digital tools for supporting parliamentary work, goal setting, mental health and wellness, and parliamentary diplomacy and networking. This seminar is a collaboration between the National Assembly, Parliamericas, and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I thank the clerk and the staff of the National Assembly for organizing the session for you all. Honorable members, by a letter dated 28 May 2025, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following: General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025. 2. Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2025. 3. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025. 4. The Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development George Price Highway Project, Belmopan to La Democracia Section, USD 13 million. Loan motion 2025. 5. Inter-American Development Bank third general capital increase in authorized capital stock of the Inter-American Investment Corporation, IDB Invest subscription motion 2025. 6. Subscription to Multilateral Investment Fund 4 Inter-American Development Bank subscription motion 2025. And 7. Official Charities Fund motion 2025.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Morning, Madam President, and to all my Senate colleagues, and welcome to the first business session of the 15th session of the Senate of Belize. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. The General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025, Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2025, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025, Magistrate Court Bill 2025, Belize Building Amendment Bill 2025, and People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025. In accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the following bills: the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-26 Bill 2025, the Belize Building Amendment Bill 2025, and the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025 be taken through all their stages forthwith. And I also move that in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, the following bills: the Customs and Excise Amendment Bill 2025, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025, and the Magistrates Court Bill 2025 be taken through all their stages at a later date to be fixed by you, Madam President.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills entitled 1. General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025, 2. Belize Building Amendment Bill 2025, and 3. People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025 be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bills entitled 1. Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2025, 2. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025, and 3. Magistrate Court Bill 2025 be taken through all their stages at a later date. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Paper.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number 1/1/15, draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move that at its rising today, the Senate do adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, hereafter referred to as the Kuwait Fund, provides support to Arab and other developing countries by providing concessionary financing and technical assistance for implementation of key development projects and programs. And whereas the Government of Belize has requested assistance from the Kuwait Fund for partial financing of the Belmapantala Democracia section of the rehabilitation works to be done under the George Price Highway project, hereinafter referred to as the project. And whereas this section of the project will comprise the upgrading of the existing 29-kilometer road by increasing the carriageway width and shoulders to 3.65 meters and 1.5 meters wide on each side, respectively, the project will see the paving of the entire road and shoulders with hot mix asphaltic concrete and will include improved drainage, the replacement and rehabilitation of several main culvert structures and 2 bridges, as well as 16 new bus lanes, safety provisions, and new signage on the road. And whereas the fund has approved an offer of a loan in the amount of 4 million Kuwaiti dinars, equivalent to approximately US 13 million, to the government of Belize to assist in the financing of the Benapanto La Democracia section of the project. And whereas the approved funding will be used to finance 47% of the total amount needed for the entire civil works required under the project, and whereas the government of Belize will cover the remaining 53% of the total cost of the civil works for the project through counterpart contribution and the possibility of a second loan from the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development. And whereas the terms and conditions of the Kuwait Fund loan offer are as follows. The lender, the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, the loan principal amount, 4 million Kuwaiti dinars, or approximately 13 million US dollars. Disbursement schedule, withdrawals shall be made from time to time up to 31st December 2029. Loan term, 21 years, 5 years grace period plus 16 years repayment. Grace period, 5 years from the effective date of the loan agreement. Repayment period, repayment in 32 equal semi-annual installments of approximately US 407,612, commencing 1st October 2030. The purpose, to partially fund the upgrade of the Benapanto La Democracia section of the George Price Highway, making it climate resilient and in line with international standards, improving the accessibility and movement of people and goods along the corridor, increasing transport efficiency and reducing the potential occurrence of traffic accidents. The rate of interest is 2% per annum on the principal amount withdrawn and outstanding, and payable semi-annually on the 1st April and 1st October of each year. Service charge at the rate of 0.5% on the principal amount of the loan withdrawn and outstanding, payable semi-annually on the 1st April and 1st October of each year. And whereas under the provisions of the Section 7 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain by way of a resolution for such borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly contribute to the enhancement of a major road network in Belize and improve the economic and social development of the settlements along the George Price Highway, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and for all documents associated therewith, a copy of which is hereto annexed.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Good morning, Madam President, and I beg your pardon from now if I make errors and refer to you as Madam Speaker. I will try my best not to do that. And let me say what a pleasure it is for me to be in the upper house. Let me greet all my colleagues on this side of the Senate, and also my colleagues on the other side of the Senate. I particularly wish to greet my friend, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, because quite often, Madam President, we have issues in the lower house that have to deal with finance, and of course, my friend isn't there to deal with the matters, and now I have the privilege of hearing him in this upper house deal with some of these matters, and this is one of such matters. So I'll begin, Madam President, with the fact that this is a loan motion. And before I get into some of the meat of the loan motion, and I'd hope that we can get some guidance from my friend Senator Coy when he rises to speak on the motion, and I hope that he will. And if I am not correct in the things that I say this morning, I'm hoping that he can give us some guidance. And I am not anticipating the budget debate, Madam President, so I hope that you will understand. But can we come to the National Assembly for once and not have a loan motion? My friend Senator Coy will tell you, Madam Speaker. Senator Coy, sorry, Madam President. You see what I told you, Madam President?
I will keep reminding you from time to time.
Wonderful, I need the assistance. Our friend Senator Coy will tell you later on, as the Prime Minister boasted in the lower house, that there has been significant reduction in the debt to GDP ratio. The Prime Minister boasted, in fact. He said, it's not me who is saying it, it is the IMF. And in fact, we are well beyond the target. He's saying that it is at 61%. And that was the target for 2030, and we're at 2025, and we're already there. That's what he said. And I'll get into some of that later on in the budget debate, Madam Speaker. But what they will not tell you, and what is very glaring, is that the national debt of this country, and correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Coy, stands today at $4.41 billion. Write that figure down, yes. No me says so. The IMF says so. $4.41 billion. And for record, the national debt when the UDP left office in 2020 was $4.64 billion. Now, let's look at that for a minute. $4.64 billion, and you will keep in mind that this included the Superbond debt. This included the Venezuelan Petrocarib debt. All of that was wrapped up in this $4.64 billion worth of debt that I am telling you the UDP left in office. When the debt to GDP ratio was what, Senator Coy? 133%, you say? Or the IMF say? And today, when you say the debt to GDP ratio is 61%, the national debt of this country is in no better position in terms of a dollar figure. It is 4.4%. Sorry, 4.4 billion with a B dollars. And we have to ask ourselves why. Because of the very same thing that is going on here. Can we not come to the National Assembly anytime we come and have a loan on the table? This government, Madam Speaker, has borrowed almost $500 million in as many years. Five years, $500 million. These people aren't playing, Madam Speaker. They are saddling this country with debt.
A quick reminder.
Sorry, Madam President.
Madam President, yes.
Thank you, Senator Pitts. Maybe I should put this right here. Can I get some water, please? In fact, that's the other thing I'll struggle with, the time limit, yeah? When Senator Courtney called me and congratulated me on being appointed to the upper house, I shared with him that I think that will be my issue. Because in the lower house, of course, we don't have that time limit, but I'll do my best to keep in the time frame. Almost $500 million, Madam Speaker, the PUP administration has borrowed. And this is because they have solved the issue of the super bond they claim, which they completely disregard that they created, and I'll get into that in the budget debate. Completely disregard that they were the ones who created the super bond and saddled this country with that albatross. Completely. And I'm not sure what the complete relief was. Senator Curry, I'm hoping, will tell us, but I will suspect that the relief, from my calculations, that you got from the super bond with the blue bond was something around the neighborhood of $500 million Belize. It could be more. And then what you got in terms of relief from the Venezuelans in terms of the Petro-Carib arrangement was another $300 million. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you got debt relief to the tune of about $800 million, and you borrow $500 million, which explains thereabouts how the national debt stands at $4.4 billion 5 years later when it was $4.6 billion. Well, not a joke. Only they borrow. So even though you boast, and I will talk about how you got the debt to GDP ratio to 61%, down from 133% in the budget debate, don't think that I won't address that, but this is not what this particular debate is about. This is about their borrowing, Madam Speaker, and can we come to the National Assembly on any given meeting and not have to borrow? Borrow. So you're not being creative. But let's get down to the meat of this particular loan. You're borrowing money to fix the piece of road, which I will agree. I just drove that piece of road coming to Belmopan. From Democracia to Belmopan, the road, in fact, most of the road is uneven. There is a part that is extended out. And I remember when they did that extension, maybe past Senator Wade, I have trouble too because I used to call you Pastor Wade. Senator Wade, maybe it's probably as long as 15 to 20 years ago when they made that extension out. And you could see clearly where the pavement is a different color. In fact, they have had some serious accidents that have killed notable people in that area. So it is a piece of highway that is very dangerous indeed, and there is no doubt that it needs to be fixed. But when you look at the fact that you're borrowing this money from the Kuwaiti fund, and it is not even the total amount. In fact, when you look at the budget, you'll see more money being allotted for this same portion of the road. Then you have to wonder, are we getting value for money? And then when you look at the details further, in fact, you'll see that this contract has already been given out. So what is the purpose of bringing this? In fact, it is a slap in the face on all of us in this house of the Senate, because it is a house. All of us in this House of the Senate, Madam President, should take offense to the fact that they are bringing this loan motion now, when in fact, what is required is for these things to be brought in advance of the contract being awarded. But that don't happen, that done gone. They already awarded the contract. And the manner in which the contract was awarded, Madam President, our hands were tied pretty much from what the loan motion says. Our hands were tied. The Kuwaitis pretty much told us what we will do. And that's a part of some of these loans that we get again. They pretty much lend us money, but then tell us how we will use the money, tell us what we must spend it on, a lot of consultations. They tell us who we will contract, who we can't hire. And that might be safer, because when they tell us we can hire who we want, we see the political cronyism and corruption creeping. I guess that's why we got to the stage that they have to handcuff us. And that's sad. But there is devil in the details, Madam President. And we must look at this very carefully. I don't think it makes any sense to say we don't support. As I understand it, this is a house that can't really turn back anything that deals with money. But we certainly, Madam Speaker, can have our say and say that this kind of motion, one, it is additional borrowing. I'd want to recommend to the government that we stop borrowing for a while. My goodness, for the rest of this year, and maybe for the rest of for the whole of 2026, can we not bring another loan motion? I have been in the House of Representatives for 22 years, as you know, and this is not a regular thing. It's not a regular thing for every House meeting, every Senate meeting to have loans on the table. But that's the nature of the PUP. I listened as the new session of Parliament started, and the Speaker, or maybe it was the closing of the last session, and the Speaker boasted about how many sessions of Parliament we had, and it was an extraordinary number compared to other years. Well, every one of those were packed with loans. But I leave that again, Madam Speaker, for the budget debate. And then the terms of this loan, Madam Speaker, don't benefit the Belizean people. And so, Madam Speaker, while I don't think we can turn it back, as I've said, we can certainly say that we don't give our support overall, and we will have our say in terms of saying that it is not good for the Belizean people. Madam President, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's your first meeting, so we'll let a couple slip. I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to you and good morning to my colleagues on the Senate floor. I must say that it is a special kind of honor to be back, knowing that my work and industry preceded me that has me back here. And if nothing else, I can rest squarely on just that. I rise to invite some explanation from inquiries I have about the loan. And what sticks out about this loan is that there is an appreciation by the government of Belize that there should be regard and value to human life, and therefore the impetus to seek such a loan is that they want to make the highways safer for citizens, and really and truly, I can't argue with that. What I can say, though, is that I would invite the government of Belize to be measured in how they can recognize priorities and be measured in how they borrow to address those priorities. Going straight to the loan agreement, Madam President, the borrower, being Belize, has agreed to provide all sums required to make the loan realizable, whether in local or foreign currency. And Madam President, if I may be permitted to look at the actual agreement, what strikes and is important to note is that the interest rate is 2%, and that is an attractive rate, especially in today's commercial reality, and that there is an additional charge of 0.5% paid to meet administrative expenses and the expenses of implementing the agreement. I also note that there is 0.5% to be paid with relation to Section 3.02 of the agreement that makes provisions for special irrevocable commitments. And so I ask for clarification. Since this loan, it has already gone, the actual contract has already gone before us. I seek clarification on whether or not there has been any special irrevocable commitment, and if so, what? And who is the beneficiary of such a commitment? I also note that in section 109 of the agreement, 1.09, sorry, the loan shall be paid at Kuwait or such other places as the fund shall reasonably request. And then it goes on to speak to the borrower being Belize, being responsible for costs attendant to repayment and what conversions may be. So the bigger question for me, Madam President, is we're borrowing 4 million Kuwaiti dinar, but from Article 1 and Article 2 and how they set out servicing the loan agreement, I would really like to be made the wiser whether or not inherent in those terms, the reason why those terms are set out that way is because there is an additional cost to actually service the loan agreement. And if there is an additional cost, what that is. Because when we hear that it is 4 million Kuwaiti dollars and the equivalent is about 13 million Belize US dollars, 13.04, I think, perhaps. What is not in that is any sum that arises out of servicing the loan. And I make reference to section 2.02, section 2.04, what I must point out that as much as it is sad, as Senator Faber has pointed out, that we have been straitjacket to provide satisfaction of how we're going to use the sums, what I like is that it is written in black and white, as is seen in section 3.03, that everything beginning from accessing the loan and withdrawing from the loan must be done in writing, and that in section 303, and when you look 304, 305, there are provisions that provide for a transparent mechanism to show what is being accessed, the amount, what it is being accessed for, the documentation that has to be supplied to justify what is being accessed at those stages. And so, I mean, in as much as we're here borrowing again, and we shouldn't be borrowing, at least the loan agreement has in it some safeguards to say these things are there, to show that there is a transparent way to account and document how these funds will be used and what for. And the agreement is very specific that the funds cannot, ought not be used for any other purpose but for the one to which it is sought, which is for the road. What I would want to encourage the government of Belize is that those very documents that they have to prepare and supply in order to access the funds at varying stages, make them public. Let us see them. Let it not be only within the Ministry of Finance. Let it not only be in the Ministry of Infrastructural Development and Housing. Let us see it. I mean, without going into the budget debate, this being Plan Belize 2.0, where is the good governance 2.0 with this transparency and accountability? Let's walk the walk. So all of these documents, that lends to at least the kind of quieting of the knee-jerk reaction to we're here again borrowing. So when we can see what we're borrowing, when we can understand why we're borrowing, and when we can trace every cent, it gives us a little bit of relief. So I would implore on the government to, when, and not only for this fund, for any other loan facility, engage a PR campaign, so to speak, so that we see it in the public, we can digest it, we can follow it. And you know what? Doing just that assists the public to understand who are the players behind these loans. So for example, I would like to know when the loans, when the monies are being spent, and it is being spent on goods and services attendant to the loan, I want to know where are they getting the materials from for the road? Who owns the company that they're getting the materials from for the road? Who is the contractor? Who is the engineer and the site supervisor? What are the days that they're working? Who all are on site on those days? Because we need to know whenever something goes wrong, whenever there's a shift in the road, a sinkhole, you know, these are the people who were supposed to be there to ensure quality. And the loan agreement does just that, you know, Madam President. The loan agreement says that there should be quality assurance mechanism put in place, and those things should be reduced to writing and satisfied to the Kuwaiti loan agreement so that they know that when we say we're borrowing this money and accessing this money, it is being done above board. So borrowing, not so good, but at least with this loan, there are being things put in place. It is in black and white to say that, hey, we want to see that you're doing what you're supposed to do with the money. There are no monies that, you know, can go anywhere, seep out, anything like that. So show the public. We want to see it. The loan provides for it, and we expect that the people of Belize are supposed to see what this loan is providing for. So when we buy into such a loan agreement on these terms, we know and we can see the loan at work. What I like also is, oh, and I need to ask Senator Kowe, I see the term, the acronym PEU. I don't know what that is, so if you could please explain when you rise. Oh, thank you. You don't need to do it. I know what it is. In section 4.02, it says the borrower shall make or cause to be made available promptly as needed all other sums which shall be required in addition to the loan for carrying out the project. All such sums to be made available on terms and conditions satisfactory to this fund. And I don't know that I understand what other such sums that could be, and if you could please give me an example of that and what should be required. Because I find that it's a whole lot more palatable when we know. Take the veil off these things. What I like is section 407 that says the ministry is tasked to maintain records adequate to identify the goods financed out of the proceeds of the loan, to disclose the use thereof. I made reference to that before, but there it is in section 4.07. In section 4.08, it makes reference to goods imported. And forgive me, I don't know engineer or builder of road. I don't know Bob the builder. What goods are envisaged to be imported to build a road? Because in 4.08, it makes reference to ensuring or cause to be insured with responsible insurers all goods financed out of the proceeds of the loan, and those subject to marine transit and other hazard incident to purchase and importation of goods into the territory. So what is being imported? And two, since the clause provide that those should be insured, which insurance company has been engaged to provide the insurance and at what rate? And since you have to do that insurance, that again lends to my question, what is the total cost of actually getting this loan? Because the borrower, being Belize, has to meet those costs, not from the Kuwaiti loan. And I don't know, we're on the cusp of the hurricane season starting tomorrow, and in all reasonableness, such insurance must cover acts of God and whatnot. And we know how these insurance go. They will take the rates sky high, and I would hope that the government could show us that they actually shopped all the insurance agencies to see what attractive rates and go with the cheapest one. So it's just a matter of providing the Belizean public with everything that this loan contemplates ought to be done. I also like, Madam President, Section 409 that says the ministry is to furnish to the fund quarterly from the date of commencement periodic reports on the status of the project in project execution in comparison to the programs already set therefore. Transparency. The agreement makes provision for updating on what is being done, how it is being done, and so we want to see that. In that same section 409, it says the borrower and the fund shall from time to time exchange views through their representatives with regards to matters relating to the purposes of the loan and the maintenance of the service thereof. The borrower shall promptly inform the fund of any condition which interferes or threatens to interfere with the accomplishment of the purposes of the loan, including substantial increase in the cost of the project or maintenance of the service thereof. And without going into the budget and the forecast, we can appreciate that we exist in an environment where what it would cost to complete the project yesterday is not what it would cost to complete the project tomorrow. And what is definitive is that the loan is for $4 million only. And since it is that costs can shift going forward, what is the government doing or plan to do or has envisaged in anticipation of that, and how will they plug that gap? And it may only amount to $100,000, and that seems like peanuts in relation to $4 million, but it's a lot. And it makes a difference for us to know that you are thinking ahead, you're planning, because that is the task of the government, to ensure that when we meet what may be a crisis, that we're able to handle the crisis. Not saying that inflation and the cost of goods will be a crisis moment, but the point is, what is there that has been envisaged, and how is it that that will be addressed? Because this represents 47% only of the entire works. It is hoped that it can be accessed for the additional 57%. But what is clear to me is that the loan tasks the government with an active continuing responsibility to ensure that they not only do as they say they are going to do, but they also ensure that they can successfully accomplish what they set out to do within the confines of this loan, and that those things, contingencies, are on the foot of the borrower, not the fund. Section 413, and forgive me, I don't know much about vehicle, and I know they attempt to speak like I am a mechanic, but 414 makes provisions that the government should take necessary measures to ensure that the dimensions and axle loads of vehicles using the road in the country consistent with structural and geometric design of these roads, and to that end shall institute and maintain an effective axle load control system and enforce the prescribed axle load regulations and policies. Do we have that? Do we have that already? And if we do, what is that? Is this road being built to the capacity to handle our dump trucks and our buses and what have you? I would really, really like to know, because I don't know that we are those societies where we're at the place where we can route big trucks a different highway than the ones everybody uses. So, and that is important. Why it is important? Because there is contemplation by the agreement that yes, you can build this road, and this road has to be built with specifications. But if you use it in such a way, you will diminish the value of the project you sought to get and the value of the loan. So what the loan agreement is saying, hey, you have a responsibility to ensure that the purpose of this loan will not be destroyed or damaged within a short space of time because you've not directed your mind to how it is to be used. So what axle load control system do we have? I don't know. There is, as far as I know, and I tried to check, we don't. The closest I've come is, without trying to preempt any future discussions on future bills, the farthest I know is that we are contemplating assigning what I consider taxation by axle to vehicles using the road, but I don't know that there is anything to say that vehicles by axles can or cannot use a particular highway. So I think that is serious concern for us, and why I point it out is because many a times perhaps we can extend the life of some of our roads if we do some kind of axle load control system and manage the vehicles that use some of the roads and streets, because that contribute to breaking up the roads. I can tell you, when in downtown Belize City, if there is any disruption to the flow of traffic on Albert Street or Regent Street, the buses that would normally use those main thoroughfares are sent into the neighborhoods nearby, and when those buses are running down there, you can hear the vibration and the shake of the homes from the buses on the road. And the use of the road in and of itself contribute to the breakdown and destruction of the road. Mind you, the weather and water. So that is important. And I would like to know that even though this cart done gone before the horse, that before we get to completion, at least there is something. And when there is something, it contemplates and envisages that there is an alternate route for any vehicle that is not fit for use of the road, that would destroy the road and shorten the life of the purpose of the loan. Also in 4.14, it speaks to an environmental compliance plan. And I'd like to know whether or not that has been drafted, whether or not it's in place. So, my observations in relation to the axle load program is that tractors and rollers and heavy equipment and metal truck like those really should not use the highway. But then again, what other highway do we have for them to use? So what are we doing then? We're to have an axle load plan, that would not destroy or shorten the life of the road by the fund. But we don't have an alternate road. If it is, we have an axle load plan. that would exclude them. Where do they go? So what are we doing? We're borrowing $4 million to fix from La Democracia to Belmopan for what? 2 short years? 3 short years? What is a life if we continue to have these vehicles operate on a road that perhaps they shouldn't? That is a real concern for me, because I would like to know, if we're agreeing to borrow $4 million, it's $4 million that would go into good use for as long, I mean, it can't be into perpetuity, but for as long as possible. So, Madam President, I say with caution, the loan is attractive. Whether we want to have the knee-jerk reaction to the borrowing, which I do, and it is justified, I would really invite the government of Belize to appreciate the burdens and responsibilities this loan agreement is placing on them, and ensure that they can discharge it, and discharge it publicly, so that we can see and we can know. And when things go wrong, not like the new bridge, where just after completion, a little bit of it was lifting and people are asking about how and who and why. This loan, the way it is drafted is done in a way that we'll be able to know how and who and why. And so, Madam President, without belaboring any of those points, and I look forward to Senator Kawai responding and providing some of the answers, I would like to caution the government that in as much as you can fetch a loan with such an attractive interest rate, it would be wise to sit back and consider whether or not you're not setting up yourself for failure and you're not looking further than your eye can see past your nose, because something like this and the terms that comes with it places a great responsibility and burden, and one for which we will be watching. And we shouldn't have to resort to the Freedom of Information Act to see and know and find out, because the people of Belize deserve to know, deserve to see, and deserve to understand that when these sovereign debt pass on to their child and their child's child, they can say, see that beautiful road there? That is it. We're paying taxes because of that beautiful road. And that beautiful road is going to survive my generation and the generation after me. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Denison.
Thank you, Madam President. Welcome back to all the honorable members of this House, and welcome to the new members as well. Madam President, I am on record. I'll be very brief, Madam President, I promise. I am on record in this honorable House for at least 3 things that are now relevant: transparency and good governance, competency in the ministries, and the need to fix, maintain, and repair our road network. I have stood here and I have tried my best to drive those points home. On that basis, I see no need to repeat, but I will align and adopt the transparency and good governance aspects of Senator from the other side and move straight on to the other issues. Madam President, something really remarkable happened earlier this week in Parliament. In the lower house. Because up here we're used to criticism from this side, right? To this side. But in the lower house, you don't really get that. It's over there to this side, but it's noteworthy that a little bit of that came from someone from this side. And why is much being said about it? Because thinking people are not afraid to share their ideas, to say when things are going well and to say when things aren't. And so I use that, Madam President, as the backdrop to say that I have absolute confidence in the area rep for Kaya South and the Minister of MIDH that we are get a nice road. I use that also, Madam President, to say that the Ministry of Finance has clearly outdone themselves with the nature of this contract and the concessional rates that are attracted to it. I think it's applaudable, and we must acknowledge when good is being done. So kudos to the Minister responsible for finance, and this loan agreement, it's one of the best that I have seen, and I again align with the transparency issues. I think that ties it together even more so to assure the Belizean people that we are going to get value for money. So kudos, Mr. Minister of Finance and Minister of State and the Minister of Finance and my colleague in this House. As it relates to fixing and maintaining the roads, Madam President, I was pleasantly surprised to hear that a minister responsible for road networks was able to tell us how much miles of road networks we have, how much of it is paved, how much of it is gravel, how much of it is dirt road. I think that's important because it's not until you are aware of what you have to maintain that you can start coming up with a plan to maintain it and then try to execute that plan in a way that would allow the government to have a leaf flex, but also to provide the goods and services that the people need. And so I want to commend the Minister for MIDH, because I will say this, the road construction didn't stop after the election, Madam President, and I was just so happy to see that. Like, there was this fury, like, and rave to fix roads and make the city and the country look good just before the election, but it didn't stop. And so I don't want it to stop, Madam President. I want it to continue. I want it to roll out. And so it is for those reasons, Madam President, that I stand in support of this loan motion.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I was hoping that I wouldn't be put in a spotlight like this, but unfortunately it seems that that turns out not to be the case. In connection with this loan and preface with the comments of Senator Faber, you spoke to some macro numbers before we get into the resolution itself or the motion itself, the loan motion. And I think it's important to have a response on that. With respect to debt, certainly on the matter of debt, that I think you use the number 4.6 billion in 2020, and that as of the end of 2024, the debt was 4.4 billion. So the debt has largely not increased over the period of almost 5 years. In fact, the numbers you use, or you said the IMF uses, indicates it actually went down a bit. What's interesting is from 2008, and I'm just strictly speaking about debt, from 2008, what was the debt? Do you remember what was the debt back in 2008? I think from the numbers I have, it was the external debt was 1.9 billion, and the domestic debt was roughly 330 million. So a total of about 2.2 billion, roughly 2.2 billion. And the number you use you said the IMF uses as of 2020 is 4.6 billion. So in that period from 2008 to 2020, how much did it increase? It more than doubled. The debt more than doubled. It increased by $2.4 billion. In 12 years, you're basically borrowing $200 million a year. That's the experience of the past UDP administration. $2.4 billion. And you are now speaking of a reduction from 4.6 to 4.4 billion and claiming that this is disastrous. I am shocked that you would even try to raise this as an issue. And to put on top of it, look at the GDP. What was the GDP? The GDP of the whole country. In 2020, it was roughly $4 billion. So that's why when you talk about debt to GDP, we were 130% or whatever percent, but it definitely was more than 100%. We owed more than our overall income for the year at that point in time. So $4 billion. In 2008, what was the GDP then? Roughly $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. So what happened between 2008 and 2020? It flipped. You had GDP a little more than the debt, 3.5 billion as opposed to the debt being 2.2. Now by 2020 we had a GDP only 500 million increase. Only 500 million increase in 12 years in the overall income of the country from 3.5 to 4 billion, 500 million increase. But yet the debt went up by $2.4 billion. Where did that money go? Where did that money go? It certainly didn't go towards the enhancement and the upliftment of the people because they didn't get richer. What was the per capita GDP, the average income per person? The average income per person. In 2020, it was $10,000, roughly $10,000. In 2008, it was actually higher. The average income per person was $11,000. I'm just using wrong numbers. I could give you the specific number, but it was higher. It was $11,000. It was more than 11. It was $11,335. So what does the last administration, the UDP administration, what do they have to show for their 12 to 13 years in government? A reduction in the average income per person. People became poorer. Evidently, people became poorer. That's the past. But let's look at between 2020 and 2024. So we just spoke about the debt, but we also can speak about the income, the GDP. And I mentioned that the income was $4 billion in 2020. You know what the income is as at the end of 2024? 6.8 billion. 6.8 billion. So we went up 2.8 billion. We went up 2.8 billion, an increase of 67%. The average per capita income went from $10,000 to over $16,000, over 60% increase in the average income per capita. So in that period of time, the ordinary man benefited. He did not suffer. He benefited in the past 5 years. That's why we could say the debt to GDP has gone down. It's gone down now to 61%, because while the overall debt has marginally reduced, yes, it's at 4.4 billion. It marginally reduced from the 4.6. The average income per person has gone up by over 60%. Even in accounting for inflation, that average income per person has substantially increased by near 40%. One of the areas of focus when we start looking at this particular loan motion has to do with an overall fiscal approach, an overall fiscal policy approach. Yes, to encourage the growth of the economy, and yes, to investment in the economy, investment in the people of Belize, investment that will take place in the form of investment in education, investment in health, and investment in infrastructure. All of these road works, road construction works, involve analysis. Analysis not just from the government, but analysis by the lenders themselves. To the extent, not as it relates to the design. Of course, the design is important, is critical, as Senator Pitts spoke to the various concerns. The design is critical. But the design, in fact, is impacted by the economic analysis, the feasibility analysis, the economic returns on the road works investment. Investment, not expenditures. These are investments, not expenditures. And in these investments, we have to look at what are the, what is the cost, what is the benefit, what are the net returns, the net economic returns of these investments. And coming up this highway, it's an old highway. It obviously needs work, it needs repair, it needs rehabilitation and improvement. But the sky is not the limit. We can do what we can afford. And as much as we would like not to have traffic in our way and have 4-lane highways, the economic analysis does not indicate feasibility for that kind of road construction. So the work does involve a financial and economic analysis that has to be undertaken before any decision is made as to whether a road work will be undertaken. And in connection with this analysis, the outcome of this analysis impacts on that design. So in terms of that loan motion, in terms of the highway, what is done is not a reactionary approach to the deterioration of the highway, but a plan. And in the case of the George Price Highway, that plan is for the rehabilitation of the entirety of the highway from Belize City to Belmopan. That is broken up in lots, and this is one of the lots from Democracia to Belmopan. But that analysis, both in terms of design and in terms of economic return, is done for the entirety of the highway. It is determined that it is feasible, it makes economic sense to rehabilitate the highway. Now, when we look at this specific loan and look at the specific lot from Democracia to Belmopan, the type of loan and the terms of the loan fit in perfectly with our fiscal approach. Our approach is that we at all times look at how we prudently manage the finances, including the debt. And that's where you can speak to how the debt has not increased by $2 billion or $1 billion. It has actually stayed flat, if not gone down. Now, what we are looking at this point then is the terms. When we look at the terms and when we look at our overall debt, the cost of debt in terms of external and domestic, we have been able to bring down the overall cost. In external, our overall cost of debt has come down to roughly 3.5%, and on domestic debt, it has come down to roughly 2.5% in the way that we manage the debt. Obviously, this fits in with that management plan, that debt management plan at 2%, and even if you add in the service charge at 0.5%, at 2.5%, that is in fact below our overall cost of debt. So that is how that makes sense in terms of financing these road construction works. Senator Pitts spoke about what is the costs associated with these road works, and specifically the Democracy Bamapan road works. The 12 or 13 million that is under this loan does not cover the whole amount of the projected estimate. I believe the project estimate for that lot is roughly 27.5 million US. So this represents a portion of it. The remaining portion will come from counterpart funding from the government itself, and the expectation that the Kuwaitis will in fact come in with a second loan amount that will make up the full balance of the project requirements. So that is the overall cost of this project. Now, in terms of what happens when this project is undertaken, there's an open tender, and there was an open tender for the procurement of the works by contract from eligible contractors in country. That was done, as far as I understand, was done over the past couple of months. And from that open tender, a contractor was identified. That contractor will be responsible for the building of the entirety of the road. So there aren't many contracts that the government will be doing procurement for. They're not looking to do insurance, and those actually are handled by the contractor himself or itself. So that doesn't come into the realm of responsibility or direct responsibility of the ministry or the government, because it's the contractor that has the responsibility to conduct the works and to meet these requirements in terms of insurance, etc. So we're not looking at these individual components. It's the contractor that has that responsibility. On the area of transparency and disclosure, if I'm not mistaken, given the size of that contract actually will be tabled, if it is not yet tabled, at the House. So there will be open disclosure of that contract with the contractor. In terms of implementation of that contract and the works being conducted, certainly on the financial end, the payments that come in, and the payments that come in terms of disbursement, and then the debt servicing payments that go out are handled by Central Bank. So Central Bank posts on its website the various loans that the government has on a bilateral basis and on a multilateral basis. We have a very long-standing relationship with the state of Kuwait. I think the first loan that Belize contracted for was for the works at the building of the Philip Goldson Airport. Since then, they have done a number of other loan arrangements, including under the UDP administration, and that includes the Caracol Road, I think both phases 1 and 2. The Kuwaiti Fund was a co-finance partner in that project, and as well, I think, in the Hummingbird from Belmopan to Sibun. So these terms here are not new. These are familiar terms because in the long-standing relationship and an excellent diplomatic relationship we have with Kuwait, that they have always lent to us on a concessionary basis on those on similar terms as those. So both in terms of the financial terms and overall in terms of the specific terms that you referenced, those, as I understand it, are consistent. I don't know specifically. I understand it to be Tycrob and Sons, but I haven't seen the contract myself. But that's who I understand to be the contractor. So looking at the various items that you referred to, I don't know that there are many areas that I haven't covered, but at the same time, these are familiar provisions that have existed over time. When it comes to the environmental compliance plan, and noting what one of you had mentioned about the involvement of the lender, that is correct, that the lender is involved intimately in the process. So they would not, for example, release monies or disperse monies if there wasn't an environmental compliance plan in place. They wouldn't allow the signing of a contract without their non-objection. So they are intimately involved in that process. Sorry? As far as the axle load system, I don't know the details on that. I can't speak to that at this point. I would be guessing if I were to go into that. But definitely, in terms of process on disbursement, the Kuwaitis are in charge. It's their money, and they will release once they are satisfied with that process. But overall, given the terms of the loan, given the experience that we've had with the Kuwaitis, we look forward to continuing that relationship and continuing the development of this country, including through the investments in road construction works. Thank you.
Madam President, I thank the senators who have participated in the interesting debate. As I stand, I still am not sure whether the senators opposite support the rehabilitation of Democracy to Belmopan.
We support the rehabilitation, but not the loan.
You listen to that? You listen to that? I will reserve my comment for later today about that type of behavior. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly contribute to the enhancement of a major road network in Belize and improve the economic and social development of the settlements along the George Price Highway, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith, a copy of which is hereto annexed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize is a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, and the Inter-American Investment Corporation, IDB Invest, both being institutions under the IDB Group. And whereas the Board of Governors of the IDB and the IDB Invest on the 10th March 2024 adopted Resolution C11AG-5/24, which approved a US $3.5 billion general capital increase in authorized capital stock of the bank to enable the bank to support a new business model for the IDB Invest to carry out its developmental purpose and functions. And whereas in accordance with Resolution C11-AG-5/24, Belize is required to contribute to 130 new shares for IDB Invest expressed United States dollars at the rate of US $21,000 per share, amounting to a total of US $2,730,000. And whereas payment for these shares is to be done in equal annual installments over a period of 7 years, commencing 30th November 2025, with each annual installment payment totaling US $390,000. And whereas there is no specific provision in the International Financial Organization Act, Chapter 265 of the laws of Belize, or any other law to enable the Minister of Finance to subscribe to such shares or make such contributions, and whereas consequently the government of Belize is desirous of obtaining the approval of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for subscription and payment of Belize's additional GCI allocated shares of the IDB Invest, now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned additional capital subscriptions would be beneficial to the interests of Belize in achieving better development outcomes, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign the instruments of subscription and all other related documents and make payments before the indicated deadlines, a copy of which is hereto annexed.
I recognize the Honorable Patrick Farber.
Thank you, Madam President. So in effect, Madam President, they're asking us to subscribe $3.4 million in order to gamble that we'd be able to later on have investments made in our long-term development. There's no guarantee. That's why I say a gamble. But before I go there, Madam Speaker, because you'll understand that this is, in effect, borrowing, setting ourselves up to borrow. Right? So, all that I've said about borrowing, I'm not going to repeat it, but I'm going to make the case. But even before I go there, please let me say thank you to Senator Corey for being very candid and very open. That kind of openness we would never get in the House of Representatives. I agree. This is indeed the upper house. We may get all kind of spin at the lower house, and it is indeed refreshing to hear immediately the truth. Well, what I can, well, I shouldn't say, I shouldn't, let me not say that. Strike from the record indeed. Because, Madam President, you see how I wish to strike the word truth? I can't say the opposite because it is unparliamentary. But let me put it this way. If spinning was an Olympic sport, my colleague over there would have a lot of gold medals. He took us back to 2008. Well, if you want to go down memory road, sir, let us go down memory road. Let us go back to 1998. Let us look at what the debt was in 1998. I refer you to the Free Belize Manifesto, your own document. And you open the document, and the first page of the Free Belize Manifesto, you read, it says, the national debt of Belize is a whopping $498 million, you know. And this is what the UDP left the country with, according to your own PUP manifesto, $498 million, $500 million, sir. So you tell me now what you did between 1998 and 2008 when you say that the national debt was 2.2 billion. You gone from $500 million to 2.2 billion. A difference of what is it? 1.7 billion with a B. But fast forward to your argument that the UDP, and sorry, that is 10 years, in case you missed the math, 10 years, 1.7 billion. And we could get into all of that. In fact, there were declarations by international firms that studied it, audited it, that tell you that millions just gone missing one who can't account for up to now. But let's look at what the UDP did, since you asked. I came across a little clip recently, came up in my memory on Facebook actually, where the Prime Minister, I think it may have been in COVID time because we were in the actual Independence Hill chambers, and we were behind the plexiglass. And the Prime Minister was actually having a candid moment. He was saying that the UDP, under my leadership of the Ministry of Education, borrowed money even when the country was in recession and gave the teachers raises and the public servants raises in 2012, in 2015, in 2017. And your famous line, all of the PUP administration, all the PUP people, they have gone on record repeatedly scolding the UDP over and over for spending $1 million a day. But they never fired a single teacher or a single public servant during COVID. That is how, it's not everything, certainly not everything, but that is just one tidbit out of how we got to some of that debt. Nothing like that ever happened in your time. Yeah, but I'm talking about you setting yourself up for borrowing again. That's where we are, and I'm trying to show you how my friend over there is the best spin doctor ever. Not yet. I'm graduating in August. Madam Speaker, Madam President, sorry. I leave all of that. Oh, but still, he spoke about GDP. He spoke about the debt. So, you know what he didn't tell us? He spoke about the debt being, or sorry, what is it? The debt to GDP ratio being 133%. And it dropping to 61%. You know what he's not going to tell you? He's not going to tell you that there was a rebasing of the GDP. He's not going to tell you that. He's not going to tell you that that is why it has dropped to 61%. He's not going to tell you that if you use the original way, or what was used in 2020, to look at the debt to GDP ratio, that in fact what is today the case would be all around 130% debt to GDP. Well over 100% for certain. He's not going to tell you that if you look at what was in 2020 through the lens of what the new structure is now that you use for calculating GDP, that what was 133% in 2020 would look more like 75 to 80% debt to GDP today. That's not what my calculation is. He's not going to tell you these things. He's not going to tell you that growth that you boast about today, 8.5% growth, would be far less, something more like 5-point-something%. Yes. He's going to spin that. All of these things, you come and you talk about poverty reduction, you change the formula for calculating poverty, then you boast. But anyway, I'll get into that when the budget debate comes around. But let's get down, Madam Speaker, to Madam President, to IDB. This has to concern us that it concerns us from the position that, of course, you're making this investment. And I support what Senator Cowie says and the government does in terms of this being the best possible investment vehicle that you can use if you truly want to develop Belize and you don't have your own money. But why can't we try for once to use what we have at home? Why is it that we must always find ourselves borrowing? If you believe so much in the Belizean people, why do we have to always try to set ourselves up to do this? So, all in all, with these measures that we're taking, I believe there is another motion coming after this one to do pretty much the same thing. We're looking at almost, what is it, $10 million totally over the time period. There is no clear mechanism that we will be able to borrow. I don't know, Senator Cowie, what has been the track record. We're looking at MIF 4, is this? What has been our record in terms of the previous programs? How have we been able to benefit from them? What is it that we're giving up when we make these investments in these entities hoping to receive something back? How is this affecting what you can give to the teachers, for instance? You have said to the teachers, we don't have any money for you. We cannot afford to give you what you want. Is that an opportunity cost? Could these monies be used, for instance, to better handle our teachers and public servants? Definitely a consideration. I hope that you will support that, Senator Denison. The monies could be used for a lot of things that this country is in dire need of. So, Madam President, we need to better use the resources that we have, and we need to cut the borrowing out. This is setting the stage, in my opinion, for further borrowing, and we need to really put a clamp on the borrowing. This cannot be the way we move. Cannot be the way we move. And that's, we see that this is a borrowing government. Borrowing government. So, I'll leave it there, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Sorry.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you. You're such a gentleman, Senator Cowie. Thank you. Both of them are gentlemen, actually. Yes, and he yielded. He's such a gentleman. Thank you. But and we do want to give Senator Cowie an opportunity to respond, because I do have some questions. And in true form, I'm here to seek some clarifications on it and point out what I've found in the papers supplied. Senator Courtney, I do understand that you experience a bit of disquiet when you don't know whether or not we support one way or the other. For this one, I have to say up front that I don't support it. The reason why I don't support it is because not now. Honorable Senator Faber pointed out that this is a buying into, setting ourselves up to borrow later. And so we are making money available. We're asking the people of Belize to make money available to put into a fund that there is no guarantee, even though putting into it we will have voting rights one way or the other, to put into a fund that we have no guarantee that we will immediately access to use for the people of Belize. The resolution CII/AG-5/24 at paragraph 2. And if I may be permitted to read. Identifies that the vision and business model for IDB Invest, including identification of sectoral needs related to the heterogeneity of Latin America and the Caribbean, and the financial, resource, operational, and institutional implications. Now, when you look at the table attendant, I think it is Annex A, you see the list of countries, the member countries, and the respective percentage and subscribed capital. And I can see a correlation between looking at disparateness and the respective countries, because if you look at that Annex A, you will see that not all countries are equally yoked and not all countries are being asked to put in the same amount. So thankfully, in relation to Belize, it's a subscribed capital of 0.08%. And that sounds like a little bit, it's really a little bit in comparison to countries like Brazil that is doing 12.48%, and Argentina. We have the United States putting in 15.05%. The weight of those other countries putting in, I mean, that's what it should be. So I'm not arguing with that. When I go further and I read, I look at the proposal, take into consideration fiscal resource, and it repeats it, operational and institutional implications for the new vision and business model for IDB Invest, including a continued ambition on strategic priorities such as social agenda and formal employment creation, cross-cutting issues, and the impact of IDB Invest projects in all regional developing countries. B, alternative financial scenarios. C, the strengthening of governance and synergies with the IDB group. And D, the independent review of multilateral development banks' capital adequacy frameworks commissioned by G20 countries in 2021 as may be applicable. So that is the scope of the IDB Invest objective. And reading all of them, 4 in total, I don't know that I can happily say that I can see how we should be buying into all 4 at this point in time. Remember, we're coming off of just discussing the Kuwait motion, identifying that we're putting people first, consistent with that, in putting people first, putting money into later on having to borrow. When we have more pressing issues right now, why are we securing monies for the future when we can secure the monies for teachers right now? So that is the basis for which I can't say that I support it. And see, the thing is, at page 2, paragraph numbered 5, it says, as established in the agreement, no member shall be obligated to participate in any part of the increased capital. We don't have to, Madam President. We are not obliged to. So why must we put ourselves in the shoe to earmark $2.73 million that can go towards increments, salary adjustments, and allowances? The thing is, Madam President, going through the documents, I can see that this is not one of those motions that is urgent, because the time frame that it sets out. And the thing is, which is odd, if we are to subscribe to this, I mean, the government has the numbers, they are to make available beginning November 30th, 2025, $390,000. We can, if going forward with this, we are able, we have the capacity to make available $390,000, but yet we are saying we can't find the money for pay teachers. I am struggling, honestly, genuinely, I'm struggling to understand how is it this is a priority in comparison to an urgent need right now. If this motion were to come next year, the following year, I wouldn't feel the way I feel towards it. And it's not that I am opposing it for any other reason than we can prioritize better with money that we're able to identify and earmark. Because it's not like we're going to get the benefit of the payments. And the thing I want to ask Senator Cowie, I know you don't like to be put on the spot so much, but this is really, yes, but this is really for my edification, because there are questions that arise, and I'm one of those persons, if I don't know, I will ask. I will not sit comfortably in my ignorance and pretend like I know or nod my head in agreement when things are flying over my head. So bear with me. Page 3 at paragraph 7. It contemplates an amendment to the agreement and regulations, and by vote up until September 1st, 2024. And I just want to know whether or not there was any such amendments as contemplated in that paragraph 7, page 3. And in support of my position that this is not urgent, this is not imminent, if you look at Annex A, 1A, it actually says, if I may be permitted to read, Madam President, allocation of subscription of new shares. A, 166,666 new shares have been allocated for subscription pursuant to this Annex A. Each member country will have until March 10th, 2026 to subscribe a number of shares equal to the number that results from multiplying that 166,666. The point I'm making is, why the rush? We have up until next year. And the agreement says that you begin to make your equal installments 30 days after you indicate that you're subscribing, and they become due and payable thereafter. But ultimately, you have up until March 10, 2026 to do so. So why do we have to do this now? If it is we want it, and I don't know what guarantee, I'm looking forward to hearing from Senator Cowie, do we have any guarantee that a small country like Belize, responsible for 0.08% subscription, what are the chances of us being able to be first in time to access the benefit of this IDB Invest? I don't know. What makes us know that should we begin to pay, that puts us first in time to access it so that we could use it at least according to the terms, to the objective A, social agenda and formal employment creation. Like, there is, and it is because I have a risk aversion. Let me tell you, I'm one of those persons. I don't take risks. I don't believe in borrowing. It's just against my grain. And perhaps I have one of my clients who tell me, I just afraid for money. Be that as it may. The fact that I am unable to see, ascertain, or learn what our immediate return or benefit will be is what makes me so uncomfortable. And I wish either Senator Courtney or Senator Cowie could help me understand that we do this now. You provide whatever justification you have for doing it now, as opposed to dealing with the teachers' issues. And I hear KHMH, they're kicking up. Yeah, you all have the storm ahead are brewing, and you know, it's stated, the Prime Minister knows. So I would like to understand, really, genuinely, no cynicism, how is it that we can prioritize, earmark, having the ability to earmark this amount of money to put into IDB Invest above and over what is emergent right now for Belizeans? And how is it, do we know that putting this in makes us first in line, first in time to access, to do the things that this motion set out to accomplish? Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thanks, Madam President. I'll try and be brief on this. On IDB Invest is the private sector arm of IDB. So the government is not looking to borrow from IDB Invest. This is actually to enable financing of private sector investors in Belize. So this is actually to enable better access to finance for Belizean investors in our economy. So I think we needed to make that quick clarification on what this resolution or motion is about. So subscription motion for investment in or further investment in IDB Invest by the country of Belize, just like all the other countries that you see in that table, in accordance with the ratio of our interest in that entity. Now, IDB Invest has been around for however many decades, but IDB Invest was not active in Belize until actually the past 4 or 5 years. I think one of their first investments was in the National Gas Company about, let's say 5 years ago, about 5 million. But since then, they have lent to the private sector to the tune of over $100 million US. So that, in effect, is investment in the country. That's the equivalent of foreign direct investment in the country through IDB Invest. That reflects the confidence that IDB Invest has in business in Belize. So this subscription motion here is a commitment coming out of the Board of Governors meeting in March of last year in the Dominican Republic, where it was voted upon to further capitalize IDB Invest so that they can make further both debt and equity investments in member countries, including Belize. So this was something that was voted upon. Belize is committed to it. And yes, there is a timeline involved. I think the letter you are looking at is from April of 2024. But there is a commitment that by June of this year, Belize would subscribe, but the payments would not be made until a period of over 7 years, roughly $390,000 per year.
Madam President, just to add to what Senator Cowie indicated, this is designed to support and facilitate the private sector of Belize. In addition to the National Gas Company, $30 million US has been loaned to Belize Electricity Limited to assist it in its adaptation to climate change, to electric vehicles, and to restoring some of its infrastructure. Another $30 million US was loaned to Atlantic Bank Limited to support medium and small enterprises. $5 million to Marie Sharp for her to retool and to expand her operations. Make no mistake about it. The senators on this side support the Belizean private sector. Make no mistake about it. We will continue to facilitate investment by the private sector by making concessionary loans available from IDB Invest. We will do it again and again and again in the interest of the Belizean people. And those, Madam President, who stand in opposition to this motion today will have to answer to the Belizean people. When the private sector is not thriving, Belize is not thriving. When the private sector is not investing, Belize is not growing. And we on this side, Madam President, make no apology for this motion. As to the timing of when the payment is made, I have heard senators on the other side say repeatedly, and we just to come up to 2 hours and we not start the thing yet, that they said they now pay the teachers. I like Trump the talk, fake news. It sounds to me like the Donald. We got the Patrick. But we have time to get into that debate in a short while. Madam President, this is good for Belize, and we ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now, therefore, be it resolved that this honorable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned additional capital subscriptions would be beneficial to the interests of Belize in achieving better development outcomes, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign the instruments of subscription and all other related documents and make payments before the indicated deadlines, a copy of which is hereto annexed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize is a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, and by virtue of its membership, Belize has a right to benefit from the bank's Multilateral Investment Fund, which was established for the purpose of supporting economic growth and poverty reduction in its member countries. And whereas there has been successful establishment and implementation of MIF-1, which was later replaced with MIF-2 and subsequently MIF-3, which is currently ongoing and was recently renewed until 12 March 2026. And whereas the member countries of the bank, in recognition of the vital role of entrepreneurial innovation in addressing development challenges, fostering opportunities for poor and vulnerable populations, catalyzing dynamic economic growth, mitigating climate change, and advancing gender equality and diversity in the Latin American and Caribbean region, agree to the establishment of the fourth Multilateral Investment Fund, MIF4, in a sum of US $400 million. And whereas the Board of Governors of the Bank on the 10th of March 2024 adopted resolutions AG 8/24, CIIA/AG-6/24, and MIF/DE-7/24, which approved the establishment of the MIF4, which shall govern the assets and liabilities of MIF3 and support the continuation of its activities through the purpose stated above. And whereas, as per the norm, this replenishment of the MIF will be made up of contribution commitments by donor member countries of the bank, and whereas Belize has allocated a contribution to MIF4 is US $691,699.60 to be paid in 3 equal annual installments of US $230,566.53, of which the first installment will be due and payable on July 2025. And whereas there is no specific provision in the International Financial Organizations Act, Chapter 265 of the Laws of Belize, or any other law to enable the Minister of Finance to make such contributions, and whereas consequently the Government of Belize is desirous of obtaining the approval of the National Assembly by way of a resolution before making such contributions, now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned contributions to MIF4 would be beneficial to the interests of Belize, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign an instrument of acceptance and contribution and all other documents associated therewith, a copy of which is hereto annexed.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Just some quick questions I'd like for Senator Cowie or Senator Courtney to provide. It says it's to support economic growth and reduce poverty. Have we already identified what those programs are? And, you know, what are the ramifications, specifications of those programs, implementation, that sort of thing? And it speaks to the assets and liabilities of MIF Fund 3, but what are those assets and liabilities of the MIF Fund 3? Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This MIF is another arm of the Inter-American Development Bank Group. Really, the role of the IDB, or the MIF, is really known as, conduct its operations as the IDB Lab. And as IDB Lab, it largely provides technical advice, technical support on a grant basis to private sector business. This is also not for government. This is to help support the development of small, medium-sized businesses through technical support and advice with grant support and technical assistance. In terms of its assets and liabilities, it as a part of the IDB group, it really is it is consolidated within that group. So their balance sheet is basically part of the balance sheet of the IDB group.
Senator Janelle Chanona.
Good morning, colleagues. And let me take this opportunity to welcome our new colleagues. At the last occasion, I had the benefit of my former teacher as leader of opposition business. Now I have my former classmate and a former teacher. 30 years this year, Mr. Wade, Senator Wade. But yes, no, I appreciate the new dynamics and look forward to working with all of you and getting to know each of you as you bring your interventions to the floor. Just to share on this point in terms of the MIF, in my capacity as a NGO advocate, we were the benefit of one of these programs for technical cooperation in terms of getting financial support for identification of traceability of seafood. So physical cameras being attached to boats so that you can then scan a QR code at the restaurant and then see your fish coming out of the water, see that fisherman's story, see that link. And I think at the time the IDB president called it Uber for fish. And so they really embraced that concept. And certainly I think we benefited, and the Fisheries Department has said in the past how important these technical cooperation insights and expertise and experiences benefit our decision making going forward. And we see the potential of making sure that we know why we're doing what we're doing and how we can capitalize on something as simple as traceability in seafood, because we know how important that is to the sustainability efforts. So just wanted to contribute that in terms of the support for these type of technical cooperation opportunities for private sector as well as the NGO community.
Madam President, I thank Senator Chanona for her informed and accurate contribution. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now. Therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned contributions to MIF4 would be beneficial to the interests of Belize, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign an instrument of acceptance and contribution and all other documents associated therewith, a copy of which is hereto annexed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that be it resolved that this House approves the expenditure of $2,595,089 from the official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year being ending 31st March 2020. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this House approves the expenditure of $2,595,089 from the official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2026. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 3.1 of the National Assembly Staff Act, Chapter 14 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, establishes a National Assembly Staff Committee consisting of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, or in her absence, the Deputy Speaker, 3 members of the House of Representatives, the President of the Senate, and 1 other member of the Senate nominated by the Senate, and 1 member of the staff of the National Assembly, or 1 other person who is not a member of the staff of the National Assembly, nominated by the staff of the National Assembly. And whereas Section 3.1c of the National Assembly Staff Act, Chapter 14 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, provides that the President of the Senate and 1 other member of the Senate nominated by the Senate shall form part of the National Assembly Staff Committee. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Senate nominates Senator the Honorable Brittany Galves to be a member of the National Assembly Staff Committee.
I recognize Senator Patrick Faber.
Madam President, before I say anything, let me say that I don't know personally Senator Brittany Galves, and I'm sure that she's a lovely person. Has nothing to do with her. But I would want to know, how was it that we got to Senator Galves to be nominated to be the representative for the staff committee? Was there a process? Was there some kind of democratic process among senators in this House? And if not, what is the process that can now be employed for us to properly select democratically who the senator that will represent us in the staff committee? What can that process be? Because this to me seems to be ramrodding or a representative on us when we did not have an opportunity to make a selection, and I think that we ought to have had that. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennis.
Madam President, I align very strongly with that sentiment. No personal ill feelings. I have stood here and critiqued the appointment procedure for no less than the Auditor General. The staff of the National Assembly is very near and dear to me. They function in a way that has been extremely professional, and I have never found anything short with those staff, and such an important committee, I think, warrants a sort of ventilation, even if, I don't know. I yield, Madam President.
Madam President, has there been I don't recognize an amendment to the motion. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize signed the agreement between Belize and the Benelux states on the exemption from visa requirements for holders of valid diplomatic passports on 6 May 2025 in Brussels, Belgium, and whereas the purpose of this agreement is to strengthen and further develop friendly and cooperative relations among the countries, and whereas within the framework of this agreement, holders of valid diplomatic passports will be exempted from visa requirements to enter the territories of any of the other parties to the agreement, and whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 12, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the agreement between Belize and the Benelux states on the exemption of visa requirements for the holders of valid diplomatic passports, a copy of which is hereto annexed.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Courtney, I support this. I start by saying that I support it. And I only would have wished the good senator were still in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because I am aware that the good senator did some work in trying to get Belize to the level where travel would have been a bit hassle-free for Belizeans, for those of us who have for those of us who have passports, and this one is for those of us who have diplomatic passports. But in the beginning, the preamble, it seems like it limited the movement of holders to external frontiers, but I'm sure when I read through it, it appeared that it permitted movement throughout the Benelux states. So if there is some clarification to be made that external frontiers means a particular thing and that movement is limited to that particular thing, please share that with me. And then, you know, like all Belizeans, we want more. You give we inch and we try to take a yard. And so I'm asking Senator Courtney to convey whether or not through the exchange of diplomatic note, we could indicate that we would be interested in seeking whether the provision for visa waiver could be extended to students. I mean, because the reality is what's going on in the US, or Belizean students may have to begin to now go to Europe for studies. And so if there is a possibility for us to ask in the event, because I do know there are Belizeans who go that far for education. Matter of fact, I have a cousin that far. Another question I'd like to ask is whether or not through diplomatic note we could ask for the amendment per Article 12. And then crave your indulgence, Madam President. The only other minor query, because it's not major, looking at Article 8, whether or not or whether it would be hereafter that we supply through diplomatic channels the respective specimens of the passports. And this may seem simple, like, why do we have to provide this in an agreement? But I've had a real experience traveling where immigration officials insisted that my passport is not the passport from the country I come. And so when I saw that article there, I understood, as simple as it is, why it is necessary. So in support of this, all I would like to ask is whether or not through diplomatic note we could engage them mutually, since that is provided for, whether we can engage them to extend it to other classes of citizens who would need to travel to Benelux states for legitimate reasons and not only diplomats. I yield, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Dennison. Anything?
Obliged, Madam President. Just a quick note on the little engine that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I know that Senator Courtney has first-hand experience how hard-working the staff there are, even though they are little in number and have to work 2 and 3 desks and so. So I wish to commend the staff there. I take this opportunity to acknowledge their hard work and dedication to the development of the country of Belize, and to acknowledge my friend who we are losing in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for familial reasons, but it's someone that I thought, had we had a less politicized system of elevation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that person would have naturally rose up the rank to the highest levels of that ministry, including the level of permanent secretary if we had it. The Kisenokal name, right? She's watching. Tasha, you all right? Tasha works hard, Minister Courtney. So I just want to join because that is the exact point that I have, the class of passports, if we can look at expanding that. I'm not sure what the rationale was for it being limited to diplomatic passports. I'm open to hearing if there was a specific rationale for it, and then what would be the reasons why it couldn't be extended. That is all, Madam President. I yield.
Madam President, first of all, the first question posed by Senator Pitts, I have not been able to find the reference to the external frontiers that you mentioned. I don't know exactly where that is. Yes. Right. So, recognizing that the Benelux states are acting jointly under the convention between the Kingdom of Belgium, Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands on the transfer of control of persons to the external frontiers of Benelux territory done at Brussels. First of all, there is something called the Schengen area, which is a number of the member states of the European Union, not all of them, which have a system under which they operate control at their borders. You cannot enter the Schengen area without a Schengen visa, which is a visa that entitles you to enter any of the Schengen area countries and Switzerland. 1. 2. What the preamble is referring to, Senator Pitts, is the agreement under which these three countries, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, agreed to have joint control and management at their borders with any external country. So they have that agreement. With respect to the Schengen visa waiver, the Schengen system is operated by the European Commission. Member states of the European Union, member states of the Schengen area retain right, power, and authority to enter into agreements in relation to diplomatic passports only. Any other type of passport, official or ordinary, is controlled in Brussels. It is controlled not only by the member states, the Commission, but also the Parliament, the European Parliament. And therefore, for there to be a waiver or any exemption relating to any passport other than a diplomatic passport, it's a process in Brussels. And that is the process to which Senator Pitts referred, that we have conducted a campaign to seek to get the visa waiver in relation to all passports. We were only able to get this, and there are other countries, for example, Hungary and a couple others in the European Union, where we do have the waiver for diplomatic passports. But that is because we can do so on a bilateral basis and have that negotiation with them. The campaign continues for the Schengen visa waiver for all passports for the entire Schengen area. It is not easy, as you are aware. The current climate in the developed world is very much anti-migration, and the whole notion that you would be allowing another country right of access, the citizens of another country right of access into the European Union, perhaps now is not the time to actually put that to a vote. That being said, what we have been told, and this has been confirmed to Minister Fonseca and to the Prime Minister, is that insofar as the criteria exists for qualification for the Schengen visa waiver, Belize ticks all the boxes. So it's a question of timing. When is the appropriate time, having regard to the politics in the European Union, in the Schengen area, that we will advance that process? I can assure this Honourable Senate that our ambassador and her staff in Brussels, Ambassador Avila, and as Senator Dennison indicated, here at home, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues on a very clear path and a very intense campaign with friendly countries in the European Union seeking to arrive at their point, which will be propitious for us to ask the Parliament, to ask the Commission and individual member states to grant the visa or consider the visa waiver. So insofar as students are concerned, it will have to await when we are able to get a wider visa waiver. With respect to Article 8, yes, the new e-passports have been sent, samples have been sent to the Benelux countries. They have them as samples, so you should not run into any problem when you next arrive. Thank you, Madam President.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize signed the agreement between Belize and the Benelux states on the readmission of persons residing without authorization on the 6th of May 2025 in Brussels, Belgium, and whereas the purpose of this agreement is to promote cooperation and communication between the parties to better execute the laws and regulations on the circulation of persons, underscoring the obligation of a party to readmit its nationals notwithstanding the legal migration status, and whereas the agreement is a prerequisite for the agreement on the exemption of visa requirements for the holders of valid diplomatic passports between Belize and the Benelux states, and whereas the parties' interest in fulfilling the obligation under international law to readmit their own nationals, in particular Article 12, Paragraph 4 of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, and whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 19, and whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution and Sixth Amendment Act, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that this Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the agreement between Belize and the Benelux states on the readmission of persons residing without authorization, a copy of which is hereto annexed. As it says, Madam President and members of the Senate, this agreement commits Belize and Benelux states to accept their nationals if they are found residing unlawfully or unauthorized in one of the member states of the European Union or in Belize. The purpose is clear. If they are granting a waiver, they want to ensure that you comply. For example, under the waiver, you have a maximum of 90 days. If you overstay, they want an assurance that the government of Belize will accept someone coming, and they, on the other side, will take their nationals if they are here unlawfully. It's a matter of management of migration in the respective countries, and it's a companion to the agreement with the Benelux on a visa waiver. We would have to do the same on a Schengen for a Schengen waiver.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee. You wish to?
Just one short point, Madam President, but I am not strident against you already in your wrapping up. So,
No, go ahead.
thank you most kindly, Madam President. I have to say that on this side we support this. The readmission go hand in hand with the earlier motion, but I like the way diplomats phrase things. They call it readmission, not deportation. So we are signing on to this agreement and considering that it's really effectively deportation. I trust that our diplomats know that they are not to cost the country of Belize any expense to be readmitted back home for them staying out of time. We're all responsible people. And the thing is, I find this most useful and helpful because sometimes, especially if you're traveling perhaps on official business and that crosses over with vacation, I can see how someone could end up inadvertently staying over their time. And it is good to know that there is an agreement that will not treat any diplomat in any hostile way other than to ensure their safe readmission back into their country. So I'm rather pleased to see something like this going hand in hand with the previous motion. I yield, Madam President.
Honorable members, the motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I wonder if before we start the debate on the bills, if we could suspend for just perhaps 10 minutes?
Certainly. I accept your second, Senator Chadura. The Senate is suspended for 10 minutes. Leader of Government Business,
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st March 2026. Madam President, before us we have the bill, the General Revenue Appropriations Bill, which was passed earlier this week by the House of Representatives. We also have, which was tabled in the Honorable Senate this morning, the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the upcoming fiscal year. And we also have the report of the performance of public finances. Madam President, in making my presentation, I seek your leave to refer to my notes. This particular budget debate, Madam President, comes within a special context at a particular time that is important for our democracy. And, Madam President, we must look at that context because the debate in the other place during the course of this week was in many ways disappointing, because we live in a democracy, and in a democracy, the people speak. History was made on the 12th of March, 2025. The people of Belize were asked a single question, and they answered that question, Madam President. Who do you want to govern Belize for the next 5 years? And in order to answer that question, we reenacted a traditional process that has served this country well for decades. The National Assembly was dissolved, a nomination day was appointed, and an election date was set. Madam President, the People's United Party, of which I am a proud member, and those of us on this bench are all members, the People's United Party nominated 31 candidates, one candidate for every division in this country. No other political party did that. Never in the history of this country has there been a general election in which the main political parties did not go head-to-head in every constituency. It was the beginning of what was going to happen. The Belizean people, Madam President, those who were registered to vote, had an opportunity to look at the plans, the programs, and the proposals put forward not only by the People's United Party, but the divided United Democratic Party, and also independent candidates. And they made up their mind. They also considered, and I listened carefully to the debate on the loan motions this morning, and I'm sure we're going to hear more of it. They reviewed the performance of the government led by the Honorable John Bresenio from November 2020 until election day. They passed judgment on that. they passed judgment on Plan Belize 2.0. And history records, Madam President, in unprecedented numbers, and let me be specific, 128,000 voters quietly cast their ballots. 65% of registered voters exercised their right to vote. And when the counting was done, when the last ballot was counted, 66% of the votes cast were cast for candidates of the People's United Party. And so we are here today, Madam President. This debate in this Honorable Senate, as it was in that other place, is as a result of a historic mandate of the people of this country. And those who do not understand that the people have spoken, those who are not prepared to accept that Plan Belize 2.0 has been endorsed by the people of this country, will remain where they are seated on that other side for decades to come. Winston Churchill said, Madam President, and I quote, "Politics is not a game. It is an earnest business." And it is indeed an earnest business. And we say that the politicking ended on the 12th of March, 2025. We are here to do that from, I'll try help you. I'll try help you. I'll try help you. Be careful. Be careful. We are here now to do the people's business. And in doing so, Madam President, although my friend Senator Farber will not like it, we have to, you know, it gone way back to when? 1998. I'm not going that far back. That's too far for, I remember. I going to 2020. This century. He gone in the last century. You know about one doctor of history? What kind of doctorate you get? What kind of doctorate you get? Public administration. I think the history. Madam President, he will not remember, and so I will remind him that we inherited an economy which the GDP had shrunk by 14.1%. Thousands of Belizeans, Madam President, were not working, and tens of thousands were underemployed. Let's remember, there's talk already about it, public sector wages were cut, increments cancelled. Senator Herrera will tell you, in the private sector, people were sent home, businesses were closed down. The overall deficit stood at 8.4% of GDP. And yes, Madam President, regardless of any attempt to revise history and any attempt to present a fake narrative, the national debt stood at over 130% of GDP, brought about by the United Democratic Party government of the day. That is what we inherited in November 2020. And the days were dark, Madam President. We all remember the COVID conditions. Confidence was lacking. Our people were despondent. But we had a plan. Plan Belize, Madam President. Plan Belize was what was presented to the Belizean electorate. And we are a proud and resilient people, because with the support of the public officers, with the support of the private sector, with the support of the Belizean people, we received a mandate and we launched the plan to rescue Belize, Plan Belize. And make no mistake, it started with the same Ministry of Foreign Affairs that Senator Denison referred to. We launched our vaccine diplomacy strategy, an unprecedented effort to get enough vaccines for this country so that we could start to go back to school, so that we can start to go back to work, so that we can start the engine going. It was successful. I can recall one of the first things I had was a call with the Foreign Minister of India, begging for vaccines. We got the assurance. I got a call a week later from Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith, Foreign Minister of Jamaica. How is it that you all get vaccines, not only from India, but also from Mexico? How much did you have to pay? I said, Kamina, not $1. What? Well, my ambassador is telling me, no. Skillfully, carefully, strategically, with clear plans, strategies, we went about day in, day out, night in, night out, calling everywhere we could to get the vaccines that were necessary. And that is what provided the basis, Madam President, for us to start the rebound, the revitalization of the Belizean economy, inherited in the doldrums from the United Democratic Party. And so today, we can stand here proudly, and I do not want to be misunderstood. We are not here saying it was the government and the government alone. Quite the contrary. It was a national effort. We made common cause, and we worked a plan to revive the Belizean economy. And so, as I say, we can all today, including those opposite, stand tall and proud, because it was the IMF that recently published data that said that we had the highest GDP growth, some 8.2%, in the Western Hemisphere, except for Guyana, which of course we know is going through an oil boom. We can be proud, Madam President, that 97 out of 100 Belizeans who seek jobs are now working. Since 2020, every single year we achieve a primary surplus of this budget. Never, ever by the party opposite. We were the party who raised the minimum wage to $5, and we will to at least $6 during this term. Foreign direct investment during 4 years plus that we were in government, $1.12 billion were attracted. And now the debt to GDP hovers around 61%, a historic achievement for modern Belize. We're not going to know 1998. We'll talk about this century, this year, 61%. Madam President, let us not forget the prognosis of the IMF in November 2020. The dollar hung in the balance. Not only were we facing default, devaluation. Today, historically, unprecedented foreign exchange deposits stand at an unprecedented $2.2 billion. So when you listen to all the gloom and doom that you will hear in a short while, the facts are different. Do not fall for the false narrative. Do not fall for the fake news. Madam President, the most important achievement, in my opinion, during the course of the first term of the Briceño administration was the reduction the significant reduction in multidimensional poverty index, which is down to 22.1%, with substantial gains in 5 out of the 6 districts of Belize. That is our record, and that is the record that we are proud of, which we have achieved with the support of the Belizean people, public and private sector working together to advance our country. Now, Madam President, I think it is important, before I go into the specifics which Senator Farber wants to hear about, of the current budget, to remind us and to remind ourselves that there is a historical and philosophical orientation of the People's United Party. When we put the war on poverty as a priority, investment in education, investment in health, investment in housing as primary objectives of the government, coupled intimately with investment in citizen security and infrastructure development, it is because of where the People's United Party came from. And this budget, Madam President, gives life to our philosophy and to our party's creed, which, with your permission, I want to quote. It says, "We have an abiding belief in the principles of social, economic, and environmental justice, and therefore believe that the operation of the economic system must result in the material and natural resources of the country being so distributed as to serve the common good, that there should be adequate means of livelihood for all, that labor should not be exploited or forced by economic necessity to operate in inhumane conditions, but that there should be opportunity for advancement on the basis of recognition of merit, ability, and integrity, that equal protection should be given to children regardless of their social status, and that a just system should be ensured to provide for education and health on the basis of equality." End of quote. Madam President, that social justice, that environmental justice, that economic justice orientation and philosophy is at the heart of the work that we do. Madam President, we believe, quite frankly, that it is only when we commit to a philosophy that says not that the rich should have less, but that the poor should have more, that we build a Belize where everybody wins. And that is what we are about, and that is what this budget is about. Madam President, we have to be frank, because as we present and debate this budget, where we have finite and limited resources and priorities are being made and choices are being made, we have to recognize the international context in which we exist and in which we operate. 2024 witnessed a complex and challenging global environment. We had countries worldwide grapple with fluctuating commodity prices. We had wars, genocide, starvation, climate-related disruptions, and supply chain disruptions. In January of this year, the IMF projected that world economic growth would be approximately 3.2%. That was positive, and that gave confidence around the world that we would be able to continue with our national development and to reduce poverty. But, Madam President, on the 2nd of April 2025, that positive notion exploded. On that day, so-called Liberation Day, the United States of America unveiled tariffs ranging from 10 to up to 50% on countries, including Belize. And these tariffs, as we understood the argument being made by the President of the United States, were designed to protect the domestic industries of the United States, domestic production, and to improve it, and also to address significant trade imbalances that the United States continues to experience. And so it was a part of his strategy to put the USA, to put America first. But, Madam President, it has had consequences, serious consequences, retaliatory tariffs, principally by China, uncertainty, fall in the stock market, havoc in the bond market. And these uncertainties, Madam President, have an effect, have had an effect, and will continue to have an effect on Belize. And the first area, and I just touch on it now, where we can see the effect is on tourist arrivals. Speaking to Senator Herrera a short while ago, we were discussing, he was mentioning the significant decrease of Canadian tourists, for example, going into the United States, falling by well over 20, about 30%. So that less people are moving, less tourists are coming to Belize and elsewhere as a result of the uncertainty that was triggered by the announcement of the tariffs. As a result of this uncertainty, Madam President, as a result of the tariff war that exists today, the IMF revised their projection for world economic growth downward to 2.8%. Madam President, negotiations are ongoing among the developed world primarily, and to a lesser extent the more developed developing countries, to try to address the tariff differences that exist in order to bring stability to ensure worldwide economic growth. We can only hope that some stability and order, some certainty is achieved in the immediate future. Because, Madam President, an economy like Belize, doing well as it is fragile. The hurricane season is upon us. One hurricane, one very strong tropical storm can wreck the projections and estimates that we have before us today. Continued uncertainty in a tariff war can result in decrease in tourists, decrease in trades, decrease in a demand for our exports, decreasing commodity prices, which would affect the budget that we have. And so whilst we express optimism about 2025, 2026, we are mindful, we are cautious, and we recognize that there are vulnerabilities. Madam President, the records show that in 2024, the Belizean economy and GDP grew by 8.2%, driven primarily by the services sector. And that sector alone had an impressive growth of 10.5%, led largely by a resurgence of tourism. Madam President, Minister Mala, I think, went further and said it is the most important sector. I'm sure that Minister Mai would say agriculture is the most important sector. Be that as it may, the centrality of tourism to the Belizean economy cannot be denied. It employs approximately 25,000 people directly, 25,000 directly, and tens of thousands more benefit indirectly from the tourism sector. Tremendous amount of economic growth is recorded from that sector as the merchandising, construction, plumbers, electricians, etc., all are engaged in benefiting from the growth in the tourism sector. And in 2024, that 10.5% growth was reflected, Madam President, by the historic arrival of 550,000 overnight visitors to Belize, 70% of which came from the United States of America. Hence, the need for caution and for monitoring what is done in the United States. But as Minister Mala pointed out, the Belize Tourism Board and the stakeholders in the industry are well advanced in their strategic planning and initiatives, seeking to look for new and different markets in order to maintain the arrivals coming into Belize if indeed the figures show a significant decline coming out of the United States of America. And so, Madam President, we have to give praise and tribute to the tourism sector and all the stakeholders for the visionary and strategic leadership and the way in which Belize tourism is growing. And Madam President, it is important for us also to observe that on the cruise side, we had just under 1 million, approximately 900,000 cruise visitors in 2024, and has been said for decades. The growth in the cruise sector is being hampered by the fact that there is no onshore docking facility. That matter is being addressed actively by the government of Belize. But, Madam President, not only did the tourism sector perform admirably, we could look also to the BPO sector, the business processing outsourcing sector of the Belizean economy, which saw in 2024 16,000 Belizeans working in this sector. Senator Herrera is the expert in that area, and he will confirm that one of the benefits, Madam President, for this is that BPOs are now found across the country. BPOs hire Belizeans at rates above, well above, in most cases, double the minimum wage. That has had an effect on wages in other sectors. In order to retain your employees, you have to match or come as close as you can to what the BPOs are paying. And so it has had a positive benefit for Belizean workers across the country. $150 million in salaries and wages were paid out in 2024 in the BPO sector. Madam President, I am sure the historian over there will tell us how much they paid out, how much wages were paid out in the BPO sector, how many Belizeans were employed in the sector. We're now carrying back in 1990. Wait, in 2020, I'm waiting to hear what the figure was for you in 2020 when you left office. Let us turn to agriculture. Under the leadership of Minister Mai and his team in the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security, Madam President, there has been a blossoming, a blooming of agricultural activity and small industries. We have seen new investments in poultry processing, dairy products, soybean meal, refined soybean oil, coconut water, coconut oil, ramen, corn chips, mincer, dog food. And as Minister Mai reported to the House, we are poised for new investments in meat processing, wheat flour, fine chocolate manufacturing, confectionery coconut, and hemp oil products. Madam President, this is important because we have got to diversify the agricultural base of the country. We cannot continue to rely on sugar, citrus, and bananas. Those, for their varying reasons, face certain challenges, but in any event, the fertile grounds of Belize are able to produce alternative crops, things, for example, like coconut, papayas, etc. The record in agriculture, Madam President, as a contributor to the primary sector and not counting the related manufacturing, shows that agricultural products contributed $560.8 million in 2020 and $842 million in 2024. That is a 50% increase. We are heading for $1 billion, Madam President. That is a product of a ministry-wide effort, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, working hand in hand with the productive sector throughout the length and breadth of Belize, working to provide new markets, working to provide funding. And they will say, the other side, that we borrow too much. We are borrowing money to unlend, Madam President, to farmers, to the productive sector, to those who want to go into agro-processing. And that, Madam President, is why we are able to have an increase from when they left office to now in terms of agricultural contribution to the primary sector of 50%. Looking at sugar, for example, which has very serious challenges and which, as you know, the Commission of Inquiry has made its recommendation and is actively being considered its recommendations as to how to re-image and revitalize the sugar industry. Nonetheless, because of good prices in 2024, we had exports increase from 157.9 million to 182.3 million, Madam President, which is a 15% increase. Molasses had a tremendous increase from 6.3 million in earnings to 22 million. But as we said, Madam President, the current crop, excessive rainfall, there is disease, and there are other challenges which are affecting the sugar industry. And it requires and will receive the attention, priority attention of the government. And I say that to mean both factory and farmers. The survival of the sugar industry in Belize, its contribution to life in the northern parts and to the western parts of Belize is significant. And we as a government have an obligation to work with the stakeholders to ensure that that industry thrives. Citrus, Madam President, had its challenges, but yet saw an increase in earnings from 24.6 million in 2023 to 33.5 million in 2024. When you add citrus oil, squash, fresh fruit, and so on, it actually came up to just under $40 million. But perhaps one of the leading lights in the agricultural sector was in the coconut industry, where there have been massive investments by the private sector, where I believe we have approximately 5,000 acres or heading to 5,000 acres of coconut. We exported, Madam President, $2 million in coconut water in 2024 to Jamaica, and it is expected that this will triple in the year to come. 40 containers with 1 million coconuts was exported to the United States and Guatemala. And through the sustained leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Foreign Trade, we can now say that we have earned access to the Mexican market for green coconuts with and without husks. and full access to the U.S. market for huskless green coconuts. And so in this fiscal year, we intend and expect that there will be exports of coconut to the United States of America. Madam President, I highlight these things because the naysayers, the prophets of doom, and the false narrative will want the Belizean people to believe that the sky is falling. The facts are important, and facts don't lie, and so the record must reflect the impressive performance. You will recall, I am sure, Madam President, when out of spite, malice, and ignorance, the former government stopped the export of cattle out of Belize. One of the most idiotic decisions ever. Stupidity on stilts to stop exports out of this country when there was a demand for cattle. Well, the people spoke in November 2020, and the first thing that the government did was open the gates for the export of cattle. And today, Madam President, we can say that in 2023, the exports were $77 million. In 2024, $87.5 million were earned from the export of cattle. Between 4,000 and 6,000 head of cattle have been exported to Mexico annually, Madam President, and it is shortly expected to reach about 10,000 head. A further 35,000 head are projected for Guatemala, which will be similar to last year's figure. All in all, the industry is now contributing approximately $80 million in exports. That said, Madam President, the reality is that for varying reasons, the primary sector contracted by 2.5%. This was offset by growth in the secondary sector of 5.7%, fueled by strong electricity generation and construction activities. Again, a stubborn fact, a fact that the other side does not want to accept. 2024, the unemployment rate in Belize, 2.1%. They have no calculator on that side that could compute that. Never ever under their government has that figure or anything near to it has been achieved. 2.1%, Madam President. What is it saying? It is saying that Plan Belize worked, and Plan Belize 2.0 that builds on this successful track record means that we're there on track and we're there on the right track, regardless of what you will hear in a short while. We have to, Madam President. So, no, man, I just talk to him. I predict what you say, the doctor. Madam President, as I foreshadowed a short while ago, we have to be flexible. We have to be able to navigate and negotiate what is happening around us. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, under the leadership of the Honorable Francis Fonseca, has, and Minister of State Leal, have a responsibility and a critical role to play to ensure that our national interests are served. Firstly, with respect to our territorial integrity and sovereignty. This year, Madam President, we expect, we don't know for certain, we expect sometime this year we will be notified of the date for the hearing of our cases at the ICJ, which will cause us to spend significant funds in order to ensure that we have and continue to have the best representation in order for us to have success in both cases, the case with Guatemala, the case with Honduras. But beyond that, Madam President, beyond that, the ministry is engaged actively in pushing the trade agenda. We know, Madam President, that cooperation agreements and negotiations continue with El Salvador, with Mexico, Taiwan, and the European Union. Markets are being opened in El Salvador, Madam President, in order to generate more exports from Belize on more, or I put it this way, on better terms, guaranteed access at lower tariff rates. That discussion is well advanced, Madam President, but not only there, the PSA with Guatemala is also well advanced, and it is critical to us as we look for export markets to try to use those markets that are available to us next door. And therefore, a concentrated effort is being made to conclude those negotiations and hopefully this year to kickstart negotiations with Honduras for either a partial scope agreement or some other economic cooperation agreement. All of this, Madam President, is necessary because I have already described the significant investment that is going into agriculture, and those farmers who wake up early in the morning and who go to their fields need export markets. And that responsibility, that effort is being led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade under the stewardship of Minister Fonseca and Minister Leal. Our partnership, Madam President, is critical in this area, and I go back to the European Union, which we approved the agreements with the Benelux countries. And we referred already in some detail, so I won't repeat it, to the need for the Schengen waiver. Why is the Schengen waiver necessary? Senator Pitts quite rightly raised it in the context of students, and that was a part of the discussion we were having with Senator Herrera a short while ago, that as challenges emerge up north for students, we need other opportunities for Belizean students where they can be easily facilitated with getting visas for education purposes. But beyond that, we export to Europe, we import from Europe, and our business people need to move freely in order to expand our trade relations. Not only students, not only business people, but also tourists. They come into Belize without, the Europeans without a visa. And so we say it should be reciprocal for Belizeans who want to visit European countries. The best argument that we have is that we have always had and continue to have visa-free access to the United Kingdom, even when the United Kingdom was a member of the European Union, and there was no flow, legal or illegal, migration to the European Union, to Europe, to the United Kingdom, to enter Europe. So, Madam President, the point of the matter is that the relations between the European Union and Belize, both in cooperation and development assistance, is critical, as well as ensuring that our diplomatic relations are deepened. And again, I want to pay tribute to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade in that regard. Madam President, where are we? CARICOM remains a critical market for Belize. We have consistently had a trade surplus with CARICOM member states. The opportunities for export of agricultural products and agriculture-related products continue to be excellent, and we need to continue, for example, right now getting the approval of CARICOM to conclude the negotiation with El Salvador to approve that agreement. It will be the same with Guatemala, etc. The CARICOM market we have secured for sugar. We are now exporting coconut water and other products. And the point of the matter is that there are opportunities for soybeans, for example, soybean oil to go into CARICOM. So, Madam President, the fact of the matter is that not only has the agricultural sector been robust, the business processing, outsourcing sector been robust, the tourism sector been robust, all around construction, energy generation, etc., have all been booming in the past year. And therefore, this budget that we present, Madam President, takes as a given positive economic growth, continued positive economic growth in the context of a challenging international economic environment. What is it that government has looked to in terms of its performance? Very quickly, total revenue in the last fiscal year, Madam President, $1.646 billion. 98% of which was recurrent revenue. 92% of that was tax revenue, Madam President. What were the capital inflows? A mere $8.1 million from Crown lands. 9.2% or $136 million was the excess of what was projected in the estimates for 24-25. We exceeded it by $136 million. On the expenditure side, the total spending, $1.664 billion, 3.7% higher than was approved by the budget. And of that, Madam President, the recurrent spending total $1.226 billion. Capital spending, $438 million. Because I anticipate this to feature heavily, the record must reflect that of the government's workforce of approximately 15,000, including public officers and teachers, expenditure was $503 million. With an additional $132 million on pensions and ex gratia payments. Let me repeat that, Madam President. $503 million is wage bill, an additional $132 million spent on pensions and ex gratia payments. Madam President, I want to be clear. I will not engage in any debate about the negotiations that are ongoing. The Senate floor is not the place to have that debate. Those negotiations are continuing. They are continuing. The government believes in good faith. The government is confident that an agreement will be reached, and nothing will be said on this side, on this bench, that will jeopardize those discussions. Nothing. Madam President, the overall upshot of government's performance in the last fiscal year is that the primary surplus was 1.48% of GDP, beating the projected 0.46%, and the overall deficit of 0.26 beat the target of 1.3%. (2025-2026) budget, Madam President. The government proposes revenues and grants of $1.74 billion. It is projected that that will be a 6% increase, $1.74 billion. On the expenditure side, the expenditure is $1.782 billion. Total, $1.253 will be recurrent, and $528 million on capital investments. That capital expenditure, Madam President, is a 30% increase. Investing in Belize. We believe, Madam President, that with prudent government management of spending, we expect a primary surplus to rise to 1.52% of GDP. The overall budget deficit is expected to be 4.16 million, which when added to the 126 million in amortization payments, we have a total financing of 167 million, 2% of 2025 GDP. This year we will appropriate a record $336 million to our Capital 2 budget, or 184.9 million to Capital 3. This Capital 2 and Capital 3 investment, Madam President, is going to be primarily to fund our social or ambitious social programs and ambitious infrastructure programs. Madam President, colleagues senators, the fact of the matter is we're up on track. We're up on the right track because we are moving forward. The budget presented to the Senate today demonstrates continued prudent management by the government of the people's resources, and I commend it to my colleague senators for their consideration. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Fobb.
You have 75 minutes. Madam President, I rise to give my views on this budget presentation for the fiscal year 2025-2026 that the government presented, Madam Speaker, under the theme From Promises to Performance. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will refer to my notes, and I think that will...
Madam President will...
Madam President, sorry.
Allow you to refer to your notes.
22 years, Madam Speaker. It will take me a bit. I'll try my best. Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon. Madam President, are you right in front of me in writing, man? Madam President, I rise this afternoon to speak not only as the lead senator of the opposition, but as a voice of those across our nation who struggles have been drowned out by self-congratulatory fanfare of this budget. We listened to 3 days of it earlier this week. The Prime Minister called it, Madam President, from promises to performance. But, Madam President, from where we sit on the ground, the reality is different. For too many Belizeans, this budget should be called what it truly is, from spin to struggle. Because while the government spins a tale of surpluses and successes, the Belizean people continue to face daily struggle. Daily struggle, Madam President, to feed their families. Daily struggle to find decent paying jobs. Daily struggle to access proper health care. Daily struggle to provide education for their children. Daily struggle to live with dignity in their own country. Madam Speaker, my friend and colleague, Senator Courtney, spoke at great length. How long was it, Senator? You said? It's hard to do math. I've done a lot of math. 50 minutes. And he spoke about some of the global, regional, and domestic conditions that will affect the fiscal year that we approach. In particular, Madam Speaker, he spoke about the tariffs, and he spoke about the declining grants. He spoke about the shifting trade relations. But, Madam Speaker, I waited to hear what it is that he would have recommended. I waited to hear as well what the Prime Minister would have recommended last week or 2 weeks when he presented. I think it was on May 12th when he read the presentation. I waited to hear what is it that they would have done, what is it that they would have recommended. In fact, I waited to hear the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which he just gave a heap of praise. I waited to hear what they would have done when Mr. Trump announced these tariffs to be heaped on Belize and the rest of the world. And I am still waiting, Madam President, to hear what it is Belize will do. A little bit later on in this presentation, and I'm going to have trouble with the time, so I'll try to be quick. In fact, if I stick to the script, it would probably be better, Madam President, but because I'll be sure to get through. But later on, we will hear about the MCC grant, where $250 million, Mr. Trump said, you can't get that anymore. And then Belize finds itself in a quandary. And that is only previews of coming attraction. What will Belize do when these things happen? What is the plan? They have no plan. And then he goes further and talks about hurricanes. We are starting the hurricane season tomorrow, so when these things happen, what's the plan? I waited. Oh, that's Sunday, yeah. The 1st? June to November, we should know. The Prime Minister, Madam President, boasts 8.2% GDP growth. And as I said earlier this morning, that's not really what the GDP, well, it is the GDP growth, but it is based on the rebased calculation of GDP. So the Prime Minister there boasts. I don't mean so, the IMF says so. When in fact, if you had calculated this GDP based on what it was in 2020, you would see that growth was far lower. It would have been something around 5%. Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Cowie, when you get up. And then for these successive years after 2022 to now, you boast about growth. But sir, if you were at the bottom of the barrel after COVID, if you are at the lowest of the low after COVID, and I listen as you talk about how bad things were, my goodness, everything was bad during COVID. Of course the economy was bad after COVID, or during COVID. Wasn't rocket science. So for you to come and talk about how bad things were in 2020, you are no genius. And then for you to proclaim that, wow, we really rebounded things. Of course, when you're at the bottom of the barrel, there's only one way to go. So when you now proclaim that there is wonderful, tremendous growth, there's only one way to go. Things would have eventually rebounded after COVID. So congratulations. This figure also, Madam Speaker, this 8.2% GDP growth, does not take into consideration that there is a contraction of the primary sector. There is instability in the manufacturing base. There is still a tremendous amount of rural underemployment. The government applauds job creation but doesn't address the fact that many of these jobs are part-time, they are low wage, they are informal. Madam President, the budget uses national figures to mask local suffering. The real Belize exists beyond the statistics, and it is crying out, Madam President, for meaningful change. Let's look at the debt and the deficits. I hinted that we would go there earlier, Madam President. government is patting itself on the back. It's reduced the debt to GDP ratio. They proudly declare that Belize's debt to GDP ratio has been cut in half from 133% in 2020 to 61% in 2025. And on paper, this sounds good, it's impressive. But let us look beyond the slogans and into the substance, Madam President, because what we will find is no fiscal miracle, no magic, nothing done by the wizards in the Ministry of Finance. What did they refer to my friend one time? A czar. It's a manufactured illusion, Madam President. In November 2020, when the PUP took office, Belize's national debt was, as we've said already today, $4.65 billion, with the debt to GDP ratio being 133%. Verified by the IMF today, the debt is still an eye-watering $4.41 billion. This is a mere $240 million reduction after nearly 5 years. We said that earlier in the previous debates, Madam Speaker, and I asked the question, but one of the things that my friend Senator Cowie has not addressed, because he said, yeah, the debt more or less, they're about the same level, 240 million lower in fact. But what he has not addressed is the fact that they boasted that they got such tremendous debt relief. Tell us, please tell us what went on, how much, give us a figure. By my estimates, from what I've seen, you got at least 500, minimum 500, could be as high as $600 million when you claim you solved the super bond issue with the blue bond. $500 million, minimum. That's the figure that I will use. And then the Venezuelan debt could have been anywhere between $250 million to $330 million by the estimates that I have seen. So all in all, you could have gotten up to $800 million in debt relief over the 5 years that you have been in office. But yet, the debt's still there in terms of dollar figure around the same area. Madam President, something isn't right, and I'm showing this because it only proves the fact that this is a borrowing government. $500 million. I would wish that Senator Cowie gives us, because he hasn't addressed that. He selectively picks what he wants to answer. Tell us how much money we saved, if that is what it is, from the blue, when we switched to the blue bond. Something that they take credit for, and I think he can honestly say, because the Prime Minister is not very honest when he makes the claim that it was the PUP. Senator Cowie can be more comfortable telling us that he had been advised by his other colleague who was also deemed a czar, Dr. Carla Barnett, who is now our Secretary General to CARICOM, who had hinted to him that this blue bond was to come to fruition and that it was in the pipeline, and that the Prime Minister, that this was in the pipeline for almost 2 years before the PUP came to power. You know, like, take credit for things more than enough for, no? But anyway, tell us what was the benefit of that? How much did you save? And tell us how much did you save off the Venezuelan break that you got? But as I said this morning, if you look at what the break was that you, or what the debt to GDP ratio was in 2020 versus what it is today, the big break came from the fact that you recalculated it on a new basis, and it is not something new that you've done. I listened as my friend Senator Courtney spoke about the poverty figures. Madam Speaker, this is what they do 2 years ago, the Prime Minister did the very same thing in the House of Representatives. They recalculated how you come up with poverty figures, and the number of people who are in poverty automatically dropped, and he said, bam! The PUP is responsible for now all of these people coming out of poverty. How? And they did absolutely nothing to help people get out of poverty, but all because they decided to, the Statistical Institute of Belize used a different method of calculation. These people were shifted from one category to the other. The PUP take credit for that. They took credit for that. Bam, they did that. Senator Koye asked me about borrowing under the UDP. And I don't have a problem being a historian, I'll tell you. I have an associate degree in history. Senator Chanona will tell you that that was my major in sixth form, where we studied together. She will tell you I was. She was a good student too. Don't have a problem with history. The what was it you said, from 1.7 billion, where you left it in 2008, to 4.6 billion? So you said it 2.2 billion worth of debt. Included in that was the Petro-Carib debt, and you need to stop. You need to stop. You go around talking about Petro-Carib as if the UDP administration did nothing with the Petro-Carib money, that they just squandered it. You like to talk about Pibil and Tacos, yes? Well, let me tell you. Yeah. In fact, you know that the Petro-Carib monies, how are they on time? You know, you have to help me keep time, you know.
Tighten up.
Tell me how much time I got, Sheena. Petro-Carib Commandante Hugo Chavez, when he instituted that thing, made very clear that you have to spend it on social programs, you know. You were the foreign minister when it started? No? Because it started under the PUP, but you did not execute. You didn't take advantage of it. But anyhow, it was supposed to be spent on social programs. I don't have time to go through all of it. I passed by the Civic Center 2 days ago, and I watched as SJC had a massive graduation in the Civic Center. You know how the Civic Center got there? Petro-Carib money. Every single major sporting complex in this country, Petro-Carib money. You all need to stop talking nonsense. But let me give you a little tidbit more. In fact, let me go through them. If you go to Benquevejo, there's a stadium there. If you go to Cayo, San Ignacio, there's a stadium there. If you go to Falcon Field, Petro-Carib money. If you go to Isidora Beaton right here where the artificial turf is, Petro-Carib money. If you go to San Pedro, there's an artificial turf football field there, Petro-Carib money. If you go to Dangriga, the ecumenical auditorium, $100,000 from that, Petro-Carib money. If you go to PG, the auditorium there, Senator Arana, Petro-Carib money. You want to know what Petro-Carib money was spent on? But there are lots of other things that Petro-Carib money was spent on.
You're good.
How much time?
You're good.
Tell me the time, man. I want to know the time.
You only not even 2 minutes. You continue from last time. You're good.
But what time you give me the last time?
Only 17 minutes. You're
All
good.
right, good. $20 million of that Petrocarib money was put into the National Bank. Nobody talks about that. You behave like it was squandered. In fact, it's not $20 million, $30 million. New infrastructure, Lake Independence Boulevard was built with Petrocarib money. Chetomal Street. You know where Lake Independence Boulevard is? Ask Cordell. He can tell you. $2 million were spent on minor streets in Belize City, and in fact, your mayor in Belize City continues to enjoy the amount of cemented streets in Belize City. No, you don't have to pave any streets in Belize City. Street upgrades in the main towns. Corozal received streets, Orange Walk Highway through the town. $4 million, Orange Walk San Antonio Road. $2 million, Belmopan. The roundabout right here in Belmopan, Petrocarib money. Oh, yes. Well, given the way how the PUP does mathematics, I'm sure. Social support assistance. Christmas share, yeah, mothers. Listen how much they spend per Mother's Day, which is where you talk about Tacos and Pibil. 0.9. No, they talk about it all the time, and we can't get enough to talk about it. 0.9 million. Anyway, make a rest that. The Prime Minister highlights a primary surplus, Madam Speaker, and improved revenue collection. But from spin to struggle, recurrent spending continues to grow without reforms in the public service efficiency. Almost 60% of recurrent expenditure still goes to salary and pensions. That is not fiscal prudence, Madam Speaker. It's fiscal inertia. And despite increased capital allocations, executions remain low in areas that truly matter: education, rural infrastructure, and healthcare delivery. Delays is what we have, deficiencies is what we have, disappointments is what we have. On the healthcare side, Madam Speaker, the government speaks of investing in hospitals and of expanding NHI. Let us not be distracted by the fanfare, Madam Speaker, of NHI. It's a hustle. NHI under the PUP is a hustle. They are now rolling out NHI to carry out $50 million. Let me break it down for you in simple language, Madam Speaker. You see, NHI is not a bad idea in concept, but everything...
A reminder, sir,
Madam President, sorry. NHI in concept is not a bad idea. But what the PUP does, Madam Speaker, is take the money and instead of giving it to the public hospitals or public clinics and have them use the money to best provide the primary care that's needed, and then beef up whatever needs to be beefed up by paying private entities. They don't do that. What they do is they bypass the public sector and they give all the monies to private entities, private cronies, to help them get fat, to help them get rich. That is the PUP way, and that is what they're doing. That is what they've done. This is a kind of retirement plan, for the boys. They've been known to do that. They're talking about internet for schools now. It reminds me of their initial internet for schools plan back in the early 2000s in telco. I could take you down that road again if we want to study history again. Let me move on to education, Madam Speaker. They talk about free education. If you want to know about free education, you could ask me. Because it was only under the UDP administration that any attempt at free education has ever been made. Pupils have never been interested. No, your $3 a day to feed a child, that's bogus. And the truth of the matter is that what you're doing is not working. I listen as the minister pounded his chest and said, boasted basically, that what they put into effect to have children who are 16 years of age be the mandatory school age, that's the age they have to go to school. Senator Aranda, I know that you're a teacher. Mandatory school age at 16. That's not the reality of what is happening on the ground. And I warned them when that piece of legislation came. It is a talk show. Children who are 16 years of age, 14 years of age, 15 years of age are still roaming the street. And the reason that is happening, Madam President, is because the government has no way of enforcing it. So for you to now get up in the House, and those of you who will get up in the Senate and say that this is a success and these children are in school, the minister actually said that they are prepared to put extra schools, extra teachers, extra classrooms. That's nonsense. And you know how I know it's nonsense? Because the UDP administration did it. We did it down south. When we put in place the $300 subsidy, you want to know how to do it, you check with me. We put in place the $300 subsidy, and the students from Stan Creek and Toledo, Senator Arana can attest, I am sure, the students who are graduating from primary school, transitioning to high school, that's how you get 14 and 15 to continue. They were overwhelmingly trying to get into high school, and the teachers from Julian Cho, the teachers from Toledo Technical High School, the teachers from Georgetown, the teachers from Independence, the teachers from Ecumenical, the teachers from Delil Academy, all came, the administration all came and said, we cannot get the children in. Can you help us with additional classrooms? Can you help us with additional teachers? That's how you know additional children are going to school. That's how you know the 14 and the 15-year-olds are going into school. That's how you know that the additional monies are being there, that they're going to school. How can you talk and say free education? I know my friend Senator Coy knows well about the Delil Academy. School finance reform, I know he knows well about school finance reform, and he knows well what to do in order to have schools have the resources to take care of students who need. What we need in schools is equity. Equity in the distribution of the resources. Not this blanket statement on free education, give everybody the same thing. It's going to fail. And what you're doing in education is failing because you have no idea what level the students are at. Because you do no testing, you took away the PSC, you took away the CXC, you have no clue since COVID what the children are going through. You allowed one man who was at UB confused, UB Ghana Galen, confused Galen, Ghana the Ministry of Education, confused everybody there. Nobody had the confidence in him to be the minister. And then the man want to put them know what's so confused when they ask him anything he don't know. Never know anything. Let me shift my focus when I'm speaking to Bolido. I'm going to talk a lot about Bolido. And you have said everything about Bolido. But you know what? I've always said, Madam President, the devil is in the details. So you boast, you pat your chest, you do all that. $17 million profits on Bolido. And you've said that this $17 million will go to NHI. Well, I don't tell you what is the deal with NHI with this set. They will make sure that the monies go to NHI. They will make sure that their cronies are the ones set up in the private sector to get the contracts. So if that the Bolido money they go into that, good Lord help us.
Madam President, on a point of order, I've heard the Honorable Senator Farber continuously impute improper motives on members of the House of Representatives. And I think it is proper that he be reminded that he is in the upper house. The debate here is sober, Madam President. Not politically oriented. It's on facts, Madam President.
Madam President, may I reclaim my time that he just wasted? Madam, okay. Do I need to? Because it bothers me, Madam President. These things bother me. It is factual, Senator Guerra, that what happens with NHI is that they put the monies to private entities. When I see different, when I see that the government actually sends the money to the public. Look, right there in Belize City. You see them, they give the money to Cleopatra White? No, they give it to Medical Associates, then open a new clinic downstairs of Bishop Memorial Center. Why they never give the money to Cleopatra White? I'm not imputing any bad motives. I'm telling you the facts. It is a hustle because it is being put into the hands of private entities when it can be put into the public sector. All right, let's do that. Let's call it a scheme. That's not social justice. How in the world can that be social justice?
Senator, I remind you, senators, kindly be reminded of Standing Order 40, that we are to maintain silence.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, am I allowed to reclaim this time?
Senator Faber, you may continue, and I'm reminding you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. 20 minutes and you want me to wind up? The other thing that they said they will spend the Bolida money on is, well, they said you put it in the Charities fund. I wanted to ask that question, but I said I'll wait. So I didn't say anything on the Charities fund. But the other thing that you said you would spend the money on, sports program, but you not tell me how much. You not tell us what goes where. Is it a secret? Can somebody tell us? Because the devil is in the details when it comes to the PUP administration. And forgive me again, Senator Guerra, but if you want me to go into the historical context of these things, you see, I listened earlier this week when the Minister of Transport chided the leader of the opposition and the members of the opposition about the new transport system and said that she was being like you, casting aspersions. But it is because this country has been burnt by actions of the PUP before, actions of the PUP administration that has seen this country out millions and millions and millions of dollars. They don't like to hear the historical aspect of things, but it is the truth. The MCC monies prove the point again, Madam President, that we ought not be reliant on foreign monies and foreign grants. We need to be able to find monies from other sources. I watched Senator Herrera, one of the old debates that you did for the budget, maybe a year or 2 years ago, where you complained about what was being estimated to be collected in land tax. And it's the same every year. And I remember when the honorable member, for Lake Independence from the House, became the lands minister on Plan Belize, the original Plan Belize. I remember him getting up and making a whole big speech in the House of Representatives about how he was going to go and collect all of that land tax, one whole big fiery speech. You remember, Senator Castillo, is still nodding your head. Nothing has been done. I was shocked when at the end of the speech you said you support the budget, though, Senator Herrera. You supported it when all of this happened. So I hope you said that up to $100 million could be collected annually. And again, we see in this budget nothing near to that being collected or being sought to be collected. I will wrap up with two things that my friend spoke about. How much time I have? You said, I think Madam President said I got more. Oh, okay. Two things that that my friend Senator Courtney spoke about. You spoke about cattle, and I'll take some of what Senator Guerra said, and I'll be careful. But what you said was just the furthest thing away from the truth. The UDP, sir, on September, what is the date? September 1st, 2020. Can you tell me who was in government then? You can't remember. You can't recall. Nightmare. It was the UDP that was in government. It was the UDP that signed the agreement with Sukarne, sir, to export cattle legally. And you, sir, sorry, Madam President, let me direct my comments to Madam President. You will know, Madam President, that the government cannot support illegal trade. So I am shocked that he will insist that the UDP administration, that the government should have continued an illegal trade that was being carried out at the time. What the UDP administration said is that we cannot do that illegal trade, which was done, which was being carried out. Let us try to find a legal way to do it. And the UDP pursued that under Godwin House. I think he's your relative, Honorable Herrera. And he did that. He pursued it relentlessly and got it achieved. And it was so, you come like that the PUP did something to rescue it. It was already done September, October, November. So when the PUP came in, yes, table set, pull out chair, eat food. And the other thing you spoke about was sugar. You clearly don't have any love for the people in the sugar industry. I'm amazed. Politics means more to you than that. Politics means so much to you that you can't even keep sugar under the agriculture minister. You have to move him, and you have to put it under the prime minister. Yeah? Because you have to preserve things with BSI, ASR. That's the reality. You have to kiss up to the master because you care more about that relationship than the relationship with the cane farmers. That's the reality. The other reality is what is on the ground with the sugar roads. I don't see anything, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see anything in here with the sugar roads. In summary, Madam Speaker, the 2025-2026 budget is not the transformative instrument it claims to be. It lacks strategic investment in key sectors, it fails to deliver on social equity, and it ignores the principles of transparency and fiscal responsibility. It is a budget of headlines without substance, promises without delivery, and the opposition urges the government to realign its priorities with the real needs of the Belizean people. Madam President, we urge the government to shift from a model of political showmanship to one of people-centered governance, and to ensure that every dollar spent delivers tangible, measurable improvements in the lives of all Belizeans. Only then, Madam President, can we truly say that we are moving from promise to performance. And as long as that truth remains, this opposition will not be silent. We will stand firm. We will ask the hard questions, and we will work toward a Belize where substance, not spin, guides our governance. Because Belize deserves better. I thank you, Madam President.
Still have extra time.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if you'll allow me, I'd like to refer to my notes during this presentation. As well, Madam President, to try to cut down on confusion, rather than referring to a fiscal year as 2024-2025, I'll just say 2024, but referring to the same thing. I rise to make my presentation on the 2025 Appropriations Bill, which is also referred to as the budget of the government, Madam President. As you know, the budget is a very important exercise, one that is done every year. It is an event where the government presents its priority areas for spending over next year. This event is marked with much fanfare and chest thumping. Madam President, and to be fair, and we need to be fair to the current administration, the 2024 fiscal performance was remarkable in several ways, and I think that we need to say that. For example, while the economy grew by 8.2%, the revenues grew by 13% when compared to the previous year in terms of actual outturn. In that year, revenues increased from 1.46 billion to 1.64 billion during the past year. There was more good news. While the revenues grew by 13%, the expenditures only grew by 2%. Expenditures were 1.63 billion in 2023-2024 financial year to 1.64 billion in 2024-2025. That, I believe, from a fiscal standpoint, was remarkable and demonstrates quite a bit of fiscal discipline, especially given that it was an election year and a time where fiscal discipline is normally thrown out of the door. We will get into these numbers a little more down the road in my presentation, Madam President, but as well, I think that there was also another area that I think was very commendable, and that was in keeping inflation at around 3%, given the dynamics of what was happening in the global economy. We have the US policies that are a lot less than stable, and you have the environment in Europe that again is much less than stable. And so I think that keeping inflation down during that time, Madam President, was another big achievement. But if we were to be real, Madam President, we would also realize that at the overall level, there's still a lot to be desired. Even as we're presenting a new budget today, the last audited government accounts was 2014. That is 9 years behind. So, Madam President, if we average that each one of those years, if we average the spending of each one of those years at 1.2 billion, it would mean that we have $10.8 billion out there that is generally without accounting, and that there are no accounts for. The accounting for government and the responsibility for this lies with the government, and in particular the Ministry of Finance. This is the Prime Minister's ministry, and so he bears responsibility for this. There cannot be any audits unless accounts are presented, and we know that the accounts are not being presented. It's 9 years late. This continues, Madam President, to be a major violation of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, which requires yearly and timely audits. So every year, there are no audits submitted. Every year, there are no accounts submitted. It continues to violate what we fought so hard for in 2005. When we did the Finance and Audit Reform Act, along with the unions, along with civil society, along with the then current administration. I remember Mr. Godfrey Smith was then the Attorney General and had actually gone through that entire process with us. It was an amazing piece of legislation. It was very, very democratic in terms of how it was crafted. Madam President, I want to touch now on the revenues. Allow me to get a little bit more into the numbers. First, on the revenue side, we budgeted $1.15 billion in total revenues and earned a projected outturn of $1.64 billion, which was an overperformance of $127 million or 8%. I don't have any major issues with the revenue side, except that I still believe that because of the weak tax administration, taxes are massively underperforming. I believe these revenue projections that are done around budget time are based on false baselines. I will give you an example, Madam President. Land taxes. Senator Coy recently informed us that after checking internally that the potential for the land tax is not 100 million, it's at 60 million. We were led to believe that it was around 100, but even so, $60 million is a lot of money, Madam President. We can collect around $60 million each year in land taxes. And yet, how much have we collected? How much are we collecting? In this past fiscal year, Madam President, we collected $6.7 million. This is saying that there's $53.3 million in land taxes that are uncollected. This has been going on for decades. This, Madam President, is a very low-hanging fruit. This is something that we should be able to do a better job on. But what I believe is happening, Madam President, is it's really the creation of a speculator's paradise. This is what I believe is happening. There is not the political will to do it. The politically connected, like what we saw in a Senate investigation, use their positions to grab huge parcels of land, sit on it until they can get a sale. During the time they're holding it, no taxes are paid because there are no enforcement of the land taxes. Madam President, I believe that this is one of the biggest scams that are happening in this country. And it gets a lot worse, Madam President, and I will get into it from the expense side of it when I get into the expense part of my presentation. But this is certainly an area, Madam President, I believe that can be fixed, or we can do a lot better job than we're doing. $6.7 million collected and a potential $60 million is really nothing that we should applaud ourselves for. Madam President, from all the reports I've gotten, there is still a lot of leakages linked to undervaluation of goods coming in, and just the same on the frontier of GST collections. The need to improve in these areas will improve our primary surplus and reduce our need to borrow for budgetary support, which is really what we want to strive towards. I think Senator Faber spoke a little about earlier about the loan situation, and we could go back and forth about was at 130%, now 61% of GDP in terms of the national debt. But the truth is, Madam President, if we don't have to borrow, why borrow? And if we could improve the collections in these areas, it will reduce our the need for us to continue to borrow for budgetary support. This money can be pumped into further social programs like what the leader of government business, Senator Courtney, mentioned, which, again, that's really where we want to go. We want to continue to fund education. We want to continue to prepare the next generation of Belizeans. We want to continue to empower them to continue the work of nation building. But if we continue to borrow, we continue to dig a hole, Madam President, and at some point, the debt will balloon again. Now, I know that the current administration has pushed to a large extent to borrow from multilaterals at much more favorable terms, and I think that's certainly something that should be commended. But again, if we can reduce the amount of borrowing, Madam President, I think we're on the right path. Now, on the expenditure side, Madam President, I think this is the bulk of my presentation. The recurrent expenditures were very much in line with what was budgeted the previous year. And overall, we budgeted $1.174 billion and we spent $1.225 billion, which is a difference of $51 million, or a variance of 4%. Again, right in there, not much to quarrel with respect to the expenditure side. Like I said, I think that in the previous year, we exercised quite a bit of fiscal discipline in terms of not having these numbers out of whack. The Capital 2 allocations were $276.8 million budgeted, and $344.3 million was spent. This represented an overspend of $67.4 million, or 24%. So that one went over quite a bit. And then the Capital 3 budget, we budgeted $146.6 million, and we spent $85.1 million. This represents an underspending of 41% under the Capital 3 projects. A couple of general observations, Madam President, before I get into some of the specific numbers. On the matter of emoluments and pensions, the government spent $698 million towards these categories. This represents 39% of total expenditures. In the current budget that we're getting into, we have those two expense categories at $710 million, and so we continue to see that emoluments and pensions continue to grow. And many will argue that they are right now at unsustainable levels. but they continue to grow. And Madam President, there's probably good reason why we're seeing that, or there are reasons why we're seeing that. I could be a little more sympathetic to the government, but when I look closely at these numbers, Madam President, it's difficult not to recognize that this is self-afflicted. And I'll give you an example. In the year 2022/2023, there was a total of 13,192 government employees. In 2024, that number had climbed to 14,927 employees, or an additional 1,735 persons. Now, if we take the president of the PSU's calculation, when he said that the average public servant earns, I believe he said $24,000 per year, then that is saying, Madam President, that in 3 years, the government has increased the payroll by $41 million. Now, what we are seeing here, Madam President, is there's really a choking out with this type of hyper growth in employment in the public sector. We're seeing a choking out of our ability to fund many of the other programs, and it continues to grow every year. But, Madam President, there's something that doesn't make sense to me, and I'll explain to you why. If you look back, and I went back to 2021, I believe. 2020. There were 16,738 government employees in 2020. And I'm going by the numbers presented in the draft estimates. And then in 2022, there are 13,192 government employees. That's a difference. That's a reduction of 3,546 persons. I don't recall at any time that there was a mass reduction in staff to that extent. But those are the numbers I picked up, and so I just thought I'd just mention it. As mentioned earlier in my presentation, Madam President, I want to talk about the expense side of lands. In 2024, $36.7 million was budgeted, while $46 million was spent, which was an overrun of around $10 million. In that $36 million, Madam President, so $36 million, around $22 million was budgeted for land acquisition. I believe, so I suspect that $32 million was what was actually spent on land acquisition in 2024. And I believe that is the reason for the overrun. 32 million. And this is an area that continues to be in front of us, Madam President. Some would even refer to it as that this is a hustle. The well-connected get title for prize properties. These titles are given out as double titles under the pretense of a mistake. The government then gets involved and compensate those persons. at market rate. In the final analysis, Madam President, the government and citizens get a double whammy. Because first, you have the transfer of the land, and then you have to start compensating the persons who got these properties. Again, I think that, Madam President, if we're supposed to fix many of the areas, there's so much that needs. We talk about social programs. Why do we talk about social programs? Because there are many who live among us who are struggling. And so we want to make sure that it doesn't matter what the economic circumstances of young people's parents are, that they're able to get a good quality education, because that's the only way we'll develop this country. That's the only way we'll continue to go forward. That's the only way we'll be able to prepare the next generation. Similarly, you should not be limited in terms of your access to adequate health care because of your economic circumstances. But if we continue to not manage our resources properly, if we continue on some of the things that we've seen over the past decades, it really reduces our ability to address these critical areas. I wanted to now, Madam President, I just want to get into a few of the budget categories that I feel warrants some type of discussion. Under the Office of the Prime Minister, Madam President, there was a budget of $35 million, and then $47 million was spent. That's an overspend of $12 million, or 34%. Now, under the Office of the Prime Minister, Madam President, it almost seems like this is I wouldn't want to call it a miscellaneous fund, but it seems like it's like a general fund. And so monies are put in there, and all types of expenditures are incorporated into that. And then under the Ministry of Finance, Madam President, there's a $415 million was budgeted, and there was a expenditure of $430 million, which was around $15 million overspent, Madam President, which represents a 4%. Again, not a very huge in terms of the percentage, but one of the overruns. And then under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Petroleum, Madam President, there was a budgeted of $36 million, and then $46 million was spent. And this was where I'm saying that there was around a $9-10 million overrun. And if you look at it, Madam President, the spending on the recurrent was a little less than what was budgeted, but where the overrun was is in the capital 2, from $25 million to $35 million. And that's why I suggested that I believe that extra $10 million went into land acquisition. And the overall was, of course, a 26% budget overrun. And then in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, Madam President, I don't have much quarrel with this one. There was actually an underspend in this there was a budgeted 174, and there was a $157 million spent, which was below what was budgeted. But I imagine that that's tied to some of the grants and some of the loan agreements, and sometimes these things take some time to to be processed, and so you could see delays in those areas. Madam President, under the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, there was a budgeted of $111 million, and then there was a spend of $127 million. Now, the number of employees, Madam President, so we have a $15 million overspend in terms of what was budgeted. But then if you look at the number of employees in that ministry, Madam President, it's 1,900 persons. And then in the budgeted this year, there's 2,416. But if you had a budget overrun of $15 million, how can you then go back and budget just $115 million in this ministry? To me, it doesn't make much. It doesn't. It's really not. It's becoming a little difficult for me to reconcile in my mind, because you're looking at almost 400 extra employees in this ministry. So under the recurrent, there's $119 million spent, and then now we're budgeting 109, but you're adding on over 400 persons in that ministry, and so it doesn't make a whole lot. It's just not making much sense to me. And the capital 2 is relatively straightforward, but under recurrent, it doesn't seem realistic. And similarly, Madam President, for the Ministry of National Defense, there was an overrun of $17 million. There was $74 million budgeted, and there was $93 million spent. The employees seem to be stable at 1,838. But then if you spend $93 million, how will you then now spend in the new budget $81 million for the same number of persons? So perhaps, Madam President, we could look at brushing up on some of those areas. I mean, perhaps there's a logical explanation for it, but from when I was looking at the numbers and crunching the numbers, it just wasn't adding up to me. Madam President, I want to wrap up my presentation by saying that generally we stand at a crossroads. We can continue down the path of accountability, leaving billions in public funds shrouded in mystery year after year. We can accept a system where the politically connected profit while our nation's potential revenue streams remain on top, leaving schools underfunded, our hospitals lacking, and our infrastructure crumbling. Madam President, recently I saw our retired public officers picketing because of unpaid, I think it's called the unpaid compensation for increments not received during the period 1995-1997. And you see some well-known individuals pushing for this, and I'll just name a few. You have great educators like Bernard Card, my friend, who I've served with previously. Brenda Armstrong, Crispin Jeffries. These are some of the names that jump out and that are behind this issue. And I'm saying that if we had an economy that grew 8.2% in the previous year, you know, we say we're doing relatively well, and I believe, I commended the government on that at the beginning of my presentation, but I also think it's only fair, Madam President, that if we have some of our public servants who have retired now and want and are trying to get some of their benefits that they feel that is owed to them, that perhaps we should give them that ear and listen to what they're going through. From what I understood on the news, many of them, well, some of them have died even before they have been able to reach that point, and this is something that I would hope that we could look at addressing. I think it's only fair, Madam President, and I also saw our very own Senator Dennison on the picket line fighting for that same issue, Madam President. And so I said, I think it's only fair for those who have served before, who have put in their time, legendary educators, other people, the former commissioner of the police, that we try to address those issues for them. The budget, like those before us, presents figures, but without timely audits, Madam President, those figures are a little more than a phantom. Without the political will to collect what is rightfully owed to the people, we are not just missing opportunities, we're actively shortchanging our future. The choice is clear. We can settle for the status quo, or we can rise to the challenge and demand a government that is truly accountable, truly transparent, and one that is serving every citizen of this country. The time for excuses are over, Madam President. We will continue to push for audits in the Joint Public Accounts Committee. We'll continue to work with the government in terms of trying to address some of the issues I raised. I think there's a lot of work to be done, Madam President. I think that if we can come together, and try to address them, we'll be a lot better off as we go forward. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Brittany Galves.
Madam President, I stand before you to offer my contribution in support of the General Revenue Appropriation Bill for the fiscal year 2025-2026. With your permission, I'd like to refer to my notes. My stance today is in firm defense of a vision where our national priorities are aligned with the heartbeat of our nation, our Belizean people. This proposed national budget is more than a financial plan. It is an honest piece of document that tells us and the world who and what we value. That is why, Madam President, when I look at this budget, I see people. I see young Belizeans finishing school. I see single mothers becoming first-time homeowners, and I see national development that will benefit all Belizeans. This budget, Madam President, is more than just numbers on a page. It is a blueprint of Plan Belize 2.0 that is rooted in strengthening education, healthcare, infrastructure, and the resilience of our economy and people. On that note of economic resilience, Madam President, I'd like for us to reflect on the past for a moment. I believe I wouldn't be doing my argument any justice if I didn't allow for a bit of reflection, considering that a review of the past allows us to understand where we've been, where we currently are, and where we're going. Exactly 5 years ago, in May of 2020, the then Prime Minister, Right Honorable Dean Barrow, gave an address to the nation about Belize's road to economic recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic. In it, he declared, and with your permission, I quote, "Bottom line, I grieve for my poor Belize, and I certainly extend my sympathies from now to those that will have to deal with that particular problem," end quote. The problem he refers to was a stagnant and crumbling economy on the verge of default. marked by high unemployment rate, shrunken GDP, and high public debt to GDP ratio. In 2020, unemployment stood at 13.7%, GDP contracted by 14.1%, and public debt to GDP was 132%. Right Honorable Barrow also gave no hope of a turnaround, as he went on to say, and again with your permission, I quote, "Any sense of serious optimism about a strong early recovery is entirely misplaced. We don't want to kill hope, but why would we fool ourselves into thinking that there will be some kind of spring back with respect to our economy?" While some may argue that this is his opinion based on what the projections show, we need to recognize the difference between a leader who accepts defeat and one who stands up for beliefs. During the May 2020 press conference, Right Honorable Barrow also went on to say that whoever comes next will have to talk to IMF. And that's exactly what our current Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, and his administration did. They not only talked to IMF, but also shattered their predictions. In his budget speech, the Prime Minister, Honorable Briceño, noted that not only has default been avoided, but the debt to GDP ratio is now 61%, a milestone reached 7 years earlier than the timeline projected by IMF. In stark contrast to the figures I mentioned earlier for 2020, 2024 was marked by an unemployment rate of 2.1%, the lowest it has ever been. GDP growth rate was also 8.2%, affirmed by the Prime Minister as the second highest GDP growth rate in the Western Hemisphere. In 2024-2025 fiscal year, the government also achieved a primary surplus of 1.48% and capped the deficit at 0.26% of GDP. That is why, Madam President, when I look at the progress that this present government has made, I am thankful that the dire predictions of the past did not become a part of our Belizean reality. Not only did our economy spring back, but today our country is booming with progress, achievements that were only possible through the commitment of a government that truly works for its people. With total revenues and grants projected at $1.74 billion and expenditures at $1.78 billion, this budget for this fiscal year is both purposeful and responsible. It seeks not to overextend our hand, but to extend a helping hand towards every Belizean child seeking knowledge, every patient needing care, and every small business daring to grow. Belize is also expected to achieve a recurrent surplus of $403 million. That's not a figure to gloss over. It means that our day-to-day income exceeds our everyday spending. That's evidence of good governance and sound stewardship. Through the allocation of funding and direction of resources to necessary areas, the Briceño administration has shown that it is not just business as usual, but it's about the transformative nature of the work. And nowhere is that transformation more evident than the areas of education, health, infrastructure, human development, and citizen security. As the second largest budget allocation with $303 million, education has held its place as a top priority of our government. But beyond the figure, let us examine what this truly means for every child, youth, and adult learner. It means the continuation of the National Healthy Start Feeding Program at both the primary and secondary levels, benefiting 78 schools and over 14,000 students, ensuring that the only hunger a Belizean child has is for the will to learn. It means investing in teacher training, support, and recruitment, not only improving not just what we teach, but how we teach. It means the expansion of science and technology programs that will equip students to step boldly into the future. It means sustained subsidy programs to preschool, primary, and secondary education, and the strengthening of special education services with diagnostic tools, therapy, teacher training, and inclusion support. It also means the continuation of the Connect Ed program to include 70 new schools, ensuring Wi-Fi access for 93,000 students and over 4,000 educators by 2026, thereby ensuring educational equity and closing the digital divide. It means thousands more would be supported through the provisions of grants to TVET, tertiary, and adult education institutions, fostering access to career paths and lifelong learning. It means budgetary support for the construction and rehabilitation of government schools to improve accessibility and infrastructure. It also means the continuation of education upliftment program that already benefits 21 schools, with 2 more schools being added this fiscal year. That equates to 7 schools in the Belize District, 4 in Cayo, 2 in Corozal, 2 in Orange Rock, 4 in Stan Creek, and 4 in Toledo, sparing no district the benefits of this program that ensures every child attending one of these 23 schools not only have access to a quality education, but to a healthy meal, uniforms, books, and transportation. According to the Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Oscar Kenya, this program is set to benefit 12,000 students and over 8,000 households this fiscal year. This keeps money in the pockets of parents who can further channel it into supporting their families. This is what this budget affords, Madam President. It affords an education system that doesn't just open books, but open doors, yielding the greatest return not just in dollars, but in a stronger workforce, more resilient communities, and empowered families. This is a commitment of a ministry that doesn't just seek to educate, but to elevate. Now from the classroom to the clinic, being built on the premise that a healthy Belize is a resilient Belize, the Ministry of Health and Wellness is receiving $181 million this fiscal year to improve the lives and health outcomes of all Belizeans. This budgetary allocation sends a strong message that healthcare remains at the core of our development. With this budget, the ministry will continue its hemodialysis support program, helping patients with end-stage renal failure to facilitate free life-saving dialysis. As stated by the Minister of Health and Wellness, Honorable Kevin Bernard, they will also continue to modernize health centers across rural and urban areas. This includes retrofitting the northern and southern regional hospitals to safe and climate-resilient facilities, upgrading the Georgeville and Dangriga polyclinics, upgrading the San Roman Health Center in Orange Rock, revitalizing the Matron Roberts Polyclinic, adding the new Placencia Polyclinic to its list of health service providers, establishing a new health center in Hopkins, building a new NHI Polyclinic in Orange Rock Town, and constructing a pediatric wing at the Northern Regional Hospital. As well, Madam President, the Briceño administration is also moving forward with the construction of the San Pedro Hospital and the Tertiary Hospital in Belmopan, emphasizing the government's relentless efforts to improving healthcare access. All of this while removing all fees in public hospitals. Beyond improving health facilities, the government is also investing in preventative measures by strengthening mental health services, nutrition education, and non-communicable disease programs. This includes the expansion of the Palmview facility in Belmopan to include 12 additional beds for patients with chronic mental health conditions, providing ongoing mental health training to health staff, caregivers, and police officers, strengthening health education on key health issues, continuing the Healthy School Initiative by replacing unhealthy foods and beverages in schools with nutritious options, and the development of a new strategic plan for the prevention and control of NCDs. With this budget, the Ministry of Health is also actively working to recruit and retain more nurses and specialists by providing scholarships to both home and abroad, and implementing a nurse retention package and launching the first ever Belize Human Resource to Health Policy, a landmark step to strengthening our health workforce. And most importantly, Madam President, as a major step towards ensuring health equity, the expansion of the National Health Insurance to the Cayo District is the final phase in providing nationwide coverage. As a brainchild of the People's United Party, NHI has served as a shining example of what it means when we say health is our greatest wealth. With $50 million of this budget being allocated to NHI under the Ministry of Finance, this program has provided significant support to many Belizeans, facilitating access to affordable health care. And I know I heard the member from the other side talking about NHI in a very negative light, but I invite him to speak to anyone who has benefited from NHI, and he will understand that this service has benefited Belize tremendously. This is also being funded in part by profits gained from the sales of Bolido, highlighting the dedication of this government to investing the dollars gained back into its people. With such investments, Madam President, the Briceño administration is fostering a Belize where well-being takes precedence and where health is the foundation for national prosperity. Now from health to infrastructure. With $1.74 million channeled to support infrastructure development and housing, there is no question that when we invest in infrastructure, we're also helping to breathe life back into communities. This includes the upgrade of the Sarteneja Road, the upgrade of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Belmopan, the expansion of the Philip Golson Highway from miles 8 to 24, and the maintenance of roads, streets, bridges, drains, and ferries. This development translates to better and safer conditions for commuters, ensuring a more reliable and comfortable journey, thereby not only fostering confidence in daily travel, but also minimizing the risk of accidents and delays. During this fiscal year, Madam President, MIDH is also devoted to advancing its community welfare and housing initiatives. This includes the continuation of its low-income housing projects, which will benefit an additional 100 families. That's 100 more families turning the keys on a safer and more secure future. A powerful step by the government towards fulfilling people's fundamental right to adequate housing. That is what we mean when we say to build back better. Not just in concrete and steel, but in the lives of people who will now have a greater hope for tomorrow. In tandem with the housing project, the ministry is also focusing on enhancing the living conditions of our most vulnerable through the provisions of home improvement grants. This program is designated to assist 300 individuals across Belize, enabling them to make essential upgrades for their living spaces. By investing in both large-scale infrastructure and grassroots community support, MIDH is not only addressing immediate needs, but also laying the foundation for sustainable development and long-term community resilience. Now, when it comes to human development, Madam President, this is where empathy meets economics. This is the ministry that answers the call when a child is in crisis, when a family needs support in getting groceries, and when a young person is lost and looking for a way forward. With over $25 million allocated to the Ministry of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs, this budget is about assisting those in need, directing services where they are required, and strengthening our social safety nets. As was announced by the Minister, Honorable Tea Garcia Ramirez, the Ministry's Boost program has assisted over 4,000 Belizeans from 1,600 households across the country last year, marking a 451% increase in assistance to individuals with disabilities. In addition to distributing grocery bags that have served over 8,000 households, the ministry also extends vital support to more than 1,300 persons facing acute crisis through its public assistance program. Last year, the ministry also provided $1.7 million in grants to organizations that supports its mission in child protection, elder care, and poverty reduction. As well, Madam President, to address the sheer volume of cases that social workers are faced with daily, the ministry is also adding 31 more social workers to its workforce. This budget also enables the continuation of the Roaring Caregivers and Parenting Program, which conducts outreach in numerous communities, assisting hundreds of families with training in effective and appropriate parenting styles. It would also bolster the continuation of youth diversion and rehabilitation programs that gives youths the opportunity to get an education, develop a skill, and minimize their involvement in criminal or high-risk activities. Finally, Madam President, I also want to applaud the government for including gender affairs in the title of this ministry, making it explicitly known that this is the era where we amplify efforts to promote gender equality and an end to gender-based violence. It is evident by investing in workers, skills training, rehabilitation, and support programs for women, youths, the elderly, and persons with disability. The ministry is living up to its oath of empowering our most vulnerable citizens. Now, in terms of citizen security, Home Affairs and New Growth industry accounts for $115 million of this year's national budget. This investment funds policing, crime prevention, forensics, intelligence, and modernized security systems. Madam President, a week ago I had the opportunity to be a part of a virtual discussions with youths from across Belize and the Caribbean. And beside the usual priorities that youths are normally associated with, such as education, health, and job readiness, citizen security also emerged as a significant area of concern. For youths and other citizens, the need to feel safe in their homes, schools, and communities aligns deeply with the priorities of this ministry. From installing 1,000 CCTV cameras to expanding aerial drone surveillance, the Ministry of Home Affairs is strengthening its grip on public safety, making it clear that crime has nowhere to hide. As highlighted by the Minister, Honorable Karim Musa, the police department is also expanding its ranks by 225 officers, putting more boots on the ground to meet the evolving security needs of our communities. This ministry is also dedicated to strengthening the force from within through ongoing training and capacity building opportunities for officers. In parallel, the ministry is also intensifying its focus on community policing and crime prevention, with special emphasis on youth and gang intervention programs to address the roots of crime before they take hold. And Madam President, I'd like to also highlight that I applaud the ministry for establishing the Lotus Center, which is a dedicated space to provide mental health support to police officers. Given the high-stress nature of their work, I think this initiative is both timely and necessary. Together, these efforts have reflected a transformative approach to citizen security, one that redefines how crimes are investigated, how officers are supported, and how communities can become active partners in creating a safer Belize. Now, finally, Madam President, I also want to highlight the areas of this budget that speak directly to women of this country. These are just some points that I pulled out. But firstly, the Starter Homes project undertaken by the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing has and will continue to benefit many female-headed households. Just one glance at the pictures that MIDH posts and you will see many mothers, daughters, grandmothers getting keys to what will become a forever home. Secondly, in its commitments to women's health, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has also recently installed mammogram machines at the Western Regional Hospital, adding to the availability of cancer screening and diagnostic services to women. They have also made provisions to increase cervical cancer screening by 25%, serving as a critical investment that will save lives, considering that cervical cancer remains a leading cause of cancer-related deaths among women in Belize. Therefore, I also want to commend the Ministry of Health and Wellness for signing on to the Elimination of Cervical Cancer Initiative, making it their mission to eliminate cervical cancer as a public health concern. Thirdly, the Office of the Prime Minister through Beltrade has proudly supported the rise of many women-led businesses. This involved formalized training in business development, advising, and coaching, as well as grant funding of $2,500 to 13 female entrepreneurs through the MSME Roadshow competition, serving as a powerful example that women are not just contributors to the economy, but architects of it. And with that, I want to thank the Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, for making it a mandate of his office to support women's roles in our national development. The Ministry of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs has also been instrumental in this area of work through efforts aimed at women's economic empowerment. This includes training in entrepreneurship, animation development, agricultural production, cell phone repair, and digital and financial literacy, significantly improving women and girls' reach and potential across various sectors. As well, with its responsibility to gender affairs, the Ministry of Human Development will continue to expand its services aimed at combating gender-based violence. The ministry has also developed a 2025-2028 strategic plan for gender mainstreaming across the public sector, which will seek to involve all ministries as crucial partners in the fight against gender-related issues. The Ministry of Education, Science and Technology is also maintaining its commitment to women's empowerment by increasing female enrollment in technical and vocational education and training programs. Through dedicated scholarships, more women are being equipped to pursue careers once considered off limits, helping to break both barriers and gender stereotypes. As well, I noticed that the Ministry of Tourism has made it a requirement that every district hire at least one female sports coordinator, a decisive move to ensuring that women have equal footing in athletic spaces and leadership roles. The Ministry of National Defense and Border Security also announced plans to construct a female accommodations at the Belize Coast Guard base, ensuring that women who proudly serve this country have a dedicated space to rest. Finally, under e-governance and digitalization, the government has underscored its pledge to empower our youths and women in digital literacy training. And through the annual Girls in ICT Day, girls are learning to code and follow aspiring careers in information and communication technology. Still, these are just some of the ways that this budget reflects a fierce commitment to Belizean women, empowering them with training for jobs, tools to start businesses, stronger protection against violence, and real health and economic power. Therefore, Madam President, with this budget, the government has made it resoundingly clear: people come first. This is not merely spending like what was mentioned by others, but this is investing, and the return is measured in better lives, brighter futures, and stronger communities. Still, as some have said, but the government is borrowing. To them I say, yes, they are borrowing, but they are borrowing to build, not to eat per bill, like what became of the Petrocurry Fund. I wish the member was here to hear that one. But critics may also want to point out that the overall deficit for this year is $41.6 million. But let us not allow short-term fiscal expenditure to deprive us of long-term national growth. To those who ask, can we afford this? While the numbers show that we can, I ask in return, can we afford not to? Would we rather delay the transformation of our health centers, stall the education of our youth, or postpone the upliftment of our most vulnerable? Madam President, if we do not leverage these resources now, we potentially delay the development of an entire generation. And that's not something we can afford to do. Still, even with all the accomplishments and objectives I've outlined today, there will be those who will try to blow smoke where there is no fire. However, as stakeholders in our nation's development, I urge you to not listen to those who seek to disrupt, but instead turn your attention to those who desire to develop. That is why, Madam President, I believe that if you want to truly understand a nation's priority, take a look at its budget. And this one speaks volumes. This budget is unapologetically Belizean. It is a financial plan, yes, but more than that. If we look closely, we see that this budget places people first. Therefore, I invite you to look beyond the budget lines and into the lives of those who will be transformed. A little girl in Cayo who eats a hot meal at school every day and dreams bigger because her mind and stomach are filled. A grandmother in Corozal who will be able to access healthcare through NHI without bearing the full financial costs. A teenage boy in Belize City who finds a second chance through a community program and learns to code, paint, or plant, choosing creativity over crime. This is the power of a budget that puts money where our values are. It serves as a powerful message and a report that our government sees, hears, and understands the needs of every Belizean, including those most vulnerable. It is a statement of intent, a reflection of our national's priorities, and evidence of solid, bold, and goal-driven leadership. That is why, Madam President, I stand today in full support of this budget that is not only built for Belizeans, but backed by vision. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Zetina. It's
okay. Yes, that is correct, Madam President. My name is Gabriel Zetina. Before I get started into my rebuttal and debate speech, I want to take a moment, Madam President, to talk about my presence here. I stand with deep humility and with great purpose to deliver my first official contribution in this honorable House. Words cannot express how proud I feel and how proudly I stand under the banner of the United Democratic Party, despite what the other aisle might think. I want to begin by thanking the Honorable. I want to start by thanking the Honorable Tracy Tager Panton, Leader of the Opposition, for my appointment, and let this serve as one of her leadership which is measured by principle and historic. It is a reflection of bold vision that she has for the United Democratic Party. That's right. I also want to congratulate her as being the first woman to serve as leader of the opposition. And I'm honored to be part of history and to be part of her team, the history she's making now, and the history that she will be making come 2030, and I believe that 1,000%. I rise here, and I want to make note a couple things, First, my age, I'm 27 years old. I think I'm one of the youngest in this chamber. And I also want to highlight my education. I have a high school diploma, and I put it out there now because I don't want it to be used against me later on. I don't want that to define me though. For me, I'm not here to dwell on the past, but yes, I try. I'm new to all this, So I really came here prepared with a speech, but after hearing the lead Senator of Government Business, the Honorable Eamon Courtney, I'm forced to have to give a rebuttal. But I will get to that. I want to thank the Almighty God. I'm a strong believer. And it is my belief that through His divine grace that we gather here to fulfill one of the most serious duties in governance, that is having the opportunity to debate this draft of the fiscal year 2025-2026. And lastly, I want to take a moment to thank my family and my colleagues here for their unwavering support, for their encouragement, and for allowing me to stand here as we represent the people of this country with a different view. You know, I had heard the Senator Honorable Edmund Courtney talk about fake news. And so that's why I said that I had my speech prepared, but I'm forced to have to give a rebuttal now because I want to set the record straight. And I even heard the beautiful speech of Senator Brittany Galves, and she went into deep history. But she failed to mention one thing. So, at the end of the day, they're twisting the truth for their own political narrative. Let's try to understand one thing, debt to GDP. They keep talking about 2020 debt to GDP to what it is today. And I want to break that down to what does it really means for the Belizeans watching at home. Debt to GDP simply means that how much, for example, how much a family owes versus how much they earn. Again, the history has been given already by Senator Brittany Galves. And what happened in 2020 when we refer to debt to GDP, yes, it was high, but not because of reckless decisions like you guys paint it to be. It was because of a global shutdown, not only in Belize, but in the entire country. There is one word that you guys failed to add, that was COVID-19. I will say that again, that was COVID-19. So the next time you guys talk about debt to GDP, again, it wasn't reckless decision being made. When, I will get to that, sir. When the PUP left office in 2008, you see, you're forcing me now to dive into history, and I had to quickly prepare something here. The debt around that time stood at 2.2 billion. And I have to ask, was there a pandemic at the time? Because my colleague, lead Senator Honorable Patrick Faber had mentioned that prior to you guys taking office for those terms, or those years, sorry, was 500 million. So it went from 500 million to 2.2 billion. No pandemic, no global shutdown. There was no COVID. The tourism did not close. The borders did not close. So when the PUP government wants to compare 2020 to 2025, they are not comparing apples to apples. I will say again, yes, the UDP borrowed, but one can argue that the UDP borrowed to pay off the PUP's credit card. You know, the UDP had to clean up the PUP mess at that time. Because while the UDP did incur debt, they were tangible results for the people that could have been seen up to today. I will reference one that you guys made very popular, right? And that was the phrase that we can't eat streets. Yes, exactly that. Well, yes. So the PUP were very famous for saying we can't eat streets, we can't eat roads. Well, today, you bring a loan motion for exactly that. And so it goes to show that there is a continuation of the UDP plan. The UDP showed you all how important roads were when it is properly done. And you guys can thank us for that. Also, I heard earlier in the week, minister in the lower house had mentioned that there was nothing to show for Petro Carib. And the honorable lead senator, Patrick Faber, indicated a couple of the projects that was built. And yes, selective memory indeed, the other aisle has. And everyone is enjoying the Civic Center today. I, from San Pedro, I can tell you that we enjoy the Ambergris Stadium very much. Even, I will give you another example that it was a grant and loan and all those things. The Marian Jones Sporting Complex. May I remind this chamber that the Marian Jones Stadium, now it was built under the UDP, but now under the PUP, it is in a deteriorating state. They have the fire department, right? And it's in a complete, you could say it's in complete shambles. The land was so, yes.
Senators, I ask that
I
we
mean,
be mindful that Senator Zatina is speaking and to give him the opportunity to speak. Proceed, Senator.
You know, I'm very respectful about people when they speak. I stood here, I probably smiled at the very best, but I never interrupted any of you all. So, Madam President, when the leader of government business talks about fake news, may I remind you, sir, you have to take a look at your own propaganda. Because the truth is this: Belize is standing on roads, one that you guys criticize very much, in schools, in stadiums, and in clinics that were built by the UDP. With funds, we're now being shamed for borrowing. Nothing has changed. You guys still borrowing today. Now, with that being said, Madam President, I want to dive into my actual speech, which I wanted to be centered in the numbers. Well, I just wanted to set the record straight. Madam President, if I could continue without being interrupted. Okay, I'd appreciate that, you know. I want to talk about youth development and misaligned priorities, because I am a young Belizean, and so automatically I'm very much concerned about the future of our country, who are the youths, because what I see in this budget is not just numbers on a page. I am looking for opportunities. I'm not looking for broken promises. When I looked into the 2025-2026 budget estimate for youth support service, you best believe I was hopeful. I saw headline figures of $5.294 million. And I said to myself, finally, maybe 2025, 2026, they're taking the youths serious. Remember, I'm new to this. And so when I started digging in deeper into these numbers, out of that 5.3 million, guess how much is going to personal emoluments? A whopping $3.148 million. And of that, more than 2.5 million is going on salaries and unestablished staff. All in all, we're looking at over 60% of the entire youth budget is going to pay adults, not empower young people. So I said, let me look at the actual program, what it really means to reach the youths. And so I saw adolescent development and participation. How much is being spent towards that? $0. At-risk youth program, $0. Behavioral or social well-being, zero. I didn't have to finish. $0. You can look at it, You can. They could find it on their own. So I turned into their stated mission because I thought that I had missed something. It says to deliver entrepreneurship, skill job training, behavior modification, and social well-being programs, especially for at-risk youths. And I surely thought that there must be funding for skill training for the youths at the very least. Well, there is. But out of that 5.3 million, there are only allotting for 60,000 for skill training. Only 60,000. And then I said, well, I see summer programs, camps. You want to keep youths busy, especially we're entering into summer. School is going into vacation. Well, they're only allotting 75,000. And the entire youth development project, only 570,550 is even remotely connected to youth people. And most of that is going into buildings and facilities. I can tell you it's over 220 million, if I stand corrected, that will be going into upgrading buildings and facilities. Not feeding program, not the after-school program, not the mental health support or access to digital. So, Madam President, what are we doing? Where is the vision for these youths, for the future of this country? Where is the impact in this budget telling the youths? We sit in this chamber, and in fact, I hear the government talk about gang violence. Man, they're not serious about tackling gang violence. We talk about crime, and most of them are young, You look at the news. But when the time comes to invest in prevention measures, in positive alternatives, in youth empowerment, we suddenly miss the mark significantly. So the problem is not the lack of money, Remember, I started off at 5.3 million. There is money. The problem is how we're spending it. And I'm calling on the Minister of Youth to revise and give his opinion with deep sense of urgency. Let's redirect some of these funds to ensure that the youths of this country benefit. Let's ensure that at least half of that goes into developing the youth outreach program. Because when we don't invest in youths, Madam President, we end up investing in youth detention centers. We send them to, what's the jail called? Kobe Foundation. So we either pay for their growth now, or we pay for their pain later, and that's how I see it. Madam President, again, I had to touch on this because as my first appearance as a young person, I want to make it clear. I came here to be the voices of those who aren't in this room. And our young people, especially those in the margins, deserve to be more than just budget line. They deserve a government that backs up its promise with real programs. It's promise to performance. I think it stopped at promise. Next one is telephone bill. Madam President, I want to ask a real question as it relates to this fiscal responsibility. Why is the government continuously enriching SMART, a private company, nothing personal against SMART, by the way, a private company, while our very own telecom company, which is BTL, remains in debt? You would think that the government would be channeling these earnings through BTL. I notice in this budget draft, multiple ministries and departments are spending tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on telephone service bills. Yet, there are no directives, no policies that ensure that these funds are being spent with BTL. And I mentioned BTL because BTL is not any company. That's who we, I took that line from you guys. We, the people of Belize, own BTL. Let me share a few examples. I always come with the facts, you know. The Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics, you can reference page 243 to 250, you can see for yourself, because some of these numbers get crazy. They are budgeting 167,000 plus on telephone service. The Ministry of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs and Transportation is spending a total of 232,000 plus just on telephone bill. And you know what struck me the most? It's hundreds of thousands, and this is, I'm just getting started. And what struck me the most was within the management and administration section. The telephone allocation jumped to $143,028 from what it was between 2022 to 2024. The numbers at that time, the spending was about 7,000 to 10,000. All of a sudden, 2025, 2026, 143,000 plus. That's a massive 1,809.84% increase. Is that acceptable? And it doesn't stop there. The Transport Administration and Enforcement Division now has an allocation of 80,520. Man, you might say it's just 80K. The details, its previous year, it was roughly about 41,000. So you're talking about double increase. I had to look at the office of the Prime Minister. How much you're budgeting? 162,137 for telephone expense. This is not just about the telephone bill, you know. When I talk about total public utilities expenditure, well, first, let me make it clear. These are just a few ministries. But when we talk about the total public utility expenditure for the fiscal year 2025-2026, you're looking at a whopping $41.3 million. And of course, not all of that is going into telephone bill. You know, public utilities means that some go to electricity, internet, cable, TV. But what I notice, very consistent across many of the ministries, that the telephone bill is often twice as high as the electricity bill. I own businesses, and I could tell you that I don't know how they rack up a higher bill than electricity. This is unacceptable, especially in today's era, where you can find affordable phone plan that exists. What about the internet? Well, today we are in a digital era, so we should be helping to reduce the cost, not inflate them, not in today's era. I believe we must make a change. Again, BTL is not just any telecom company. It's a Belizean-owned company. It's public and it pays dividends back to the government. So I asked, why are we helping a private company grow and not ours? I believe we need a clear and immediate shift in policy. The government should switch back to BTL. I strongly recommend that. Existing contracts with Smart should be reviewed and renegotiated. And if they refuse, I'm sorry, we have to fade it out. Yes, that is capitalism. Because when I support BTL, I'm supporting Belizean-owned company revenue back into the government. Madam President, another thing that I scrutinized very heavily was the tax revenue. One of that struck at the heart of every working class Belizean, every small business owner, every family struggling to make ends meet in today's economy. On the ground, people tell you things hard out here. And I speak of the sharp and steady rise in revenue over the past few years, and the troubling question, are Belizean people actually benefiting from this tax increase? Let's look at the numbers. In 2022, our tax revenue stood at 313.9 million. In this year, 2025, it is estimated that those figures are to be 472.5 million. That's an increase of over $158 million. More than 50% in just 3 years. Now, I don't know about you all, but I definitely do not know it all, so I had to do my research and figure out what some of these terms mean, especially when you're talking about payee. And it basically means income tax collected from everyday working citizen. which has grown from 111.4% in 2020, million in 2022 to 149.3% today. Business tax collection have soared from 173.5 million to 291.2 million in that same period. That's 68% jump. So again, I ask, who is carrying the tax burden? One can argue that we have more Belizeans working, more businesses opening. But I still have to ask, who is carrying this tax burden? Because it's definitely not the wealthy, at least that's what I can see. There was a massive tax incentive for a large corporation. Is it the working class? Is it the small business owners? Every day I talk to Belizeans who tell me the same thing. Their wages are not keeping up with the cost of living high. It keeps rising, but their grocery bills are also rising. Their taxes go up. Now, they also say that they pay more on fuel. The government generates, if I'm not mistaken, 50% in taxes for every dollar they sell on the fuel pump. Everything is rising, Madam President. If the government is collecting an extra 158 million in tax revenue, then the Malaysian people deserve to see and feel the results, not just in paper, but in daily life. Where is the extra 158 million in tax revenue going? Is it reaching the communities? Is it making its way back into increasing salaries for public servants, teachers? Is it going to reduce our, I have to say this very carefully, is it going to reduce our GDP, our debt to GDP? I stopped because I was hoping someone would say something, but you cannot claim progress when the people are paying for it. That is going backwards. Taxation must not just be about collection, it must be about impact. And right now, the Belizean people are paying more and getting less. So, I recommend the following. Establish a tax review commission to assess the fairness and the structure of our current tax system. We saw how the government gave a huge tax incentive to a large corporation. We can maybe apply that to small business owners as well. Because, Madam President, taxation must be more than just collection. It must be transformation. Right now, Belizean people are paying more and getting less. And that's not the formula, at least not in my book. Tourism. When I examined the draft as it relates to tourism, there was a fundamental question I kept asking. What is the core function of tourism strategy in a small country like Belize? You see, for us, tourism is one of the highest earners for government. In fact, where I come from, San Pedro, It's the one of the top destinations in the entire country. So, when I look at the bill, I see that they stated an objective, which is to support development of tourism industry through physical planning, legal regulation frameworks, resources mobilization, infrastructure development. On paper, that sounds promising. But here's the problem. The budget itself does not reflect any real commitment to those objectives. The numbers do not match the vision. There is no significant increase in budget allocation to help grow the tourism industry. No meaningful push for investment in the areas that can actually grow tourism. I've been to some villages in the north, and some areas are quite beautiful, and I think that we can take advantage to bring tourism into these different areas to help these communities grow. Everyone goes to San Pedro to look for a job, especially from the north. And I went there and I saw beautiful areas that the tourism can take advantage of. Like I said, there are villages that can develop into a tourism destination. There are coastal areas across this country. But we need to invest in these areas. You cannot talk about physical planning and regulation framework while failing to fund the very institution and department that's supposed to carry these out. You cannot claim to be mobilizing resources when the budget shows minimal new capital investment or partnership to bring in actual revenue generating project. I want to throw in there, we need to see more marketing to attract new tourists into this country, open new market. I know prior to COVID-19, the government at the time had opened new direct flights from different states in the US. We also need to see that from Europe. And the Ministry of Civil Aviation needs to work hand in hand with the Minister of Tourism, marketing, and opening these direct flights to Belize. It would increase tourism and everyone would be benefiting. More job creation. So, I want to close with this. My last point. How much time I have? How much time do I have, Madam President?
You have 7 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So this is my last point, disaster risk management, because I had heard the other side ask the Honorable Patrick Faber about when does hurricane season start, and it starts June 1st. So in this budget, they are allocating $2.8 million to the Office of Emergency Management and another $1 million to emergency supplies. But I have to ask, are these numbers truly reaching the grounds when we have hurricane warnings? There's no building owned by the ministry. You know what they use? They use the churches, they use the schools. How about flood? Areas that are prone to flood? How about warning systems? I know the last time they had an alert for tsunami, possibly tsunami. I received the alert about 30 minutes after. That's just a few points that I am making here, Madam President. Again, I say this with deep respect And I hope that my recommendations would be taken into account when they are looking into creating another budget probably next year, because I don't see the other aisle making any changes with this one. But for the future reference, especially if anything, keep the youths in mind and the tourism industry. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
Madam President and members, general public, a pleasant good afternoon. Before making my contributions on the budget, Madam Speaker, Madam President, you see what Senator Farber is doing to me? I'd first want to express my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for this wonderful opportunity to be able to serve my country and the beautiful people of Belize. I'd also want to congratulate every member in here this afternoon. I, of course, look forward to healthy and hearty debates. And lastly, Madam Speaker, Madam President, I'd want to thank my family, my parents, my wife and 2 kids, and my close friends for their unwavering support. Madam President, I rise today in support of a budget that is, Madam President, grounded in realism. It is guided by a deep sense of social justice, and it is driven, Madam President, by performance. The budget as manifested in the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 bill is aptly titled From Promise to Performance, a title which fittingly describes the tireless and relentless work that this PUP administration has undertaken ever since it first took office back in 2020. Madam President, in my contributions today, I'd want to address 4 key pillars of this budget. Those include infrastructure, housing, citizen security, health, and before closing, I'd want to highlight a couple figures which show that the Belizean economy is on the up and up, Madam President. These matters aren't just line items in the budget. They represent, Madam President, the foundation of development for our country. They are arteries of opportunity and safeguards for the well-being and safety of our citizens. Madam President, on the matter of infrastructure, this budget sees over $520 million being allocated to capital investments, to the modernization and continued infrastructural works in our country, Madam Speaker. This sum includes over $336 million for Capital 2 development, which includes, Madam President, it includes projects which are funded through general revenue generated by the government. It also includes over $184 million dedicated to Capital 3 expenditures, which go towards funding projects that are funded through concessionary financing And this is an important point because this PUP administration has made it a point that financing is to be obtained through concessionary financing, concessionary loans and grants, not on commercial terms, but on terms which we as a country can sustain, Madam President. Together, Madam President, these funds are being allocated to continued works, which include roads, Madam President. So, for example, we are seeing the upgrade of the George Price Highway. At present moment, we're seeing that being done between San Ignacio and Benqueviejo. Soon to come, Madam President, is the upgrade of perhaps one of the most traversed stretches in our country, the stretch between Belmopan and Belize City. Ongoing at the moment, which this budget makes provision for, are the upgrades on the Philip Golson Highway from mile 8 to mile 24. Madam President, in addition to that, this budget will see the paving of the road to Sarteneja, closer to my home, Cayo Northeast, Madam President. It will see, for the first time, unprecedented, the paving of the road from Bully Tree to the Spanish Lookout community, directly affecting the lives of thousands of Belizeans and uplifting the quality of lives for the villages of Duck Run, Billy White, Santa Familia. This is what it means when the budget is titled From Promise to Performance. And not to worry, Senator Denison, the works will not finish. The works will continue, and this administration will see it to an end. In terms of bridges, Madam President, we're recently seeing we will soon see the inauguration of the Joe Taylor Bridge in PG. In Santa Elena, we'll see a repurposed portion of the Harlover Bridge being placed between Santa Elena and Santa Familia, a bridge which, when installed, Madam President, will wipe away over 7 miles of road for the villages of Duck Run, Santa Familia, and Billy White, Madam President. And so, when one looks for work, it is evident, the infrastructural works are evident and ongoing. This is what we call tangible results, Senator Zatina. You asked about tangible results. This is the manifestation of a budget that is for the people. And as the Honorable Prime Minister said, Madam President, these aren't election plums. This is what it means to move from promise to performance. On the issue of housing, Madam President, this budget recommits to seeing our Belizean people living in dignity. A house is dignity. A house transforms into a home from which a family unit can thrive, Madam President. It ensures that kids have a safe place to study. Children can thrive and turn into productive citizens, Madam President. Speaking about housing, this government has built over 600 homes since taking office. In the past fiscal year, over 200 homes were built. But the important part about all of this, Madam President, is that it is done on concessionary terms to assist our Belizean people, so that families, the recipient families, are only required to pay 25% of the value of these homes, Madam President, which accounts more or less to about $12,500. But that's not where it ends. It is then financed over a period of 10 years, and families are able to repay that in payments of $100 a month, Madam President. These are not dreams. They are walls being built. They are roofs being installed. They are keys being handed over to families and lives being transformed. This is what it means when we say we ascribe to the principles, Madam President, of social justice. Moving to citizen security, Madam President. All the economic indicators are on a positive trend, but this government understands that the work to ensuring that our citizens are secure and safe must take serious priority and commitment. As is the case in most countries, Madam President, even in more developed countries, it is an ongoing task, but a task that this PUP administration is committed to. And so, Madam President, the silver lining is this. Major crimes in this country is on a downward spiral, Madam President. In fact, the rate of homicides has declined by 13% since 2022. A 32% decrease alone in Belize City, Madam President. But the work must continue, and this budget will see an increase and recommitment to community policing. It will see an increase in the recruitment of police officers who must undergo stringent testing before being enrolled as police officers, and who must ensure that they are aware of modern policing techniques, Madam President. It will see the building of new police stations in Kontiki, Keycarker. It will see new police stations in Bella Vista in the south, Madam President, and in Belize City. These police stations will come equipped with child-friendly environments so that when our youths, unfortunately, first encounter the criminal justice system, rehabilitation becomes a priority, so that they don't become hardened criminals, and so that they're given a second, a third chance, Madam President, because this is what it means to be a responsible government. On the issue of health and well-being, Madam President, the highlight remains the continued rollout of the National Health Insurance Program. Madam President, this NHI has seen and has directly impacted over 230,000 Belizeans, providing access to quality, affordable primary health care, which translates to access to affordable x-rays, ultrasounds, medical consultations, affordable, Madam President, medication. This is what it means when a government cares for its people and puts its people first. Other highlights on the health and well-being, Madam President, include the removal of fees at public hospitals, the installation, Madam President, of a mammogram machine at the Western Regional Hospital, the building of medical facilities in Hopkins, in San Pedro, And in Belize City, Madam President, this is what it means to move from promise to performance. This is what it means to be a people-centered government. Madam President, I'd now like to highlight a couple key economic indicators. On the issue of debt to GDP ratio, Madam President, we have seen a drastic decrease from 132% in 2020 to less than 61% in 2024. And Senator Farber asked why we need to borrow. Well, let me tell you the answer, Madam President. The answer is that there are people to take care of. There is infrastructure which we need to develop. And there is an improvement to the lives of Belizeans that needs to be completed. This is why we borrow prudently. And when we talk about debt to GDP ratio, this is what it means when a country can afford to borrow and repay its debts, Madam President. I want to make this point. The reduction in debt to GDP ratio has taken place in less than 7 years, less than period that was estimated by the IMF, Madam President. We have also seen a primary surplus of over $106 million, which means that our country is earning more than it borrows. Over the past 4 years, Madam President, foreign direct investment has surpassed $1 billion for the period January 2021 to September 2024. Madam President, these figures are testament that our economy is on the up and up. There is investment in Belize. There is employment in Belize. And monies are reaching the pockets of our people, Madam President. In closing, Madam President, I support this budget because it is honest, it is prudent, and as I have just shown, it is people-centered. Where houses are being built, Madam President, not for ribbon-cutting purposes, but to ensure that our people can live in dignity. Roads and bridges are being built to ensure that our farmers can move their produce from farms to reach the markets, and so that economic activity can be generated, Madam President. This is what it means to move from promise to performance. And so, Madam President, this budget has my absolute support.
I recognize Senator Roselle Arana.
Oh, okay. Right. Good afternoon, or good evening. It's after 3. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam President. I request permission to refer to my notes. Madam President and honorable colleagues, and to the nation of Belize, I rise to fully support the appropriation budget bill that estimates revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2025-2026. I am honored to be here with you to humbly serve our nation as a senator. I must first thank our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, for granting me this opportunity, this distinct privilege to serve in the Senate for the term 2025-2030. His visionary and transformational leadership embraces the theme of this budget, from promise to performance. Now, Plan Belize 2.0 is the government's plan to proudly build upon its extraordinary success of working on behalf of not some Belizeans, not a few, but all Belizeans at hand. It is a testament of the satisfaction and appreciation expressed by the people of Belize for the outstanding work that has been done by the PUP administration under the exemplary leadership of our Prime Minister throughout the entire country, and their expressed desire to continue to push forward in the same direction, even greater economic and social development and stability. Hence, Madam Speaker, it is evidenced by the overwhelming success of the People's United Party in the recent general elections held in March. Madam President, our fellow Belizeans emphatically decided to grant their vote of confidence, not to the UDP, but to the People's United Party for a consecutive term. Therefore, I join my PUP colleagues in the Senate and in the House of Representatives in thanking all Belizeans from Corozal all the way down to the Toledo district, which includes the Keys. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Belize. It is indeed our privilege that we will be good stewards of the people's trust. Madam President, as it was in Plan Belize 1.0, it is recognizable that the theme of Plan Belize 2.0 is to endeavor to continue to improve the quality of life, or some may say, the standards of living for all Belizeans. And as it is indicated by the budget presented by the respective ministries over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it is notable that after careful analysis, a wise and prudent person would conclude and agree with me that the budget reflects items that are necessary, they are reasonable, they are affordable, and most importantly, achievable. Madam President, I will focus my remarks on a total of 5 areas: health and wellness, culture, education, the elderly, and rural transformation, community development in a whole. As a proud senator and an advocate for public health and wellness, I use this opportunity
to commend the exemplary work being done by the Minister of Health and Wellness under the capable leadership of Honorable Kevin Bernard. I concur with Honorable Bernard when he rightfully said, there can be no prosperity without public health and wellness. Madam President, what this budget reflects is an earnest attempt to make healthcare services more accessible and affordable for all Belizeans, while also focusing on improving the quality of services delivered. This is reflected by allocation of funds to have the full complement of highly skilled personnel to provide all required services. Madam President, when we look at recruitment and retention of employees, it is critical. We all know people want to earn more money, and people are leaving. However, in this budget, there are allocation of funds for personnel in health to remain in this country. They will be compensated. They will be given the necessary resources to be happy. And so it is essential that there is employee satisfaction. In this budget, there is evidence that our personnel in health will be motivated to work, motivated to stay in this country, and to be public people that will be giving back to our communities. Additionally, when it comes to sustainable health services, the maintenance of our hospitals is very critical. Everybody wants that when you enter the hospital, everything is in place. Equipment, upgraded equipment, I should say. And even when you look at the pharmaceuticals, when you look at medication, at the public hospitals, a mother with a child that is sick, or a person with his elderly mother or elderly father can go to that hospital, get good attention, but at the same time, medication is available for these people, for all of us going to a public hospital. And you do not need to pay a dime. We all know, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to crisis, sometimes people don't have money. When incidents occur, people are broke. And so when you go to the public hospitals, attention will be granted, services will be given, and medications are available. Madam Speaker, Madam President, no, I didn't follow. Oh, you're not there. Senator Patrick Favre. Madam President, when we look at the health workers, I must say that at the moment, for the past couple of weeks or a few months, our health workers are in training. They are in training. As a matter of fact, today is a Friday where they go to their towns, their hospitals, and they get their training. We're talking about hospitals overall. So, Madam President, and there was a time when the healthcare worker was only given $100 for the month. Not $100 for the day, $100 for the month. But with this administration, the PUP administration, that $100 is now $500, which is a huge accomplishment from $100, especially in a time when the cost of living has gone sky high. To move on, Madam President, we look at scholarships being given out. Not everybody can afford to go back to school or to pay for a training. However, scholarships are provided and allocations are there for it, for people to become skilled and for them to do a good job. Madam President, I got it correct this time. One of the things that strikes me, and I think people don't take it as an importance, mental health. Mental health has also been allocated in this budget. And people might feel that mental health means that you're getting crazy, but it is not. Mental health affects people quite differently. Everybody looks at mental health, and you might look at someone and you say from the outside, he okay, she okay. But we do not know the type of anger that person might have inside. Some people might have gone quiet. They don't want to speak to anybody. To the point that at times, some individuals might even want to commit suicide. But they look okay. Madam President, in this budget, there are allocations for people and training for individuals and piloting projects that cater solely to mental health. Now, Madam President, I call on all senators on both sides of this chamber to reflect deeply on what this health and wellness budget reflects. It is not about party lines. It is about lifelines, as one person once told me. We need to ensure that the next generation grows up healthier, more resilient, and more prepared to carry on this nation forward. We're here today, but we're going to get older. And so we need to take into consideration the generation coming behind us. So, if we are doing our part today in health and wellness, tomorrow the next generation is going to come in line and do better. Madam President, I will talk a little on culture. It does have a little bit of history in it, a lot of history. And I must applaud the efforts of the Minister of Culture, Honorable Francis Fonseca. He has done a lot, and he has always done a lot in areas of culture. It is significant, and this significance can't be overstated in the governance of Belize, because it is partly what defines who we are as an individual, as a community, as a nation. Belize is proud to be a multiracial or multi-ethnic country. It is our cultural identity that shapes us. And so we embrace, appreciate, celebrate our cultural diversity in this country. At one point in time, you could have said, well, there were 7 cultures in this 7 ethnic groups. Now, it is a melting pot of races coming together. And so, it is a part of what we call our cultural heritage. Each and every one of us represent culture in what we do, where we go, where we live, etc. Whether it is about the dance, about the music, what we eat, the traditions we have in our communities, it is all part of culture that we harness. And one of the major parts as we look at culture is niche, which National Institute of Culture and History. And when we look at all the different hosts of cultures that exist from Corozal all the way to Toledo, each house of culture, Madam President, is different. And if you would visit each and every one of them, you will see how unique each house of culture has become. And the efforts of archaeology, the efforts of the policies to protect our archaeological sites, reserves, is critical. And as we look at the different food, which I mentioned earlier, that we have in our ethnic groups, they're all different. They also need to be preserved. Food needs to be preserved. Food needs to be documented as what did the Mayan people eat? In fact, what do they eat? What are they used to? What type of food will you find when you go to Corozal and Orange Walk? What are the traditional foods that are no longer made today in our communities? We don't want to lose the aspect of the food that existed in the past, but we want to bring it back so that it can be something that can be shared with our people, our children to come. The handcrafts. I can recall when I was in Orange Walk, different artisans and artists used to come and teach us to do different stuff. basket, weaving, sewing, and the list goes on. Embroidery. All these things need to come back. Are we still teaching them? All of those things need to be preserved, conserved, taught, so that our children can continue in preserving our culture. Now, furthermore, Madam President, it should be highlighted, and this is as a recommendation, because we have a lot of artists out there, and we all know one of our very own artists got into an accident the other day, and he was critically injured, reckless. And we all know that a previous artist passed away, which was Consegal. Condolences to his family. But Madam President, we have an icon, and as I said, this is a recommendation that can be added in the budget. He passed away 17 years ago. The late icon Andy Palacio. We also have Paul Nabor, the late Paul Nabor. However, we have our living harpist in Colombia Village in the Toledo district, who is still alive. The King, Florencio Mes. And so we need to honor Florencio Mes while he is still alive. But we need to make sure that when it comes to the late Andy Palacio, who have made a huge contribution to this country, along with Paul, the late Paul Nabor, and the late Aurelio Martinez, something can be done that the legacy they hold can be passed on to our generations. So whether it is creating a memorial, a center where they can be appreciated, would be nice. As culture is our past, present, and future, this cultural budget will continue to foster many festivals, like the festivals of arts, primary school, high schools, and I know there's also the one for teachers. Exhibitions and so many different things that can happen in culture. Allocations are there for that in the budget. Now, Madam Speaker, Madam President, a very touchy area, the elderly. And I'm pretty sure in this room, we all have someone who is above 65 in our midst, either at our home or at their home where we visit. Madam President, it is a fact that Belize has a growing population of the elderly, as people are living longer, more than 72. When you look around and you hear someone say, I am 83 or I am 84, and they're still walking around 90, 96, and they're still moving around, they're living longer. And we applaud that. And this is where health comes in as well. According to a report by PAHO in 2024, those over 65 years and older were about 5% of Belize's population. It is critically important that their needs and challenges take into consideration through the various ministries of government, and I highlight one, because when I looked at the budget, there were allocations for the elderly. Madam President, we love our elderly, and we must treat them with love and dignity and compassion. And it is something that is, again, in the budget. And when I look at the allocation, at first I said, oh, this is a small amount, but when I looked at the next year, 2024-2025 reflected at least $47,000, which I believe is not enough for the elderly. But when I look at 2025, 2026, it has gone up from $47,000 to $292,000 for elderly care. As a matter of fact, at least 870 clients are benefiting from this program, and more can be added to this program. Whether it is home caregiving or caregiving at a particular institution, it is something that has been added to in the budget. And through the Ministry of Human Development, with the leadership of Honorable Minister Tea Garcia Ramirez, the support for families and the elderly is highly appreciated. And I must add that there is a council, the Council on Elderly, that we need to tap on. And for people who are, or I should say, not know what to do because their parents or their grandparents is elderly and they don't have support, that is where we as individuals in this country should be of support. Whether it is to call the grandparents, your parents, hi, how you doing? How was your day? Whether it is that they come and live with you, and we know when we think about the elderly, they will not leave their houses just like that. And in some cases, extreme cases, like what I did, I uprooted myself and went to Barranco to be with my mother, who is 83 years old now. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, Madam President, there is a lot that we can do. Okay. Now, one of the areas that I want to look at is rural transformation. And when I look at rural transformation, I had to tap into also public utilities as well. Because, Madam President, they're combined. They come hand in hand. Whether it is water, whether it is electricity, my colleague on the other side mentioned about communication, internet. While half of this country, or 3/4 of this country, is enjoying the privilege of having water supply, potable water supply, and they're enjoying electricity, one touch, and they're enjoying internet, and they might find as though digitizing things are, why should we do these, put so much money in these things? But the reality is, when it comes to communities in the Toledo East and parts of communities in Toledo West, some of these communities, Madam President, are just getting water, potable water, in their communities. Before the general election, a village in the Toledo district, Toledo East, Ottershaw, enjoying the facility of potable water. Not all communities have potable water. They still have to go to the well, or to the pump, or to the river to wash. Likewise with electricity. Communities do not have electricity in Toledo East, but I must highlight one. And I was amazed at Corazon Creek Village when I started teaching there in September, and they were getting ready. They have installed the solar panels. Public utilities in connection with the community and partners came together to have a community solar system. They received that late November. And so the village of Corazon Creek Village is enjoying electricity with one touch of a button. But I'm pretty sure other communities in the Toledo district are waiting for that same program to come to them. At least 4 more will enjoy at some point between now and 2026. Internet services. The internet services, as we look at, out here, at the minute you jump a certain point from a point in, let's call it Punta Gorda and surrounding closer communities to the highway, all the way up north, might be enjoying high levels of internet connection. But we have communities pass, or at least through the feeder roads going back in Toledo East. Internet services can be difficult. And while Barranco Village, a year and a half ago, finally received the internet, and we look at Midway now enjoying privileges of some aspects of this internet, we still have communities almost next door, Conejo Creek Village. They have to climb a hill. The students have to climb a hill to go and do their research. The realities are real. So, my colleague, I hope you understand where we're coming from, or where I'm coming from, because I'm talking on matters of importance that is happening in the Toledo district. Much less communication. It's a real thing. Certain areas you can get service, and the minute the bus is going, or the minute you are on the feeder road, no internet connection until you reach a certain point. Off grid. That is how it is for some of us. Or we're going to school, and on our way going to school, you will not get any service or any messages until you get to school. And so now, on my final topic, education, and I wish my colleague, Senator Patrick Farber, would be here. But when it comes to education, being free, I can attest, I can understand why it is free. Because while some of the communities and towns up north in Belize District, all the way going to Stan Creek, might have certain privileges, when it comes to certain communities from Stan Creek going down, some kids, if there was no transportation, they would not be going to school. They would not be in school. As a matter of fact, when you look at the retention rate, it is because of being able to catch a bus. It is because of the education that is now free, that students are now going to school. Meals are provided for students going to school. And even though the struggle is real, because some students have to wake up 4:30 to catch a bus. Barranca bus to TCC leaves at 5:15. It is real. And so for someone to say that free education, we don't need it, or to the extent that it is not something that should be important at this time, then the question is, so how will we have the students in school? Especially looking at the economic status with a lot of families where that child who is going to school with free education on a bus that the government of Belize, Madam President, is providing. Madam President, that child is getting a lot. They're getting a lot. And when you look at someone saying the age 14 has been taken to 16 to be in school, my thing is this. I have a lot of students, and I know teachers all over this country have students, even in first form, that are 16, 17, 18, 19, and even 20 years old. And the matter is not how fast you finish, but it is quality learning that you're getting. Everybody learns at his or her own pace. And you look at the curriculum, the national curriculum framework across this country. We have the provisions where the students in the Toledo district, the students in Corozal, the students in Belize district, Cayos, Tang Creek, Orange Walk, all having a standard curriculum where we as teachers can teach from. So everybody is on the same page, doing the competency base in different areas, because not only is each child learning at his or her own pace, but each child learns differently. And this is where inclusion comes in. For students who are fast learners, they get it quick and, okay, I'm waiting for the next work to happen. But you have students who might have difficulty reading, difficulty understanding, difficulty doing certain things. And then you have students who might have a certain disability. And this is where I applaud schools like Juliancho Technical High School that has a special education classroom where the students in that particular class can go to a first form, second form, third form, fourth form, and still being able to graduate.
Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm almost finished. Almost done. And so tomorrow is Juliancho graduation, Juliancho's Technical High School graduation, and one student, Madam President, from special ed will be graduating. And this was the same child that I 2 years ago won third place out of his level, first and second form, looking at almost 18, 19 classes. And this child though spoke slowly, was efficient, effective, and key to the points that he was presenting for a competition in regards to independence of Belize. He won third place. And I applaud him. And I applaud him tomorrow. All right. And to close, Madam President, in conclusion, I support the bill, this appropriation budget bill. It is something achievable. The PUP government, under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, is doing a great job. This budget is indeed showing how ministers, because when you look at the budget, ministers are collaborating with other ministers to getting things done. It's not like everything is left on one person and figure it out and that's it. No, they're liaising with one another to get things done, along with their area representatives. It can be seen that the People's United Party government is quite in line with Plan Belize 2.0. And most importantly, not only are they in line with Plan Belize 2.0, but they are fulfilling the mandates of the people of Belize. And with this, I say, we step on track. We stay on track. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Denison Glenview.
Obliged, Madam President. Before I start, Madam President, I have to give my little caveat. A critique of the budget and the financial policy should not be tied to a vote of confidence in the government. I say that, Madam President, on my own behalf, and I ask also that the members of the lower house accept it on behalf of the member for Kaya South. Madam President, I have a confession. $1,740,629,892. That's the figure for the budget. The confession, Madam President, is that I have no idea what that is. I've never seen 1.74 billion. I wouldn't know it if it ran up to me. I said, Glenn, take this and put it in your bank account. I really like we're talking about like a figment of my imagination, because I don't know. I don't understand. So, Madam President, I will stay in my lane, because me a liar, much like the former Prime Minister. And I believe that the number of lawyers that can be called czars, I could probably count on this thumb. So I can't quarrel with the good Senator Koi. I can't. Like, that's this man. This thing frightened me. So, I'm going to talk about what I could talk about. Good governance. I know that good. I could talk about pondering salary increases. I could talk about imagining a UB that is thriving. And I can ask, I can have you wonder, what is happening at KHMH? They started to march at 3 o'clock, Madam President. I think they might be done by now. So, I can see if I could say the number again, Madam President. I get lucky the first time. 1,740,629,892. Now, one of my teachers teach me how to read numbers like that, Madam President. Really happy that she did. Unfortunately, I didn't do economics, so nobody explained to me what the debt to GDP ratio. So I can't even address this honorable house, but what that means or the implications of that, I have to leave that to the financial people. So I have to stay clear of that. But Madam President, one of the things I will do first is to adopt everything great that my friends have said that the government is doing within this budget. I fully adopt all of that. And I congratulate the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance for putting together the draft estimates of revenue. When it comes to governance, Madam President, one of the things I know is that you have to start to stop when you know what you're doing is wrong. And I challenge us in the legislature to assess if we can continue on this same trend, aligning with what my friend for the chamber has said, especially as it relates to the lack of audits, the type of accounting we're doing as a country, and what that all means for the governance of this country. So, Madam President, everybody the quote thing, so bring a lead quote, if I may refer to my notes, Madam President. This is from Jordan B. Peterson's 12 Rules for Life. It's a very nice book. Tell you some pretty obvious things, but sometimes you have to read them to understand. In there, he says, if a society does not reward productive pro-social behavior, insists on distributing resources in a markedly arbitrary and unfair manner, and allow for theft and exploitation, it will not remain conflict-free for long. If its hierarchies are based primarily or only on power, instead of the competence necessary to get important and difficult things done, it will be prone to collapse. Madam President, we can't say enough about the failure in the oversight mechanisms. We can't say enough about the procurement procedures that need to be fixed. We can never tire of hearing about the breaches of the Finance Reform Act. And so, Madam President, that leads me to question, what is the real purpose of the legislature in the budget? I would like to recommend, while nothing is unconstitutional about the budget being read on this time, nothing is illegal about it, Madam President. I concede that the budget process really should have a clear vision of the future and how we will use parliamentary scrutiny to develop beliefs. This can't be the only time we discuss the budget. If it is, then where are we headed? What are we doing? I can hear so many of the same things from my brother senator for the chamber being repeated this year, from last year, from the year before. There was no discussion on any draft budget before we were having this read in the House. There was no pulling the senators together and said, hey, this is our medium to long-term development strategy. Let's look at it, let's talk, let's discuss it so that we can have a better understanding of the context of each of these draft estimates of revenue. And I acknowledge that there is a Plan Belize medium-term development strategy, 2022 to 2026. But Madam President, let's be real. We're in a precarious situation because we can't amend the budget. And every single member of the House of Representatives is in the cabinet. That's incendious. So, I see that as buying loyalty, I will say that. And it's curious because the members of the House of Representatives, ministers of states and so, Monday got to the House of Representatives on an electoral system that I'm not going to go there, that's not subject of the budget. Madam President, there was no parliamentary committee to review any of these budgets. It's not even as if we could make a recommendation on what are the priorities and have a sensible discussion about that. Just this is the budget, take that. As my friend has said, several people, there's no discussion on taxation. No looking at where we can increase revenues. That discussion doesn't happen here. And why is that important, Madam President? Because we keep hearing about the large percentage of the budget that is wrapped up in personal emoluments and pensions and gratuity. But I'm not a financial czar, but I do understand percent. I was very good at arithmetic. So if the discussion will be about how big the percent of the budget is, then let's talk about how we increase the pie. how we collect more revenues. Let's have those discussions. What's happening with the land? We have to have those discussions, Madam President, if we're going to play a serious role in the budget process. And let's not forget, audit, audit, audit. Tired of cry about audit. Senator Herrera probably tired of saying that. Like, you could just keep that in your budget speech every year. That's safe. Don't have to go no way. No audit. Keep that line. So, Madam President, we talk about 584,264,942 on personal emoluments. Again, same thing, Madam President. I've never seen that amount of money. I don't think I will see it in my lifetime. If it walks up to me and backs me in my face, I will not recognize it, because it's a figment of my imagination. I can't understand it. It's not tangible. But let me tell you some numbers I understand. $30.30, $39.96, $50.06, $75.42, $77.97, $93.46, $135.23. I know them there, I spend them there all the time. Those, Madam President, are a percentage of the salaries of a police recruit, an assistant marshal, a teacher with an associate's degree, a teacher with a bachelor's degree, a nurse with a lot of years of experience, a lecturer at UB with a master's degree, and a professor at UB with a PhD. That is what is 3% of their annual salary. So, when a teacher is asking for $50.06, or you offer them $50.06 and they tell you they're not enough, because they understand what $50.06 is, you know. They might not understand 1.7 billion, but they know what they can buy. The teachers know what they can buy with $50, and they know what they can buy with $141.84. So when the teachers said I need 8.5 to stay alive, 141.84. A teacher with an associate's degree. That's what she's asking for. That's why she's protesting. That's why the children are out of school. Because she's asking for $141.84. The nurses, not much more. There are a couple of anomalies in the public service, Madam President. Assistant marshals of the Supreme Court are on pay scale 6. Taking home $1,331.84 a year. Real. That is an anomaly. They belong on pay scale 14 for the adjustment than even 8.5. They just need to be placed where they're supposed to be because that's just an error. They require a paralegal certificate and they are the left hand of the judge. $1,331.84. You know they tell me the number all the time now? No, for the month. For the month. $665.82 and 92 cents, 15th ending. They know the number good. You could ask them and tell you. 665, Mr. D. That will get 15th ending. So when the people ask for 8.5, that $113.21, you know. That them people are protest for. Well, what really blow my mind that UB, oh my goodness. UB teachers have not seen an increase since they got 5% back in 2015. A PhD coming back to serve his country wins $4,507.66 a month. You see, Madam President, when you talk numbers where people don't understand, it gets out of context. $1.74 billion mean nothing to the teachers. They don't understand. They have never seen it. They will never see it. But $50 extra in them pay, they know that. So, Madam President, the salary increase thing, is really just about them fighting for a livable wage. Don't tell them it will cost $100 million. They can't understand it. It makes no sense to them. It means nothing. It's not tangible. It's like a figment of their imagination. But tell them you can't give them $247.77 to a police officer with 29 years of service. I can't hear you when you talk anything there, no, Senator. I really can't hear you. So, I joined my colleague, Senator Galves, in quoting the highest office in this land. Many of these teachers are simply mothers. Many of them have mortgages they owe the bank. They have children in school and they have expenses to pay. We went with a message to the BNTU that we support what they have done, that we are very proud of what they have accomplished. We are going to stand up with them and insist that the government pays the full salaries to teachers. The Morris, no? Minister of Finance. L. Lou, as he then was. You see, it's convenient rhetoric when you want the teachers vote for you. But when you're in the seat, you have to hope Senator Koi could find the money. This is the only hope we have now. He's sitting in front of me right here. This is the man who has to find the money. It's on him. I don't envy him at all. And I'd say this. You see, I tell I stay in my lane. Law. Me no lead thing about criminal law. Me no going out of my lane and try to find money. But this man, Senator Koi, he could find it. It's in his competence to find it. I'm sure. If anybody can find it, it's Chris Koi.
Did you say could or will?
The Minister of Finance is a very successful businessman. I am glad that that Minister of Finance and this Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, they're in the seat now. Because if anybody could fight it, they're the man for the job, right? March 12th? Yes, sir. That not me say so. You said the people say I don't vote, so that never me. So I want you to realize, right, that for the teachers, realize with me that if you don't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. Not CENTS, you know. Sense. So, not telling people about the increments with hell like that's something you're kidding. Like, they don't earn that, man. That, you know what? Make again the advice. Please tell CEOs and head of government departments, especially labor, no go agitate them people just before they go and protest and just rile up more. Real. So, Madam President, another number. I could read it. Maybe in my lifetime I make this number. 7,650,000. Imagine if the University of Belize were thriving, what it would do for this economy. Just imagine. Now ponder this. UB used to get $11 million, you know. Since 2022, then they get 7.65 million. And I don't want to hear nothing about the tuition that is paid to UB through political patrimony. That no count. That is not a subvention. The Ministry of Education last year met with the teachers and said to them, in 2025, the budget estimates of expenditure, revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2025-2026, we will give you $10 million. That's what they promised them. I didn't see it. You're writing, you know. Right on the Ministry of Education, on page 158. 7.65. 2022 to 2023, 2024, 2025, 2025, 2026. Alana, new term Monday. Organic. The what? Senator Koi? Yeah, teach me it again. I never learned it good. This doesn't even compensate for organic growth. The same number. Senator, we have to fix that, Senator Koi. Please make us fix that. Therefore, me at least gone up one little bit. Make we get it 10 million for UB, man. I never did it, but the hearsay they tell me, say, they were promised to reinstate the 10 million and 1 million a year every year while the PUP would have been in government from 2020 to now. So they should be at 15 million, Madam President. That arithmetic, remember me not understand finance, I understand arithmetic. Then a half of that, 7.65. See? So, Madam President, you see, the UB subvention is important because that's our national university. St. Galves, you never gone through? No. They have a responsibility to make education accessible to the masses. So tuition hasn't, I think tuition only ever gone up one time at UB, right? One time since they start. The tuition there is something like I can't understand, like it's like a joke for real. Anybody we're gonna study, and I know a lot of people is down here we're gonna study. So if you see that $90 a credit hour at UB, you don't laugh because that's a joke. Have to be a joke. So they know to make money off of that. We want to attract PhDs to teach their people. $383.15. That was at 8.5% of the PhD would have to get. So I can't ask for that for UB. UB need a full reset, including all the ones that were raised up under the previous administration. That real adjustment is needed at UB. Because if we are to educate this nation, then we have to ensure that the national university is equipped with the technology that they need. Air conditioning shouldn't be a thing with it. Wonder how you be, man. All are we going with? The class never had AC. But I'm hot, no? People can't get any AC in their room, man. They need to stay relevant, Madam President. There are things like smart hubs, and so that we need to start investing as a nation. How we are built a country, we will ensure that GDP could be tied to the subvention. Subvention could be tied to the GDP. So things start to good for the country, the national university start to better, then get one lead up. Or are we really not serious about educating our people? Maybe we like them dumb. Maybe we want them ignorant and uneducated. We really have to ask these questions when we keep UB's subvention the same. Let's invest in UB, Madam President, because you see, investing in our national university is investing in our future. Our human resources is one of the best things we can ever invest in. If you don't believe me, ask Singapore. Madam President, earlier I promised to talk about as if I wonder what is happening at KHMHA. Finance subvention gone down. Them they are 34 million, they are 33 now. And they're right around 33 since 2022. The difficulty with KHMH workers is that they're in a limbo position. As the salaries for those nurses, doctors, orderlies, and so in the private hospitals are adjusted. If they want to go up because they're not public officers, but they want to cut them pay during COVID though. I never tried that. That discussion never gone too long. There were strategies that they used, cost savings and so. But all of a sudden, why? Well, they cut all the other public officers, man, who need to take the 10. KHMH workers said no tal, no thanks. You see, Madam President, I want to go up on lead discovery. I never asked how much are we going to UB. Good. You going to UB? I got enough time to, I get no degree though. I go hang out. But I want to ask this. Oh yes, let me drink you. That UB. Oh yes.
Senator, I'll remind you have 10 minutes.
That's fine, Madam President. So, KHMH though. How much are we gonna KHMH? I have to put my hand high. I don't know 3 surgery at KHMH. I when your picnic start turn blue, you run go to KHMH. When holiday or late at night and something happened to you, you run go to KHMH. And when you're there at the private hospital and you look for dead, guess what they say you? KHMH. They might have Tylenol, but I can tell you what they don't have is contrast for the new CT machine.
Oh, the expensive one?
Yeah. No contrast. So, we got a nice machine. I'm glad to see it. I'm happy. Yo, I'm celebrate that. Make we maintain the thing, man. I hear this one, yeah. I got 5 operating theater, right? But the big AC, chip in or chip out. So they got some split unit. Only 2 of the rooms they got split unit. Yeah, man. So they could use 2. Sure. Because if the big one chip out, we'll chip in the split unit the next 3. The call Gear's engineer, they can fix that. And this is not a plug, Madam President. Chamber, sorry. You think they could sponsor the unions or something, right? Gear's engineering, we have to ask them for come to give you a lead plug. So, there is shortages of supplies, but like I try to talk about like that, like you say, the place near KHMH. And you say NHI not cover the services that the tertiary care hospital does. NHI not cut you open. And get a little Tylenol. Something happened to you, you're going to leave fever, a little cough that too long, upper respiratory tract infection, you get a little antibiotics too. And you pay about $1 for the medicine. I pay about $2 to the doctor and $1 for the medicine. Kudos to that. Me call a spade. Me grow up on Southside and me grow up the one by Curaçao Street. So yes, no the NHI, you pay $2, but that also for your leak off and so anything else happen to you need KHMH. So how we not deal with KHMH, man? You see, I know we are building a nice new hospital on the expensive land about pan, right? But when I have to forsake KHMH, man, make we fix up that place and leave it now. Get them and leave money, $50 million right off in a bills. That's one of their income stream. That's what the government wrote off last year. And when you say, boy, hold on, leave million phone, you can't collect that. Say we're going, we're giving you 10% on the dollar, whole 5 million. Run on the thing. We are pay off all the thing at 10 cents per dollar. No, let's write that off. Madam President, I have to big up the family of Arlette Castillo, who's a PCA from Dangriga, who served KHMH for many years. God rest her soul. She was right there in the fight for all those things that they needed, the pensions and all that. Lay dead and not get no pension. You know they had a time you had to use a hard hat when you walk in at KHMH? Like thing may drop on your head.
Senator, I'll ask you to wrap up. You have about 5 minutes.
Madam President, obliged. Thank you very much for the reminder. I don't think anybody else was reminded so much. You say it, birds, not me. So, Madam President, we don't have a financial problem. We just know how to put the money up our need for put the money. We just know how to collect the money from where to collect the money from. And I say, we know how to fire the public officers there where we need to fire. Kind of run got a minister to hire them back, right? We not stop hire or add to this. Every time, you know, when you want wage bill to high. Oh, but we need more this, we need more police, we need more this, and we just keep adding to the wage bill. No public officers hire nobody, you know. That the government keeps adding to the wage bill by new hires. Make we put a moratorium on that. Make we find this signing, how much million they say we need for the teachers. My name no, because I wouldn't even understand the numbers. All I understand, the people and ask for $113.21. One judge price. I'm not sure that Philip Golson not. I say like Philip Golson. $2, man. Put the back for the $2. So that's what it's about. It's about dollars and cents, not CENTS. Because in my mind, I don't know how you can positively or successfully convince a teacher that they want too much when you for their mind, they don't do the arithmetic, and they ask for $113.21. Teacher with the associate's degree, $141.84. Teacher with the bachelor's, they ask for $213.70. Why you can't pay your mortgage that, you know? We can't get a mortgage, true? So, Madam President, I could focus on what we really need to focus on, because I got almost 3 minutes left now. 1 minute. I know that a lot of time for you, Senator, but let's go. We are focused. Give the teachers what they want. They not ask for that. Each teacher they ask for and leave it. The numbers problem, that government problem. Make we give UB what UB need. Make we give KHMH what KHMH need. And you see me, I'll stand up here and tell you no. 2005 can be repeated. Thank you, Madam President.
For our health and well-being, we'll be suspending the Senate for 10 minutes, so you can take a breather, and we will return in 10 minutes. The Senate will resume. I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Madam President, I ask for your indulgence that I can refer to my notes during my participation. Earlier this week, many of us were able to participate in a session facilitated by the Ministry of Finance that included the Minister of State and the Ministry of Finance, Senator Kwei, Financial Secretary Joseph Waite, and the Budget Director Zita Magana. Since I joined Parliament in 2022, this has been the fourth such session, and I want to thank Senator Kwei for his commitment to those conversations. In my opinion, it validates the importance of engagement and dialogue, and I also think it validates the need for implementation of similar measures like making relevant data publicly available and accessible in a timely manner, engaging our citizens in policymaking, and ensuring accountability for the decisions and actions of our elected and government officials. I start there in thanking colleagues for that session because one of the key takeaways was that the next term will require that we generate a surplus savings. And that stuck with me because government is not a profit-driven entity. Profit-driven entities might just raise prices on services to make more money, but that's not an option for governments. So it highlights, Madam President, that we are not just at the crossroads, as Senator Herrera put it, of defining the beliefs we need. We're also on the precipice of unprecedented times. And we've been saying that a lot this year alone, but we have to acknowledge that economically, especially given the mercurial dynamics playing out geopolitically, and existentially given the climate crisis. So for me, I believe these are one of the moments, and we've had a few, but certainly this is an all hands on deck moment. And of course, exacerbating all of this is in the last quarter alone, academia, the non-governmental, non-profit sector, human rights advocates, they've all seen funding pulled for critical citizen security efforts, human rights, health programs, educational initiatives. And we have to call out that the needs that that funding address won't just go away because the money has gone away. And we are calling that out because, of course, it will most likely fall back on the government because those needs were being offset through those types of initiatives. And while, yes, I can join in hopes and prayers, we also have to rally and prepare because it's better that we're prepared for the worst and there to enjoy it if it doesn't come along. So given today's realities and tomorrow's uncertainties, Madam President, as we've highlighted in that discussion on Monday, I think I heard absolute consensus that we have to ensure efficiency and effectiveness of spending, transparency and accountability. Every single cent counts. That's bottom line. Tax collection and procurement bids, duty exemptions and fiscal incentives. But simultaneously hearing that we all have to have positive assurance of the efficient and effective use of our public funds. We've been talking a lot today about age, and I'm old enough, I don't know if anybody else remembers, but there used to be a very popular bumper sticker once that I used to see in traffic. And it said, "Don't steal, the government hates competition." And I remember it. So the messaging was effective. But as I prepared for this presentation, I felt really offended by that bumper sticker because it promotes this division and this separation that somehow government is over here and citizens and taxpayers are somewhere else. So that's a false narrative that I have to reject because I think as we've continued to, it's so important that we call and continue to call for our fellow Belizeans to embrace the truth and the reality that government is all of us and government is the embodiment of our tax dollars at work. So whatever we think government is doing well, we can champion, commend, and feel like that's a part of us. I mean, 88% of revenues coming from tax sources means many of us are paying our taxes. That's a good thing to my mind. And likewise, whatever we think needs to change or be done differently or be done better, that's on us too. Because in number, and it's been mentioned before, this budget represents the largest budget in our post-independence history. And that's ahead of probable supplementals to be brought. And if we're lucky, no natural disasters. That's a big deal. And I know that these hefty books and days of presentations and broadcasts, hopefully Belizeans are still with us. The small changes that as a nation, we are trying to determine how much we can earn, how we're going to spend it, and what we're going to need to do to borrow everything we've prioritized if we don't have that complete funds, and where we're going to get the money to pay back what we borrow. I heard Senator talk about an aversion to borrowing. I don't, because again, I don't see that there is bad debt. I grew up with the HRCU logo. You save, you borrow wisely, and then you repay promptly. So that type of debt, to invest in yourself, is good debt. But Senator, I immediately concede there is bad debt. There is bad debt. Debt that you can't leverage, you spend on things that you don't need or that are luxury items, or you waste it. That's bad debt. So let's make the distinction between good debt and bad debt. And you look at financial literacy, then you realize that that's the number one lesson that they try to impart. So for any of us that have been able to apply best practices in terms of financial literacy, we've all sat there, what's our total revenue, like our paycheck, and we calculate all the monthly expenses, the mortgage or the rent, the groceries, the light, the water, the phone, the school fees, the doctor bills, everything. And then if there's any left, we go save. And then if there's anything left in the wallet, can I afford the student loan? Can I afford buying my own house or getting that piece of land? And that's where I come to in terms of the good debt, because if we can invest in ourselves, like I'm sure Senator Dennis would agree, that student loan, having those skills, we have a legitimate expectation. If I earn a PhD, I will be paid for a PhD. So that's considered a good debt because you're investing in your education, and then you're expecting to be able to increase your revenue potential. So that's typically how it works. But that's where I come back to the takeaway from this budget exercise that we go through every year. And even though people are, that's just a check box, and we just go through that and we bother, I resist that, and I try to encourage people to see themselves in the budget. Because somehow I keep hearing this perpetuation that they can't reconcile the impact of the national budget every year on our own lives. So we are challenged to help identify what we need to do to make sure citizens don't just hear about these big numbers, but to ensure they feel the weight of the budget, not on their heads holding them down, but in their back pushing everybody forward. So when we ask real questions like, do we feel safer in our homes, on the street, in the park, on the football field, on the basketball court? Do we feel like we get bang for our buck in the grocery store when we walk out with our purchases? We feel like we get the health care we deserve? Do we feel like we get the education we need when we hit the job market? Do we feel like we have dignity in our work? It's not just a job. Do we feel like we're living paycheck to paycheck? Or do we feel like we're able to save here and there and do more than just make ends meet? But here's the thing. If the answer to any of those questions is no or meh, then we don't just get to criticize and complain. And we were speaking earlier in the break room about repetition, that it seems like every year there's this cyclical, government will say everything is great, opposition will say it's terrible, and then, you kind of have this predictability of, inserting. And I will confess, as a journalist, maybe that was something that was formulaic, and you kind of have this expectation. Government says this. I see another media colleague shaking his head, because there is again this perception and this promulgation. It's all predictable, and we have to break that cycle. It is not that we get to do that without participating and accepting our roles in government, and roles plural, because we need to make sure that nobody convinces any of us, any citizen of any age, that our constructive work as citizens is done once we pay our taxes and come out of the ballot box. That is not it. That does not move the country forward. I strongly believe what moves the country forward is advancing open government initiatives to ensure that government policies, processes, activities are more transparent, accessible, and subject to scrutiny. I hear Senator Arana talking about things like services like internet and potable water that maybe the rest of us take for granted because that's not part of the daily reality. That is part of it. How do we make sure that that becomes a reality, the same reality for all of us if we're talking about equality? So we reiterate that our sector will continue to champion every effort that promotes and implements these types of initiatives: transparency, accountability, and participation in decision-making practices, because we believe that's how we strengthen the democracy, that's how we grow, and that's how we see our tax dollars at work. But, as was called out earlier, even though we have this legal framework, we have these laws, we have the Financial Reform Act, the implementation and enforcement of that has been inconsistent for a long time, for too long. And I don't know if it's only lack of political will, resource limitations, weak follow-through on oversight recommendations, but these are core challenges that, as we've called out for 10 years, and you know what happens? They'll say, oh, but the social partners is on the Joint Public Accounts Committee. You know, you all should have been there. So it can't be that we have it both ways. We have to either accept that we have roles on those committees and we have legal frameworks that we can fall back to, or we push to change those so that we're not in violation. But it can't be both things. The offices of the Auditor General, Accountant General, Contractor General, Integrity Commission, JPAC, these bodies can't just exist. They have to move from strength to strength. And they have to report as already required, often and regularly to the people, to taxpayers in ways that they can understand. Because I take Senator Dennison's point on hand. And you see it every time these scandals come up. $100 million seem to register in terms of losses. But a $40,000 scholarship, that gets on the front page, that makes the Facebook viral because it's relative. So how do we communicate in a way that people can internalize that every dollar counts, whether it's 40 or 40,000 or 40 million? So these types of national processes have to be proactive, collective, and as Senator Coy emphasized on Monday, treated urgently, because we have a limited time frame before we have some big payments come down the pipeline. And I think Senator Dennison opened a door that I think deserved to be kicked down a long time ago. We have to have some open, honest conversations. And I hear this word being bandied about every time we talk about managing government money, taxpayer money, corruption. I am told that the estimated cost of corruption is $1 million a day. I can't find who started it. Lots of people have repeated it, but I can't find out where the source of it. But even if there's a mere possibility, if that is not enough to motivate us, as Senator Herrera called out, $10 billion out there, and we don't have audit for the last decade. So how do we make sure that we can talk about these initiatives like UNCAC and all of these efforts, but in the same breath, with sometimes more passion and certainly more frequency, we're ready to point fingers at certain departments, certain ministries, certain officials, and make all types of accusations about revenue losses in various forms, but sigh in resignation. Oh, but then I get away with it. Oh, you're going right, so. Again, public, we can't have it both ways. We can't. So we have to agree that we need to give our oversight bodies, and I noticed there were some nominal increases to offices like the Auditor General office in the proposed budget. But we have to make sure that we give our oversight bodies the kind of resources we're identified already and can review further to identify, to make sure that they are in a position to help us identify what is causing government to hemorrhage and where. Because we need to have everything on the table. We need to know exactly where our revenue actually is. And, as I said, have very candid conversations about potential areas that are causing those losses. Negative assurance and anecdotal evidence based on whistleblower or one-off things that get exposed, not enough. Not enough. We need to get back to annual audits, yes, but we also need to discuss things like governance audits. One of the two Belizeans, I'm told, that graduated from regional economics experts are saying that our executive is too big. But let's test that. Let's see if we can validate that we need the size of the executive that we have. But if there is an opportunity for us to be efficient and effective with less, then let's do that. Certain departments get a bad rap, but maybe they don't deserve it. Maybe, as we were talking about with Senator Koi, maybe the leakage in importation pales in comparison to fiscal incentives. Maybe that tax reform is the answer. Maybe it's pension reform. Maybe it will take exorcising all of those ghost workers from the public service. Maybe all roads lead to the hotbed itself. Maybe it's a little bit of everything. But we simply don't know for sure. And I, for one, am tired of presupposing or assuming. We know what that gets us. And I don't know how we move forward if we don't know for sure. And I am proposing specifically that we need to commission some type of third-party review. Because let's face it, if we wanted to do it ourselves, we would have done it a long time ago. Get a third party in to review and identify the leakages, the losses, so that we can realize the efficiencies needed. And I want to start here in asking every single oversight body to confirm either that they have the resources they need to do their jobs, and if they don't, to identify that to the public. Because it is unreasonable for us as parliamentarians who took an oath, who are called upon to approve the budget, to assume that they have what they need to do their job. Because believe me, and I already hear the colleagues talking about this, as members of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, we have to hold those offices accountable. But I don't want to go in assuming that they have what they need to do their jobs, if that is not the case. I am hearing they do, and I am hearing they have that, but I need that to be something that we have confirmed, because I need to know if our expectations are legitimate. And if they don't have the personnel we need, then we don't have the reasonable expectation of being able to depend on the critical nature of those offices and what they're doing. Because these entities cannot only be in name. They must be working, seen to be working, and for the public to feel them working, so that we're all confident that our limited funds are being stretched, maximized, and getting where we need them to go. In the ceremonial opening, Madam President, of this new parliamentary session a few weeks ago, I listened keenly to the Governor General, Dame Frola Salam, calling on parliamentarians to realize, and she emphasized our duty and responsibility to the Belizean people. And I say that now because if we can't deliver on that oath, we all took together, and Santeria took his this morning again, that conveys a legitimate expectation of the Belizean people. And for us to respond to that challenge, that call of the DG, we can do none of that unless we know how much we're losing to corruption, where we can do better, and how much we need to be generating to do better for the nation. The good news is, and we've got this confirmed, much of the tools we already need is already legislated. Some new tools, we understand from Senator Koi, are going to be introduced, new tools, new arms. But we also have to hold ourselves accountable to using those tools, because an unused tool and knowing that it's there but not using it is not it. We can't have it both ways. And I, for one, don't want any of non-use to be interpreted as tolerance and have that weaponized against us. So if we truly want a Belize that's built on strong economic, social, and environmental foundations, we have to commit to start here and now. And I listened, I hope you don't mind, Senator, I got the emotion of your presentation, and again from Senator Aran and Senator Guerra and Senator Galves as among our newest colleagues, of who you are and a little bit of where you come from, and the pride you feel in representing not just your families and your friends, but your generation. And I really want to indicate my support to each of you on all sides of the political aisles and to my fellow independent senator to make sure that we can find ways to work together across this divide that we often have, but also to stress to the younger senators the tremendous expectations I know you are shouldering from your fellow youth. And I think for me, the cognizance is the decisions we are making here today will echo in your lifetimes long after I'm gone. And I'm not in a hurry to go, but that's the truth of it. So please count on me as your supporter in any effort that will make meaningful intervention and productive collaboration to do the people's work. I stand here today as the first in my family to graduate from college. That's the result of the personal sacrifices of my parents. That is the strength of a stable family and access to quality education. I've stood in this house 2 weeks after major surgery. That was the benefit of health insurance and an albeit painful reminder that health is our greatest wealth. I stand here as a woman convinced that whenever we lift each other up, we change lives. And I stand here knowing that it is the right of every citizen to experience invaluable benefits, unconditional opportunities, and dignity. Every citizen, every Belizean, no matter what part of the country they live in. So I want to be clear. I look forward with optimism. And I do so because I know, as a proud Belizean, that when we get united in a single purpose, we're unstoppable. Even if we just put the team together, we win World Cup. So yes, we agree wholeheartedly, our needs are many. And the cries for even more to be available in even the two ministries who are getting the lion's share of this budget, health and education, highlight this fact. That is not lost on me. If Denny Ball, imagine the rest. But I take comfort in the fact that despite the loss of support from initiatives like the MCC, I am advised that we can proceed to use the feasibility studies and glean those insights to inform our next steps in education. That is a big deal. And civil society stands ready to support efforts to make sure our curricula is what we need it to be. Together, Madam President, we can work to ensure that the government is what we need it to be, effective and efficient. Only then can we get past this perception that governments steal. Only then can we feel every dollar at work in the lives of every Belizean. And I call on every Belizean to not rest on the knowledge that you deserve more, but to demand better, and then let's work together to achieve it. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Linsford Castillo.
Thank you, Madam President. Hi, man. I know it'll take long.
I support. Thank you.
Thanks. Madam President, fellow senators on both sides of the aisle, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good evening. Madam President, I rise to give my full support to this General Revenue Appropriation Bill for the financial year 2025-2026. Not quite. Madam President, I ask your permission to refer to my notes. Thank you. Madam President, the Prime Minister on Monday, May the 12th, 2025, presented to this nation a national budget which proposed $1.74 billion in spending. This, Madam President, will focus mainly on economic recovery, infrastructure, and investment in various social services. And Madam President, just for information, when the bulk of my notes that I am referring to comes from out of two documents. Plan Belize 2.0, and of course, the budget speech that the Prime Minister delivered on May 12th. And of course, I have to make reference to the draft estimates. Madam Speaker, Madam President, pardon me. This thing is infectious. Madam President, right? I cannot try, The Prime Minister presents this historic budget under the theme, as we have been hearing, from promise to performance. This, Madam President, is a most appropriate theme, and as this budget continues to roll out, starting with Plan Belize 1.0, which started in 2020, when the Belizean people gave this People's United Party government the mandate to lead the country out of the darkness caused by 13 years of UDP maladministration. Madam President, that's 13 budgets, from 2008 to 2020. And I'm sorry that he is not in the room, but the lead opposition senator was part and parcel of those 13 budgets, Madam President. 13 budgets, I have to emphasize that, which amounted to almost $15 billion, billion with a B. But this $15 billion, Madam President, it is inclusive of the benefits derived from $600 million from the B&E proceeds, remember that? Belize Natural Energy, along with the $500 million from Petrocaribe, famous Petrocaribe. Madam President, they wasted, or using a more appropriate Belizean term, Madam President, they sprung out the B&E and Petrocaribe funds. Sure, the Belizean people understand the term better. The lead opposition senator, I don't know why he not come back in the room, because I want to refer to him a lot. The lead opposition senator was proud to declare on national TV that they drank rum and they ate tacos. Pibil tacos, you don't know, just any tacos, no chicken. Pibil tacos. He boasted about it in Corozal, in my hometown. Thanks to the Petrocaribe funds, Madam President. In fact, as we mentioned earlier, they even created a jingle for boast about how they spend this money. They say, Petrocaribe, roll it. And all of them sing here along with his other colleagues. You know, they partake in this orgy. This Petrocaribe, no, I know you hear me. This Petrocaribe and B&E orgy This obscene situation, Madam President.
Madam President, on a point of order, the member is clearly misquoting me. I said nothing about drinking rum. Imputing improper motive, misquoting me entirely.
Senator, can you continue, and as is requested, don't do any misquote.
The senator said never drink rum. Oh, you never said that you drink rum. You may look like you drink rum. I don't know. But I'm going to talk about orgy business and most of it. Try to put things in a context. Right now, there's a trial happening in New York with a famous rapper. And when I think about what they do with the Petro-Caribbean funds and the B&E funds, they're like them, they have a free calf.
Senator.
I withdraw that. I withdraw it.
Ms. Ford Castillo, kindly be mindful of the language
I withdraw
you're
it.
using in today's debate.
Yes, but I don't see it as a. Anyway, I withdraw my comments. But these things just make you feel away, Madam President. Madam President, the 2008-2020 UDP maladministration left this country, which was in good health when they take it over 2008. Good health, because they never call the budget till 5 months afterwards. So things may had to be good. But when you guys left, when you left it for life support, create more poor people when you left than the poor that you met. Unemployment, my goodness, was nearing almost 13, 14, 15%, right? The poverty rate was almost half of the country, almost 50%, high 40s. Over 52%. That means the poverty rate when you left office. No, it's about the murder rate. My goodness, through the roof. Through the roof. And of course, we talk over and over about the debt to GDP ratio. We all know it by now, 133%, which is now down to 61%. Madam President, it was so bad that the former Prime Minister, they want to call his name, after he single-handedly wrecked the economy, said before demitting office, and we talked about that before, he said, and in quotes, he weeps for Belize. Weep, This was some of his parting shot, his swan song. And if we never understand it in English, the man even talk French. Lead opposition senator. Make I pronounce this properly, right? The man say, après moi le déluge. Madam President, I spoke in French. I should have asked, yeah? Yes, it was. I should have asked if I could have.
As long as you translate it in
I will, yes, I will translate. But he said, après moi le déluge, which means, after me comes the flood. And you know what I mean by flood? I mean destruction. After him, things wreck. And he went as far as saying that he pities whoever succeed him as Prime Minister, something to that effect. But back then, if you could recall, he could have only talked to two persons. One, the now Prime Minister, Honorable John Briseno, which will soon become the Right Honorable John Briseno. And the second person, guess who was the UDP? Guess who was the UDP party leader at that time that ran in that election? Huh? or a soon-to-be doctor. Right? You, lead opposition senator, you were the party leader back then. You were a prime minister in waiting. But you know what? If by any stroke of luck or miracle you may happen to become the prime minister, you would have certainly made your leaders' words, then doom and gloom, you may make that become a reality. You know why? Because I could recall clearly, lead opposition senator, you say in our interview that you were already signaling, because you like to use the term signal, you signal that if the UDP would have returned to office with you as prime minister, you would have conducted mass retrenchment. So what you said in an interview. You also indicated and signaled that you would have sought the assistance of the IMF. And you, sir.
Madam President, on a point of order, we are debating the budget. And so if the member can stick to the contents of the budget.
I take your point of order. I think I have allowed each member to be very broad, in that the budget in itself is broad in scope. Oh, excuse me, I am speaking. I am speaking. Senator Linsford, you can continue. Castillo, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Everything I'm saying is tying into the budget. I am simply putting context in place, man. Check back my interview. Madam President, all those things that I've said.
Senators, let me remind you, as we have been doing, there is a requirement that if you wish to interrupt, you can do so on a point of order, and I take the point of order. So if there is a point of order on an issue that Senator Castillo is bringing up, that a member feels that they ought to do that point of order, then they have that. They have they can do so if they so wish. Senator Castillo, can you please continue?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, when the PUP formed government on November 11th, 2020, at the very first cabinet meeting that the Prime Minister convened, and I was told this, but I never did a cabinet meeting, obviously. The Financial Secretary's response, Madam President, when asked,
I was there.
You were there? Okay, good, so you could attest, right? When I asked the Financial Secretary, how close to the edge of the cliff are we in terms of the economy? His response was, I put it in a quotation, and I say, we are not close to the edge. We're off the cliff already. Am I right, Senator Courtney? We're already close to the edge. We're down at half of the cliff by the time the PUP take over in 2020, man. Now, how bad things be bad. But as I said before, Madam President, and you have to allow me to add a little bit of context in order to justify why this budget, this promise to performance budget is a continuation of the 2020-2025 Plan Belize 1.0. Madam President, under Plan Belize 1.0, the PUP government was able to roll out the national health insurance, and several of the senators before made reference to this wonderful, wonderful scheme, the NHI, the national health insurance, after 2020 was rolled out, and it affected approximately 200,000 Belizeans. 230? 230,000. It impacted in the Corozal, in the Rinjoak district, in Northside Belize City. 200,000, Madam President. And now, the good news under Plan Belize 2.0, under this right here, an additional 93,000 Belizeans, am I right, Senator Guerra? 93 Belizeans, at top of the 200,000, I got 93,000 Belizeans living in the Cayo district will now be directly impacted by this NHI, or by using the words of the Prime Minister, the genius of the NHI. Madam President, when the NHI is fully functional and fully rolled out, it will provide services to the value of approximately $80 million. That is big. And this is because the People's United Party government is committed to optimal health care for the people. And before I continue, I want to correct something that Senator Farber mentioned in his presentation earlier. I give out one little bit of fake news, fake information. He presented a picture like the NHI that want to hustle. I think we might have to. Yes, hustle in terms of the private sector. Oh, they award everything to the private clinics, and he asked about what about Machen Roberts and this and that, or Cleopatra White. Madam President, let me, yes, you said Machen Roberts, but let me tell you, Machen Roberts is an NHI clinic. For your information, Lead Opposition Center, Machen Roberts is an NHI clinic. The Corozal Polyclinic is an NHI clinic, and that are public. Sanar Ciso Polyclinic is an NHI clinic. Dangriga Polyclinic is an NHI clinic. PG Polyclinic is an NHI clinic. The San Antonio Polyclinic is an NHI clinic. All the NHI clinics in the Stan Creek and Toledo districts are public facilities, Mr. Lead Opposition Senator. So please, don't misinform the people when it comes to this NHI and trying to create the impression that, you know, some hustle they go on. That is absolutely false. Healthcare is an entitlement, not a privilege. That is what is stated in our Plan Belize 2.0. Under the Ministry of Health as well, and not just NHI, the construction and upgrade of medical facilities across the country became a reality. And there's much more to come, including the state-of-the-art tertiary healthcare facility right here in Belmopan. The one we like make nice boat, but that one roll out and that one be top of the line healthcare provider services.
I agree that that's the non-expensive.
Madam President, okay, let me, with Plan Belize 1.0, this government was able to distribute over 20,000 lots to Belizeans all across the country. The now popular land mobile clinic is now a normal, everyday feature. You know, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Belizeans don't expect that as one regular thing. I remember though, the one, or I think about 2 mobile land clinics under the UDP, they had, Madam President, it was used strictly for political benefits, or just politics semi they play. We can't deal with everybody in 4.5. They're not 5 years with the unit, you know. That's still 4.5 years. We can't get to call it because Honorable Devin Daly will take it to call it.
No.
Yes.
Senator, if we can continue with the debate.
Plan Belize 1.2, Madam Speaker. Saw the introduction of starter homes, the starter home program, where hundreds of Belizeans were given opportunity to become homeowners, move from rent to own. Education, that used to be your thing, under Plan Belize, thousands of Belizeans were granted scholarships at home and abroad to further their studies, thus investing in this nation's...
Madam President, on a point of order. Standing order 44-2. Sorry? That's why I'm standing up on this point of order. 44-2, Madam President, talks about tedious repetition. Are we to understand that all the government senators are going to get up and say the same things? In the House of Representatives, we can do that. You could talk as long as you want, you could repeat as long as you want, but I'm learning quickly that in the Senate you can't do that. And all of them are getting up and say the same thing. This is our scratch record by now. So you can't do that according to Standing Order 44-2. So I'd hope you'd call him out on that and make him move on to the other topics which have not been mentioned as yet. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Patrick Farber. Let me say that each senator stands on their own. Precisely. And so each senator has the right to speak and to debate on their own issues. I also want to do a quick reminder as we continue with the budget. I think the budget debate is perhaps in the Senate, or the bill, the General Revenue Appropriation Bill is perhaps the only bill that will come to the Senate that is very broad in its scope. It is multi-sectorial, it is multidisciplinary, it is about national scope but local impact. It touches quite a number of sectors, whether it's environmental, economic, social, physical. It speaks to all aspects of development. And so, as a presiding officer, at this one time, I facilitate and allow flexibility and latitude in all your presentations at this time. This one time, because it is the budget debate. So I just ask that as we continue, we're winding down. There are about four more senators to go. I just ask that we recognize that of each other, that I provide that latitude at this one point in time. So Senator Castillo, can you continue?
Sorry, Madam President. So am I to understand that normally this is not the case, that this standing order does say you cannot repeat the arguments that another senator makes? Because that's what I read here. But you're saying that you, as the chair, are giving the latitude at this point because it is the budget debate this one time. I'm just clarifying because I'm learning here.
Yes, but be mindful that it speaks to repetition of its own arguments. So if we can continue, Senator Patrick, Senator Patrick Farber, can we continue?
Madam President,
Senator, I would like to continue the debate, and we can have a conversation as to the interpretation at another time. Senator Castillo, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to reclaim back my time. They not like hear the truth. And some things bear repetition because we have to reinforce. So please, man. Anyway, Madam President, let me kind of jump one little bit ahead. I want to focus the core of my presentation on tourism, youth, and sports. Madam President, in 2020, when the PUP assumed office, we all know the tourism sector was struggling. And as I said before, not only the tourism sector, but the entire economy was on life support. Of course, this was a result of mainly two things. One, the COVID-19 pandemic, right, Senator Zettina? And two, the UDP epidemic. The gross incompetence of the UDP, which existed for 13 long years. That's why the country made up on life support. We all remember, Madam President, when businesses in the tourism sector were closed, workers were without an income, and everything we just dip and stand still. I hope we never get back to those days, Madam Speaker, Madam President. But thanks to Plan Belize 1.0, the sector, the tourism sector, and the entire country was revitalized. And in the tourism industry, we started to see pre-COVID tourist arrivals. Anything before 2019 started to come back. Pre-COVID-19 tourist arrivals. We have seen the launching of new airline routes and key developments across the country, especially in areas such as Ambergris-Key, Placencia, Kikaka, the Cayo Toledo districts. Madam President, the tourism sector is responsible for 40% of Belize's GDP, resulting in the direct employment of over 25,000 Belizeans, over 25,000 Belizeans directly impacted. Madam President, tourism, in the words of Minister Anthony Marla in his speech just a couple of days ago, stated that it is Belize's most important industry. Our Plan Belize 2.0 manifesto clearly outlines the tourism industry as the proven winner. Those words are true. There are bold commitments, Madam President, that are outlined in this 2.0 plan, including, but not limited to, the Tren Maya. You know, hear about that leader, opposition leader? That's what the train system name. Tren Maya, then make us say it so. The Tren Maya circuit, which will provide one more link between Belize and Mexico with a state-of-the-art railway system. I can't wait to make that become a reality. This massive development, Madam President, will of course be coupled with the long overdue $800 million onshore cruise ship port facility. These are mega projects, Madam President. These projects and more, Madam President, will galvanize Belize well into the 21st century, bringing more jobs to the over 25,000 Belizeans that are already directly impacted by the tourism sector, along with thousands of other that are indirectly benefiting from tourism. So we look forward to these projects as we continue to roll out Plan Belize 2.0. Moving on, Madam President, I am happy to report that the Department of Youth Services will see an increase in its budget allocation from $4.6 million to $5.2 million. Madam President, when I talk about the youth department, this is I have to take it very personal, because as a former director of youth between the years 2005 and 2008, and I know I'm vexing me right now, I want to take this opportunity to directly address, that's fine, the lead opposition senator, who was the Minister of Youth during the 13 years of the UDP administration. How much years then? Long enough though. Long enough though. Madam President, they inherited a dynamic youth program when they took office in 2008. The Youth for the Future program. This program, which was established in May 2002, made huge strides in consolidating all or most of our government-run youth services under one umbrella. Everything was scattered back then, you know. And so we created the Youth for the Future Secretariat, and we had all these agencies which were operating independently and all over the place put under one umbrella, and we coordinated all those services. And this, Madam President, was necessary because, you know, things just never made go, a focused approach. And then we also introduced other new programs to the existing programs that were there after we coordinated it, Madam President. And so it was with those things in mind that a lot of work was put into reorganizing, re-strategizing, and revamping the entire youth department at the time into a youth-friendly, youth-involved, and results-based youth program called the Youth for the Future Initiative. Just as an example, Madam President, and I'm leading up to something, you had a program such as the CYDP, the Conscious Youth Development Program, which under the previous UDP government operated independently from the Youth Department. This program was then placed under the Youth for the Future Secretariat, the same CYDP program, and was rebranded as the Violence Reduction Unit. That was what we did. Madam President, the Youth for the Future program was a trailblazer and quickly became a model best practice that was studied not only in the CARICOM countries, but in the wider Commonwealth, Madam President. I personally traveled extensively in the Caribbean promoting the Youth for the Future program, and we even hosted fellow youth directors and officials from across the Caribbean who came to Belize to examine the Youth for the Future program. Senator Faber. But Madam President, do you know what the UDP did when they assumed office in 2008? And it was directly under. You know the truth. They completely dismantled, or better, they destroyed the Youth for the Future program, Madam President. In a spirit of spitefulness and hate, they brought back the Youth Department, and then they call it, which is now called the Department of Youth Services. They spitefully and with bad mind took the CYDP and created back and put it back as one separate entity, you know. I mean, this don't make absolutely no sense. They put back the CYDP as a separate entity. And then they introduced other multiple youth agencies which operated independently from the Department of Youth Services, Madam President. Programs such as Restore Belize, Frank Lizama Youth Center, and the one that is located in the College Division where the present Youth Department is headquartered. What name is? Yeah, but how the one name is by Gwen Liz? How the one name? How you mean that one? They, in effect, Madam President, brought back the scattered approach to youth work and youth development. And to add insult to injury, if you may think he may done there, they move the operations or the youth department operations from the headquarters on Youth for the Future Drive. Move it from which, and that building is owned by government. It was owned by the youth department. And you know what they did, Madam President? They went and they rented a hotel on Regent Street. One hotel. And started to pay one big time rent. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. Madam President, thank God for the PUP and Plan Belize 1.0. because this government was able to reverse the backward trend that the UDP was taking the Department of Youth Services. And under Plan Belize 2.0, not shut down. The program is still there. It just doesn't understand. Madam President, we will now be seeing much more focus and far more investment in youth program, in skills training, in rehabilitation program, summer programs, adolescent development and life skills program, Madam President, in this 2.0.
Just a reminder, you have 10 minutes, Senator Castillo.
What? Madam President, as I begin to wrap up, make a turn quickly because we're trying to go have to talk about the National Sports Council. Madam President, in similar fashion to the Youth Department, the NSC story would not be complete without context. I may have to clear back on time, Madam President. Without looking back,
I have added 2 minutes.
Okay. Without looking back at what happened during the 2008-2020 with UDP administration, Madam President, the first terrible act that was committed under the UDP as soon as they assumed office in March 2008, under your leadership, they cancelled a contract that was duly signed and was under construction for a state-of-the-art sports auditorium to be constructed at the Marion Jones complex. The contract they don't sign, the contractor don't, they put in the groundwork. When they come in, they scrap that. Madam President, the matter was taken to the High Court and the UDP government had to pay the contractor handsomely for the breach of contract. Madam President, what did UDP government did next? And keep in mind, this was under the then Minister of Sports, where they sit right across from me.
Madam Chair, I keep telling Madam President, I keep telling my colleague that he's alleging that I was the minister, and I was not the minister. And no matter how many times I tell him, he seems to want to be difficult. I was not the minister, sir. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
Thank you, Senator Patrick Farber. Senator Castillo, you may continue, but be mindful of the fact that the senator has indicated that he was not the minister at the time.
Thank you, Madam President. He was not the minister. It was his government, though. Anyway, anybody remember the name Herman Longsworth? Anybody remember the name Herman Longsworth? Herman was a UDP.
As a reminder, you do have 5 minutes.
I rubbed on my time. He later became the Minister of State in Youth and Sports. But before Mr. Longsworth became the Minister of State in 2012, he was given a multi-million-dollar contract to build one fence around the Marion Jones complex. This was after they cancelled the contract, as I said before, that the outgoing PUP government signed. So they built this $1 million fence before building any single facility inside the compound. Could you imagine that? But it didn't stop there, Madam President. The UDP under the said Herman Longsworth, who later became the Minister of State for Youth and Sport, proceeded to erect what can only be deemed, Madam President, as a total bastardization of the prime real estate we now call Marion Jones Sports Complex. And the mess is still there today. And then eventually you became Minister of Sports. Incomplete office spaces are still there at Marion Jones in that fancy looking grandstand where they're outside, go inside. Incomplete elevator shaft. You know that place where they got elevator? Yes? Just the empty shell there. Mess is still there. The installation of an incomplete and wrongly located 400-meter synthetic track, which is today is already condemned. The installation of a below-standard football pitch, which will cost tens of thousands of dollars to rehabilitate, but they didn't do that. The lack, the lack of a proper cycle track, and I can go on and on. In other words, Madam President, they run out of money and the project never done, and they left it right so. It's still there. Madam President, the mess we see today at the Marion Jones, it is ridiculous. And after 4.5 years, we are still trying to make sense of what is there in order to fix it, which will require millions of dollars to rectify. Millions. And you know what, Madam President? That hot mess is completely the responsibility of the United Democratic Party government. And if you think it ended there, if you think that was it, think again. It was under their watch. I don't want to say he was the Minister of Sports, and he was, this one here. It was under their watch that close to $1 million of Belizean taxpayers were embezzled by one of Fono crony. Milan with an M, yes.
Senators, can we continue the debate?
This matter was so egregious, Madam Speaker, that the gentleman was recently convicted of the crime and sentenced to years in prison. There, Colby right now, they serve, I think, 6 or 7 years. That is what happened under your watch. Huh? Well, that is what happened. And that is the type of leadership and the waste of scarce resources that occurred under the UDP, Madam
President, that is imputing improper motive again. I don't know that man at all. Don't know him, never spoke to him yet in my life. In fact, I'm the one who ordered an audit. So I really don't appreciate that.
Senator?
Let me wind down, Madam President, because, man, Madam President, the leadership of the National Sports Council and sports on a whole was dismal. 13 years. And they make reference to this one. Let us not forget the huge amount of Petro-Caribbean loan that was squandered on the many ill-conceived ideas what they call sports complexes. And boss body this morning, Marshall Leck and this one and that one. All their projects were built and none of them were 100% completed. None. The money they done, and then you had this organization, Belize Infrastructure Limited. Bill just with a bill without sense all over the place. No consultation, no plan. They just build things, not put in no maintenance plan, and left it right there. And the projects were incomplete, and some of them are still are incomplete. It is true. Completely true. Madam President, while we are grateful to the Mexican government for its gift of the Mexico Center, the UDP government under the then Minister of Sports, tell me another Minister of Sports then. All right. What? The Mexico Center under the then Minister of Sports did not cross their T's.
You have 2 minutes to wrap up,
Or
Senator.
dot their I's, yes, Madam President. And that is why, up to this day, I am telling you, that complex has still not been formally handed over to the country of Belize by Mexico. And thus, one of the reasons why the much needed repair and rehabilitation of the Mexico Center, which was caused by Hurricane Lisa, is delayed. That is the reason, and you try arguing me. Anyway, I don't run out of time. Let's let me answer you. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up. Madam President, let me close. But before I close, I want to thank. No, you see, if I get in at that, then the answer I run out of time. You see, I skip a whole page on my presentation, you know. Let me close off by thanking.
1 minute.
Let me close by thanking my fellow senators on both sides of the aisle, because, you know. As far as my I want to especially thank my fellow senators on this side of the House as we prepare to represent the government over the next few years in this honorable House. I also wish to congratulate my other senator colleagues, as I mentioned before, in the opposition, in the civil society. Congrats on your appointment. I also wish to thank my family, my wife and my children for supporting me in this new venture. And of course, I would like to thank the soon-to-be Right Honorable Prime Minister John Briceño and the government of Belize for giving me this opportunity to serve the people of Belize in this capacity. With that, Madam President, I once again give my full support to this General Revenue Appropriation Bill for the financial year 2025-2026. Thank you.
I will recognize Senator Sheena Pitts, but I will ask for 1 minute. So Senator Linsford Castillo, the Vice President, can take the chair.
I recognize Senator Pitts.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. President and my colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity for me to get us back to sober, responsible, and tactful and tasteful debating. Please permit me to say that I want to thank my mom, Barbara, and father, you know, a girl dad before a girl dad was a thing, wherever he is and in whom I am. My brothers, among whom I am properly protected, loved, and counseled. Here I am through you. My family, my friends, even my sometimes contentious UDP family. Democracy and believes I am here as servant and steward. Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity, my platform, to publicly congratulate the Honorable Tracy Tega Panton, the first female leader of the opposition. Gentlemen over there, I mean, thank you, thank you. Mr. President, she is a symbol of resistance and resilience to all women and girls. Breaking glass ceilings is not far-fetched. Honorable Panton has started the momentum to show women and girls there is no space they cannot occupy. We no longer must ask, when will we have a woman leader? she is. And I wish to take this opportunity to publicly convey my gratitude to her for her selection in me. Mr. President, I now rise as a member of the King's Loyal Opposition to make my contribution to the government's debate, dubbed From Promise to Performance. Mr. President, should I do it the Marilyn Monroe way? I mean, you know, we have to direct our attentions properly to the chair, Mr. President. I characterize immediately for sharp focus. PUP pride, a people under pressure and punishment. Now, let me preface by saying, you see, democracy provides the space for multiplicity of thought. So, my good friend over there, this is not the kind of gloom and doom debate presentation, no, because I am clothed with the prerogative to look at a document to see whether or not everything is fine and dandy the way it is being presented. And what I have done in my assessment is see that there are areas that do not enjoy this blanket cloth, the wool being pulled over our eyes. And so much like on the last occasion when I debated, I commend the government of Belize for telling the Belizean people exactly who they are and exactly what they're about. Because this budget book, it is as accurate as you can get of what the government is about. And they're telling us, I mean, there are a few things here and there, numbers off. And there are areas where the story they tell is questionable, but for the purposes of argument, I invite you, Mr. President, to look at what is actually said and what that translates to for everyday life. Not everything about this budget is unattractive. I will say that. It's not everything, so don't misquote me. And I repeat that there are areas that relies on fool's comfort. You see, Mr. President, it is my position that what the government has not done is what they intend to not do. And they've not been shy about exposing that. And I like that. It is for us to be able to see it. And Mr. President, it is what the GOB is not going to do is the cause for concern. Most other areas in the budget are numbers and truths, no matter how you look at it. That's what it is. And allow me to explain why this budget, in my view, exposes what the government of Belize thinks about Belizeans. And please, Mr. President, permit me to have reliance on my notes here or there. In the Prime Minister's budget speech, he boasts thunderous endorsement, end quote, of Belizeans at the polls. No, that is true. I won't say no. The opposition was embarrassed. They went into the elections embarrassed. They say that the state of affairs is because of, quote, pocketbook policies, unquote, which engineered miraculous transformation. You can look to page 3 of the budget speech, paragraph 4. I thought for a moment that this pocketbook policies was really a treasure trove of treachery. But no. Let's not conclude in haste. Let's see what the government of Belize says versus what it means for the Belizean people. And I hasten to point out that I will not stand here and go through this thing line by line, number by number. But I'll make reference to it. Especially in a circumstance where new calculation formula introduced by this government in the area of unemployment, and in that area, unemployment in the workforce vanished overnight. Now, Mr. President, I refer back to the last occasion I debated, And I call for inclusion in the record that I stated then the sharp change in how unemployment is calculated and why it dropped. And I acknowledge the work of the good people of the Statistical Institute of Belize, you know. But even our regional watch bodies and counterparts noted the marked shift in numbers, identifying that it was the change in calculation that resulted in the drop, not that people were really no longer unemployed. So I say, this Tarzanian echo that Belizeans will find jobs or that they have jobs, And Mr. President, that is one promise and one performance that ain't performing. Belizeans still face unemployment, and especially women. Senator Chanona invited us to, when we look at the budget book, look through gender lens. And Senator Chanona, the government said it. The Prime Minister said it, that within the unemployment group, the statistic shows that it is women who are unemployed. So they said it. See, I'm not quarreling with you. You're being honest. You said it, but what you didn't say, what are you going to do about it? And please do not tell me that sewing factory they come. Please do not tell me that you want to teach people how to make beads and jewelry for, you know, like at some point, there is some serious treatment that must be done that looks at some long-term plan to address women in particular. I mean, how can we treat the womb from which we came in a way that they are relegated to the station you want them to be? And I don't say that lightly. I only say that because when you look at the picture, it appears that the way things are set up, it is set up in a way that women will remain in a certain space. Unless, of course, you know, there are trailblazers here or there. I want to make sense of what is being presented. And I said I wanted to see if it translates into any tangible, realizable performance that each and every citizen can say they feel. Now, remember, Mr. President, I am focusing on the areas, the few areas I've identified, not the whole thing. So I'm not there to chow the baby with the bathwater. Is this Plan Belize 2.0 promise to performance or premonition of people under pressure and punishment? Mr. President, what I have noticed is this: the antics of language, a foreshadowing of the storm and tough times ahead with words of conditional possibility, as if though it is not an absolute certainty. Where did you go up that proverbial creek? On the one hand, the government reports the state of affairs. And on the other hand, the government discloses that, save for what it considers important, not people issues, it did not mince words on where it is stuck. Now remember, this government, this administration came in after the exodus of a UDP administration with almost identical configuration as now. They came in during the pandemic. They saw the direct consequences of COVID on the country and economy. And this government saw the bounce back. Mind you, they tried to lay claim to the bounce back as if though post-COVID normalization was a grand effort or achievement, talent. And mind you, it is this government that placed squarely the responsibility of the bounce back on public servants when that 10% was taken. In any event, let's look at some areas and see why I say the budget is presented with the antics of language, a foreshadowing of the storm and tough times ahead, with words of conditional possibility as if though it is not an absolute certainty. So let's look at the economic prospects for 2025. And please allow me, just right now, Senator Courtney, to highlight a few discrepancies my untrained eye detected The debt to GDP ratio is a 61% claim. And if I use the 4.42 billion debt to GDP of 6.825 billion, it's 64.8. The ratio 2024 is 64.6 compared to 102.8%, not 132% in 2020. So I know you acknowledge that the numbers in here are a little bit off. I'm not putting you to task to correct it, but I'm just pointing out that, you see, when you stand up and you say promise to performance and you rely on numbers, and we have to want to accept statistics and facts and the empirical nature of numbers, let's try to strive to be accurate. In capital expenditure, Cap 2 is 344 million, plus Cap 3 is 85 million, and that's 429 million. But the total cap spending is 438 million. There's a 9 million discrepancy there, if you could find that. Anyway, let's look at the economic prospects for 2025. Those are just the two discrepancies, Senator Koyi. And this is not doom and gloom, because the truth is the government admitted, no less than the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister said this: 1, admit headwinds to economic growth are coming, but that we may face it. That those headwinds exacerbated by the US-China tariff wars. 2, GOB admits that disease-affected crops will hinder output, which overshadow any anticipated growth in banana, corn, soybeans, sorghum, coconut, and livestock. 3, government says secondary sector expected to grow, but doesn't tell us what figure it is growing from and what rate it is expected to grow. But then again, in the environment impending, prediction is kind of foolhardy, I suppose. 4, the government says tertiary sector expected to grow and admit that this growth will be slow but stagnated. The operative word uses equilibrium levels in tourism, man. That means that nothing happen, nothing move, nothing go on. 5, the government admits, and this is the first time I've ever seen in its most grassroots attempt to speak to grassroots people, and I quote, from classroom to the marketplace, it will be exceedingly difficult to implement programs to stimulate economic growth. They say this is because we follow economic doctrine, that we don't subscribe to Ricardo's theory, but Sarah's theory. And this is not me, you know, Mr. President. This is the Prime Minister saying these things. Be honest. Mr. President, who the Ricardo and who the Sarah and what that got to do with the price of rice? Because Belizeans really want to know what all of this got to do with them and the price of rice. So allow me just for once, trying to understand how you match that, where the correlation is, what that means to everyday life. The Sarah we follow, he's an economic theorist who says there's a distinction between developmental backwardness and underdevelopment. And backwardness refers to nations that are poor, no exposure to industrialization, versus underdevelopment, nations that are poor but exposed to some measure of industrialization with a stronger, more developed economy. So when the government says it's attracted to Sarah's economic theory, it is saying it identifies with being poor, with little industrialization for economic development. But how does that work for Belize? The Prime Minister identified Cash Expressions Limited. Big up Cash, kudos to you, great product. We support Cash. The thing is about that example is that Cash Expressions got exposure to the Taiwanese market, which is a good thing. Taiwan is a non-contentious, predictable, and stable trading partner, if you will. But what the government has not done is say to Belizean people, how, with the global policy uncertainty amid disease primary sector industry, unknown rate of secondary sector growth, slow and stagnant tertiary sector growth in tourism industry, and exceedingly difficult economic growth pan the poor man level will affect our pockets and our quality of life. Forget Ricardo and Sarah. Think about Marie Sharp. We heard that she was able to access $5 million on one of those initiatives. That product is a product that has entered the American market that will face the tariff ahead. What new trade policy, doctrine, agreement, or otherwise is the government proposing in an answer to meet these challenges in a positive way? What is the government ready to do to shift from the U.S. being transitant market to promote economic growth? And I stand here, Mr. President, with no claim to economic czardom. Matter of fact, I don't think any of us can. But what we do expect is that with a picture painted even finer than Picasso, the government is tasked at this point to reject economic doctrine or rewrite its own history of economic policy and practice. Free trade agreements exist for a reason. Belize enjoy access by land, sea, and sky. Tell us whether free trade agreements with Mexico, El Salvador, I dare say Guatemala, is a viability. And I heard you, Senator, that there is consideration for Honduras, but we can multitask, can't we? We can walk and chew gum. We can look into all of these as a viable option. The good senator made reference to the Tren Maya. You see how I roll off of my tongue better? Yeah. But opening importation to these markets, and this is not me saying I complain without thinking what possibilities there may be to look into. And I'm just saying from the average person who would want to know what is there to do without just complain and have no solution. But opening importation to these markets could result in reduction of the cost of doing business. And reduction of cost of doing business means the reduction of the cost of goods, reduction cost of living. So, Mr. President, the government knows economic prospect doesn't look good. We are earning $1.74 billion, spending $1.78 billion. What that mean we spend more than we earn? And it is not always, despite my peculiar position, it can't always be borrowed from Peter to pay Paul. But what does that mean for the average man in the battlefield park? Bakagungolong, Panji and Osha, the Panwe inflation notably higher than other districts. Crawford more interested to know what that means for them. And then, but wait, remember we had a stillbirth industry? No. The promise of new growth industry. I correct myself. You will recall, Mr. President, I supported that bill. Well, you wouldn't recall, but I supported the bill back then. I stand here still in support because new growth industry is exactly for that new growth industry. There was some pushback, but hold a referendum and make the people decide so that the people know when there is no new growth industry, it is because of them. But then I have to follow through. The public debt, the antics of language get juicier, Mr. Speaker. They tell us sovereign debt is an intergenerational exchange. You borrow, we pass down. I used to say from your child to your child's child. And my good colleague tell me, children picnic because the average person only got one picnic. They got more than one. And the profligate debt, the debt that encourages wasteful spending or insider handouts, they believe in encouraging debt to saddle our generations. But not the kind of debt they say that could be used for social safety net programs for the people of Belize. They think to borrow to put citizens' needs first and address social issues and concerns is wasteful spending and insider handouts. So this government uncloaked with Good Governance 2.0, is telling us that they are not equipped to ensure that there is no wasteful spending. And moving a little further in my speech, I want to get through. We borrowed with lower interest rates, most favorable than now. We borrowed for infrastructural development. We float a bond for making a better marketable tourism product. The list goes on. Mind you, that 54 million where we float for tourism, I know we're not getting no accountability measures to that. The minister don't have to answer for that. Mr. Cowie, no care how you try, you can't get him to show you nothing. The only thing we get now, the minister say, no more party this year, we don't hold no concert, we put that on pause. But still we don't know what was spent before.
You have to make some big pay there.
We could forget. We now have to brace ourselves because all of those things, the principal and interest will become due soon. And you shared with us that it is only a responsible government that has to be mindful that a sinking fund, we have to start looking into that. And I agree. I agree. But what does that mean? GOB has to worry about servicing debt. It simply cannot care about the people. People will be under pressure and punishment because government, in sharp contrast and contradiction now, promised that hot mixed flavored ramen, cement rent, broader road mortgage, stop sign groceries, and speed bump bills is performance. But a performance ain't performing when people under pressure and punishment in this current cost of living crisis. Do a poll right now. And the number one issue Belizeans will identify is the cost of living crisis. So how come we don't do it? But let me go on to inflation. The IMF did an assessment and found that the source of our inflation is imported inflation, that 60% of our level of inflation is due to imported goods, and that there is little that GOB can do. What do you think about this? In the first quarter 2024, 720.4 million spent on imports. First quarter 2025, 692.8 million spent. Mr. President, you would expect that the fall in importation would result in marked inflation. And what about the remaining 40% level of inflation that government can do something about? In the PM's words, inflation has come down dramatically. Not just come down dramatically. Mr. President, you know what it is? Dramatic drop? 1.4%. And while I can question a 1.4%, all I want, the real issue is what that got to do with the price of rice. Literally. Inflation dropped, but dropped 1.4% in relation to what increased. And if dropping 1.4% is to mean anything, it has to mean something in Belizean pockets. That 1.4% is not performing for Belizeans at the cash register at 88 Republics. The inflation rise is so rough that 1.4% not performing for Save You and Brody's shoppers. So when the budget boasts numbers and statistics, let us ask ourselves, what is the correlation between these numbers and everyday life? Because believe it or not, both from Babylon to Timbuktu, 1.4% inflation drop does not, will not address the high cost of living. And not to be facetious, but let's put it to the test and take a bet. You carry your $5 minimum wage salary to 88 to buy groceries for your family. A family of 3. Mapa picnic or ma 2 picnic. You see, and when you go to the register, for each item you tell Chinaman member a 1.4% inflation drop. Then make we see if your pocket could handle the total. Pay light, pay water, pay internet, pay rent. Mr. President, you get me drift?
Yeah, raise it to 6.
The point I am making is this. Your performance up there, it ain't performing for the people down here. The people under pressure and punishment. Transportation industry. Senator Courtney, let me continue because I have limited time. No one can disagree that in the transportation industry we need better and upgraded buses any of that. But my issue with it is this. When you look at the transportation industry and the players therein, they represent the face of Belize. You have Hispanic families having some runs, Garifuna families having some runs, Creole family having some runs, or Gemidrift. And then now this new initiative, they bring the young people together, they tell them we are nationalized, and the government will assess the value of their business and pay them the value of their business, or have them buy in based on that value. Why not just give them the incentive? Why not just create an environment where Belizeans, the face of Belizeans, can still have a piece of the pie? Don't displace people. I applaud James Blossline for standing up during the Novello saga, and we're not going through that. But what I want to point out about the Novello saga, it having gone into receivership all those years, we still have no release of what the receivers have collected all these years, whether or not they already earned back the money that was actually borrowed. And I just don't get, for me, you expect Belizeans to proverbially pull themselves up by the bootstraps, but they're barefoot and knee-deep in a mud. And we fine-tune a system that is meant to milk them by taxation. And since I mentioned tax, I know that there will be some changes to tax enforcement, and I welcome that. That is good. I understand that in terms of land, that tax collection for land will be moved to the Belize Tax Services, and with that, they will have better enforcement. Let's see. Let's see, but what is important is not only the collection of tax with land, it is the assessment of the value in land that attracts the tax. So I want to see, and I encourage that when you're making your shifts to enforcing tax collection in relation to land, that there is some correlation between how you are able to assess the value of land. And don't tell me unemployed development value, this and that, because man, land can assess for $5,000 and sell for $100,000. And hey, I am not standing here pious, because even on this side, we have seen where on this side people have benefited from that. But this is not about no obnoxious relativism. You've heard me say that before. This is about this administration one up and do better. You talk about land distribution to new landowners, and I congratulate the minister for doing so. I congratulate every new landowner for getting a piece of land, a piece of this 8,866. But where is the infrastructure? Both administrations doing the same thing. If you come in for do better, one up the UDP administration. When you give land, make sure the infrastructure is there so people can access the land. Put roads, man. I lick out my basement the other day when I carry one on a good PUP support I forgot find a land where they get, you know. Better yet, no, don't do it. Better still, one up UDP administration by ensuring light and water out there. And the lot that people get is ready for improvement, because guess what happened? Life is real, things hard out here. 175 by 75 lot, no got nothing to do with the price of rice, and pawn shop this thing. When we fortify people with land, we should fortify them with an enabling environment where they don't have to weigh land versus food, land versus rent, or the Minister of Tourism one will weigh land versus party. Anyway, thank goodness the Minister of Tourism put his concert on pause for now. Housing. I cannot discount that there are Belizeans getting homes. What I take issue with is what could arguably be the discriminatory way with which the housing is being issued. For one, you say starter homes. The average starter family that no one man or woman with a 2 long hand. Now one woman and a 2-3 picnic. Don't even 4. And what type of society are we really engendering when we are putting people in conditions that they will expand out of in short order? That look down as far as your nose go. That's not a long-term solution. What do we want to cause to happen? And you see, when the houses are being built, they're in close proximity to each other. So guess what happen? Addition and go on, you know. We start possibly could get some tenement-looking things, giant walls and all of that. Nonetheless, Mr. President, the promise was 30,000 housing for the poor. The report now is, and I heard the minister, 26 houses completed, 25 under construction, and others in pipeline. 30,000 where? That performance. Wait, man. That promise that definitely ain't performing. And even if I were to adopt your numbers, Senator Guerra, the 600 total or the 200 from last year, 600 compared to 30,000, man, that promise ain't performing. And let me wrap up, or try to wrap up. I want to talk about what is dear to me, the judiciary. We have a judiciary that is seeing yet again.
Senator, you have 10 minutes.
I have my own stop clock, and it's not 10, my good Mr. President. I won't. We're gracious to each other. I will maintain that. The judiciary last year, of the 7 listed strategic priorities, and if you would permit me to refer to them, said they want to uphold high ethical standards of judicial office and maintain a judiciary that is independent, free from bias, and devoid of corruption, engendering public confidence and trust. Now, let me say immediately, not because this is the niche in which I earn a living, but we all are part and parcel of the stakeholdership of the judiciary, and we all share the responsibility of ensuring that we engender public confidence and trust. And Senator Courtney, I'm sure you will agree with me that no person, no council should conduct him or herself in such a way that does not engender public confidence and trust to the judiciary. And I say this because we have laws and procedures to deal with certain circumstances. And if it is you are within the judiciary and you are dissatisfied, there is a process you undertake. If you're dissatisfied with the decision, or if you're dissatisfied with the decision maker. So when we allow our stakeholders to run into the public arena and conduct themselves in such a way that reduces the public confidence of our judiciary, I take issue with that. And this has nothing to do with the substance or merit of whatever it is they're crying about. There's a responsibility to not destroy what you cannot make better. And you know there's a person on this side when name rhyme with trouble when you feel on that. But anyway, what I wanted to point out with the judiciary that is important for the judiciary to function is that it is independent. And of all the literature I've been exposed to, all the forums I've been around, in the world that speaks to independence of the judiciary. They tie that specifically to the judiciary being able to have the finances it needs to carry out its duties. But we cut the budget for the judiciary. How serious are we? I see personal emoluments going down. So who would they let go? But yet travel and subsistence gone up. There are some good initiatives that can be applied to the judiciary to fortify it, but they need the money. We don't have a Court of Appeal building still. The building is condemned, may have mold. You know this, Senator Courtney. I can't comment on that. The library, which used to be there, I said this on the last occasion. Why are we reducing the judiciary and the head of the judiciary to rely on good graces of acquaintances? Our library now, I mean, I know you don't have to use it, you have your own, you know. Over time, we invest in our own industry. But at the court is one room downstairs at the old Treasury building, a small room with some books in there, and that's supposed to be the library. But I will say that what has been done from then to now is that the judges, they have access to a digital platform called LexisNexis where they can do research for cases and materials and whatnot. But still, why are we treating the judiciary like the one Jewish stepchild? We're not entitled to one piece of the pie. I heard on the last parliamentary term that there was a vision to build a government campus and the judiciary will enjoy its own structures and buildings. We renovate one colonial relic, and some of us, we identify with that kind of thing. But when will we build our own? We rent buildings of persons. No disrespect to the persons. I mean, you have your political affinity however you do. But if we're going to rent from persons, let the rental space be adequate. We pass a disabilities bill, now an act that imposes on the government an obligation and the people of Belize an obligation to build public spaces and put infrastructure in place to make it accessible to differently abled people. Man, you got an Orange Walk Court and a Wali Mennonite house. You got the San Ignacio, you got a San Pedro, the courtroom, the up so wrong so down so true so. And me, where I wear my Lee heels without fail, when I go up so wrong so true, so I have a tiptoe kind of when my heels drop through, no flooring. Like, at what point will we invest in this institution that enjoy equal position with how the government runs its affairs? We need facilities in each judicial district. Why is there no money being allocated to build buildings up to par with the Disabilities Act? We can't keep forever renting and leasing spaces. When I look at the magistrate court and the budget for the magistrate court, page 29, line item wages on established staff. Mr. President, 2024-2025, that was $5,700. 2025-2026, it is $562,438. Magistrate court, you know. One building where with the rent, limited capacity and space. That which lot of unestablished staff going there. And then it goes up a little bit, 2026, 2027, to 569, 336. The thing is about employing people, I don't want you to think that I'm against it. Because if people are to be employed and there is space for employment, employ them. But what the government needs to do is assess whether or not they're getting value. Because we have too many workers laden on the public purse. We just not do nothing. They're called ghost workers, whatever workers you want to call them. Do an audit of the workforce. And I say this with caution because I'm not proposing that people should lose their jobs if where they have. What I'm saying is take the responsibility to ensure that you're not just employing people for employment's sake and then they don't know they do nothing and you're walking in a courthouse to try seek services and everybody, no, they gone on lunch, they on break, I come back right now. Check me back next week. Because the thing is about how we treat our people, and when we don't make provisions for them, they are demoralized, and we as government, we have a responsibility to ensure that the public servants aren't demoralized. You really want to treat teachers in the way you're treating them when they are responsible for the future of the nation, our children, they are teaching our children. And don't let me get started on the teachers because that is not my intention. But think about this. I am here because I have met great teachers along the way. They were inspirations after my parents and my immediate family. But teachers we treat terribly. Look at the education product. We boast free education, but we have nothing in place that assesses the quality of the education we are dispensing. We have no assessment in place to ensure that when a child passes from standard 6 to high school and from high school to sixth form, that they're competent. We're BJAT, we're PSC, we're CXC. Like when you ask teachers to explain what the curriculum is, they cannot, because only the minister then at that time know it. And I'll wrap up. I see I have a minute left, Mr. President.
I will give you an additional 2 minutes. Your time has expired, but I will grant you an additional 2 minutes just to wrap up, Senator.
I am grateful, Mr. President. I said so, no echo necessary. Now, Mr. President, I will end this way. The people of Belize, they feel the pressure and the punishment of inflation. The people of Belize, they feel what it means when for the $5 minimum wage cannot afford their bills, their groceries. The people of Belize, regular people, not we. Can you say something about we in here? There is an air that may be clouding us, you know.
I don't know.
And you see, and that is the thing. Oh, Lord, man, I only got 2 minutes. You see, that is the thing that we want people to understand. When we talk about NHI, we are not criticizing this scheme. But Senator Guerra, what you need to understand is NHI pan the ground. I know where NHI were you reading at this thing. No, because I have had the unfortunate fate of having to access healthcare in public institutions and private. I have the benefit of saying I have access healthcare at an NHI institution. So sometimes when we talk, it's good when you have one point of relation, when you live it and you experience it. I gone to the hospital when the hospital never have no medication. I experienced that. And what it is that is happening now in the healthcare industry, you have private players all of a sudden in the pharmaceutical industry where when the hospital now have the medication, the private players who conveniently are connected to, you know, the administration, who they provide the service instead of the public institution. That is the problem. If it walk like a duck, talk like a duck, quack like a duck, is a duck. Unless you want me to say the duck is yellow, is blue, and then maybe I agree that blue duck, now a duck. I end, Mr. President. The promise to performance is a blanket statement that does not obtain. The promise to performance is a statement that is meant to pull wool over people's eye and make them feel like everything fine and dandy, hunky-dory. No, 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 no. I've identified where some promises ain't performing. And people, they're under pressure, Mr. President. People, they're under punishment and pressure. And you don't have to be PUP or UDB to be under pressure. Because I feel pressure, man. Me and my peculiar eating habits where I feel it when my bill they go from $300 to $1,000 for the same thing. And we can't ignore that reality. The reality is, Mr. President, the numbers in this budget book, people know they feel it down the ground. It ain't performing for the people on down the ground. So this top-down approach, there needs to be some shift. Because when we do everything on the top, they will only say that is what is supposed to be done. And this is my sentence ending, my good sir. You see, if you had just been patient, and I've heard you. So when we have this approach that you want to fix things up at the top, don't forget that it has to trickle down at the bottom. The people need to feel it. And right now, they know they feel it. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Louis Wade.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good evening, everybody. It's certainly my pleasure to be here and to be a part of this formidable team. I kind of waited for late in the evening because certainly I'm very green at this, and I need to sit back and listen and learn and, of course, prepare myself for this momentous occasion. I must say that I'm very, very pleased, very happy with a lot of the discourse that has been conducted this evening. And Mr. President, with your indulgence, I would like to use my notes. I want to start off, first of all, by congratulating the current administration for its recent resounding victory at the polls. I need to start there because it means simply that the most important poll of all endorses what you have done in the first 5 years of office. Your plan Belize #1. And so you've been granted by the people of Belize another opportunity to produce your plan Belize #2. I encourage you to do so with vigor and love and respect of the people and with the humble attitude. You know, second term has a certain ring to it. I come from the media, and when we think about second term, we think about ugly corruption rearing its head. And I trust that this second term will be different for you, that you will make it different, that you will fight the desire for corruption, fight the desire to bite a piece of the pie, that you will act in integrity, that you will resist this second term arrogance and entitlement, and that you will instead provide a better way of life for our people. The 2025-26 budget is certainly aspirational. And I see a lot of time has gone into putting together the budget as it relates to building of roads, construction of houses for the poor, expansion of the economy, expansion of social and educational programs, and much more. Well, as I began to go through this book, I decided on my own that I wanted to take a look at some of the old audited reports, because there are a lot of numbers here. Not just millions, but over $1.7 billion. I didn't get any direction from anybody. As I said, I'm very new at this, but I have a home that I run. There's a budget there. I have a church that I run. There's a budget there. I have a ministry, a drug rehab that I run, and I have a couple of businesses, including Plus TV, and budgets are important. And so we want to see that the numbers that come before us are as real as possible. To my shock, I have to repeat what my fellow senators have said, that the last submitted audited report was the 2014-2015 audited report. That's a decade of unaudited budgets and expenses. We have to do better than that, because that was the first place that I wanted to look and to see and to compare. And I'm familiar with the fact that the current draft, and I'm grateful for it, it contains several years so that you could see several years before and what you project for the future. It's very good. But I think that we need that independent verification that can only come from an audit. I notice, of course, that the People's United Party side, you rise and you give your opinion on the numbers, and the opposite side gives their opinion on the numbers, and that is very good. But then the audit is supposed to shoot right down the middle. And I need that if we are going to do our job the right way. And so, as it relates to this particular budget, I welcome the growth of 8.2% in GDP. I welcome the historic 3% unemployment rate. I welcome the debt to GDP ratio down from 131 to 61. These are all laudable accomplishments, and I will never withhold my congratulations. Regardless of how I'm labeled, one side or the other, what you will hear will always be my conscience and my heart. I've lived long enough in the media industry to be labeled one way or another, yet I simply want to get off my chest what it is that I think and I feel as a very, very independent person. I believe that the economic engine is humming, and that is good news for all. But what about the streets? We hear it on both sides. Can the streets verify the numbers? The streets don't understand numbers. Well, I want to say that I wrote my report long before I heard the discourse today. And I want to say, from my opinion, the streets are showing the change and the dramatic improvement in the economy. That is my opinion, and I'm going to prove it. You see, what is happening right now is that contractors in the capital city of Belmopan are finding it difficult to find workers. Workers are scarce. Why? Because there are many different buildings that are going up in Belmopan and across the country. So people are employed. You know, they're employed to the point where construction workers right now are setting their own day pay. where they go to work in the morning and they begin to work, and then they tell the contractor boss, you know what, the sun hot today, I don't want that $50, I want $75. And the contractors are paying it because there is a shortage of workers, because the unemployment rate is historically low. So that's what I'm going to say. I can hear the numbers from both sides, but the truth of the matter is what we see on the streets is showing that people are going to work. You see, traditionally Belmopan is known as the center of government activity. So traditionally, we've always had public servants here in Belmopan. And so you see them at the peak hours rushing to work at 8 o'clock, and then you see them between 11 and 12, and then you see them again at 5. And between that time, Belmopan kind of goes dead. That's how Belmopan has been. And on weekends, there's an exodus from Belmopan. My friends, not now. Not now. Every day, we have traffic jam. You want to know why? People, they move, money, they move, goods, they move, services are moving in the capital city of Belmopan. That is the reality. And I'm going to give one more description before I move on. If you drive from Constitution Drive right on to the Hummingbird Highway, and you drive, let's say you drive from the marketplace to the Agriculture and Trade Show, there are 4 brand new 2-story, 3-story, and 4-story complexes that are being used in the BPO industry that have never been there before. Hundreds of young people, male and female, are walking around Belmopan to and fro, going and coming from work, catching the taxi, buying snow cones. The movement in Belmopan. I have lived here from I'm 16 and I'm 55 years old now. So I'm not into the political rhetoric. I am telling you what I know. The city is moving like never before. And I even saw at a particular, I will give the street, Cardinal Avenue. I literally saw a group of BPO, about 7 of them, with their boss, asking people, sir, you want a job? Miss, you want a job? They came to me and, sir, do you know anybody who needs a job? Never seen it before. I don't know if it's bad marketing that they have, that they can't find workers, or it is that the market is such that they are looking for workers. That's right. You see? And so I'm going to call it like I see it, and that is why I have been asked to be here on behalf of the churches, so that I can call it as I see it to the nation of Belize. So now, you know what I call that? That is the true new growth industry. It's positive, it's healthy, and it's addictive. Let me tell you something. Work is dignity and dignified. But all is not perfect. There is a problem. And I think it has been mentioned here on numerous occasions, the issue of inflation, cost of living. And I'm going to bring it up again because it needs to be heard and it needs to be dealt with by this government. Cost of living is tearing away the hard-earned currency from the hands of the many young people who are energetically working. While it might not be plunging them into dire poverty because they have jobs, the fact is that many of them are barely keeping their heads above the water. Some are one paycheck away from poverty. This means no extra money to buy a mode of transportation like a bicycle and a motorcycle and a little car to elevate themselves. They're working, they're feeding themselves, but they're not elevating. No money to purchase a property and to begin to build, and no money to start a family. This, I believe, is one of the reasons why the teachers and public servants are back on the streets. Cost of living is high. And so the economy is moving, but if we don't deal with the issues of cost of living, what they earn will be taken away back from them in the natural process of things. So, here is what I want to say. If government, the largest purchaser, is willing to live with high prices, then we will have to pay those same high prices too, won't we? Mr. President, I do not agree that the government is like a victim of inflation. I believe that to a degree, government is a part of the problem, it's part perpetrator. And I'm going to explain why. I'll give you an example again now. You see, the Ministry of Health purchased property to house the future state-of-the-art hospital for Belmopan, and they purchased it near the grey waters of BWSL. The price was exorbitantly high. Government was adamant that the price was fair, and they agreed to the purchasing price. Within 24 hours of the government making the announcement, all the other properties in the area took their price up. Did you hear me? In that case, government was not the victim of inflation, it was the perpetrator. You caused the price of land in that area to go up. And then you know what? Hear me out. You've now set the bar for the future. Because now when you want to buy other land, everybody know government, the client is coming. Yes, you now are a victim of the problem that you created in purchasing that high land, and then you know who else is suffering with them? The customers, the ordinary people who also need to purchase land in Belmopan. Do I know what I'm talking about? Yes, I talked to the realtors who took down their signs temporarily, created new signs and put them back up, and told me what their new prices were. This is important. And you know what? I know what the price of land was in that area. I had just bought 11.6 acres in the same area for a drug rehab. I got to say, thank God we closed the deal before government came buying. I paid under $100,000 for the 11.6 acres. I have the receipts. You took the price up in the area. If I had just waited to close the deal, I would not have land for my rehab. To help the down and out. It matters, government, it matters. So, I do support what is taking place, but we can do better. One error can create a massive change. Land prices in Belmopan are now higher than ever, and then that takes up the rent. So there are people who were once renting for $600-700 that are now renting for double the price, $1,400. And I'm going to say it, Belmopan's inflation rate is always the highest in the country, and sometimes it's twice the rate, the national average. Belmopan, oh boy. And I want to say why. It's because we live where the government is buying. We live where the government is buying. You see, government is not only the country's largest employer, you're also the country's largest purchaser. And so what you are willing to pay, yes, we pay. We pay as well. Because if we don't buy it, government is going to buy it. And then government is going to buy it sometimes and then give it to the poor. See? So the prices can remain high. There is work to be done. I fully support the increase of the minimum wage from $5 to $6. But if we do not get a handle on the cost of living, inflation will once again eat it all up. If you okay, so I'm not an expert in economics, but I've been I don't know the markets, but I know the local market, and I think it still reflects some of it. I joined the Minister of Infrastructure and Development in calling on the business community. And he called out the Asian community, to be specific, to find ways to lower food prices. It's true, they seem to have cornered the supermarket sector where we buy our groceries. But I believe that there is another area that is driving high inflation in Belize, separate from the factors that are affecting us globally. What is it? Fuel prices. Fuel prices. Petroleum, the thing that giveth and taketh away. It giveth and taketh away. So the minister is out to the Asian community asking them to lower prices, but I asked the government, will you do the same at the gas pump? A driving factor of inflation is fuel prices. Over the entire first term, we did not see any significant savings at the gas station for customers. From my recollection, prices have remained generally near the $12 mark for the entire first term of the administration. What used to be the high ceiling is now the standard cost for a gallon of gas. So if a gallon of gas is $12, a person has to work 2.5 hours to buy 1 gallon of fuel. So this is a hard one, because processed petroleum, it gives you the hard cash you need. It's dependable, it's a dependable source of income. It's a huge revenue earner for the government, though I couldn't find it in the estimates. I think it's somewhere in the taxes. It's somewhere in the taxes and the GST. So I can't get the number. That's good. It's hidden. That's where I'm going to put it. And it's an important financial base for the government. I agree that the money has to, and so I agree that money has to come from somewhere for these increasing wage bills, with the free up education, with the free up primary health care in this NHI rollout, and other important programs. They are important programs, but they are running at exorbitant costs to the state. So the problem of using imported fuel as a major part of revenue collection, the problem with it is that everything runs on fuel. Fuel costs affect every area of the economy. High prices drive food prices. They drive services higher and higher. So lower fuel prices will reduce the cost of transportation of people, transportation of goods. It will cut agricultural inputs. It will reduce manufacturing costs, and it will reduce the effect of inflation across the entire economy. And that's why I say, petroleum, it giveth and it taketh away. So I don't know, maybe the economists will help us to understand if it's a net gain or a net loss, or if it's net zero. This thing called petroleum is on my mind because of all the things I purchase, and everywhere I go, you know who I know the most? And you want to know which place I frequent the most? The gas station. I know all the gas pump attendants, and they all know me. This is problematic. And I know what they're doing in the US, because although President Donald Trump is messing with all those tariff numbers, how is he stabilizing inflation? Drill, baby, drill, pump the oil, reduce the gas price, and he is being able to keep inflation stable through reducing the price at the pump. He is doing it right now in the United States. But you know what? We don't want to drill, not true? We don't want to drill. I don't want to go in detail in that part. I'm going to tiptoe away from it. I'm going to tiptoe away. But I want to take a swipe at something else, probably to my own demise. My wife said, boy, you sure you want to talk about that on your first appearance? I said, babe, I have to. I want to talk about this thing called free. Free education, free health care, free land, free housing. Free is good. We all love free. I love free. But there is no such thing as free. Somebody must pay. Somebody must pay the bill. And I don't know PUP, I don't know UDP, I don't run for office. I will talk about this free thing. I will talk about it. Because I ain't running. Because free is good, baby. I don't know how much time I got, but God willing, I got 5 years. God willing, I got 5 years. I will beat this drum. Free, no? Oh boy, we don't have free education, free healthcare, free land, and free housing yet, but we're getting close. We're pretty close. Government heavily subsidizes these 4 areas, heavily subsidized. And the aim, it's kind of like a ship that we're set in that direction that slowly, we're saying, right? Free education, free. And that's why I tell you, I don't know if I was supposed to bite this pie at this time, but I'm going to attempt. I'm free to speak, yes. No, it's the people. It's the people, you know, kind of people love the free. Who's calling for the free? It's out there that's calling for the free. And there's nothing free, right? So I support free, but I'm scared. I'm scared. You see, in the Gulf states, they can have a lot of free stuff. Dubai, some of these places, they have oil. Oil! They're drilling, baby. They're drilling. Huh? In the European countries, there's free healthcare, and we always talk about it. We're pointing to other countries. But if you go to Europe, you will see the exorbitant prices because of the extremely high tax. There's nothing free. The chickens will come home, PUP or UDP in office. All of this free stuff, the bill will come behind. And who will pay the bill? It's the Belizean people. You see, there has to be a sustainable source. There has to be a sustainable source. Already, education eats up a significant chunk of our entire budget. Education. This year, we are projected to spend $276.7 million on education. And it's not free yet. It's not free yet. I did the maths. Listen to me now. That budget to that one ministry of education, it is bigger than the budget of 18 ministries combined. 18! In other words, take the GG budget, the AG budget, the DPP budget, Ministry of Infrastructure budget. I added them together, Mr. President, and I added 18 ministries, their entire budget, for me to get to the one budget called education. Because we want free education. It's not free. It's now driving the expenses in the budget. And there are only 25 ministry allocations. And that one ministry eats 18. And still the teachers are not happy. They are knocking at the door, asking for more. And you know what? Whatever they get is not yet in this book, is it? It's not in this book. So we are debating a book Say, whole ticket, Belize. We are debating a book, and the teachers and public servants are on the street asking for more. And that more, I presume, then will come by way of a supplemental. And nobody is saying we're already in deficit. 2 years from now, we have $125 million principal that is knocking at our door, etc., etc. Nobody wants to say the political thing. And then there is free health care, NHI, right? Please, I love the idea. I love the idea of free education. I want to say it on record. I love the concept of free health care. I do. I support it. But again, the issue of sustainability. And free health care. The estimates for 2025-2026 for the Ministry of Health show that $161 million has been allocated to produce a healthy nation. So, just the two commodities that we want free. What are the two commodities that we want free? Education and health care. They are the two largest, by far, line items or items in the budget. I think the only thing that is bigger is the Ministry of Finance, I believe, that controls the Cap 2, Cap 3 stuff. So this is reality. And here is the thing about free, from my observation. When it is free, then free market prices don't drive it. Because when there is competition for purchase, then the prices will fluctuate because there's several people in the market. But when government alone is in the market, the rules won't apply. So a cotton swab that used to cost maybe 1 cent or shilling over time will start to cost $1 because government will pay. Salaries will continue to go up. Why? Government will pay. You see, when you are in the opposition, you say we support the teachers. We support the teachers. When you are in the opposition, and so all the unions have to do to go find the last cycle and repeat. So we could find every single one. When we are in opposition, we support the teachers, and when we are in government, we have to find the money. Why? Government will pay. Government will pay. So we are beginning to act as if like government is like a total separate entity from the people of Belize. Like there's money that government has or has access to that the people won't one day pay. This falsehood must be exposed. The freer it is, the more it's taking up space on the budget. And the opposition can use it, but the government must find it. In the 2022-2023 fiscal year, government collected $1.1 million in hospital fees. Follow me? That a 2022-23 fiscal year, government collected $1.1 million in hospital fees. You want to know how much it collected last year? $303,000. Hospital fees. In other words, now that today people are richer, right? Lower unemployment, then they work, they're gainfully employed, but what then do? Stop pay the hospital bill. They stop paying the hospital bill. So when we were getting at least $1.1 million, from hospital revenue, it's down to $300,000 now. Why? Government will pay. Government will pay. So what is the problem that's happening in our beautiful Belize? Me not just to talk to the politician now, me to talk to the people out there. when the people who can afford it see the ones who can't afford it and won't pay it, when they see that they don't pay it and government come in and pay it, those people say, well, if they not pay, I know they pay either. And so there was a whole percentage of people who could pay their hospital bills. Now they are not paying it. Are they lie? Why? Government will pay it. Right? That's a cautionary tale. Government will pay it. Government will absorb it. Government will write it off. I'm going to kind of wrap up. As I said, I wasn't supposed to bite that pie. I don't know what's going to happen. But I'm telling you, that's what I see when I go through this thing. You see, we act as if government is some foreign entity with different money. That mentality must change. And our leaders must constantly remind the people why these services are heavily subsidized. Do I want free education? Yes, because free education creates an educated people. And when properly applied, we become a thinking nation. And education lifts you out of poverty. And education increases productivity. Please understand that at the core of it, free education should be about increased productivity in a country where the pie is increased. They're not just handouts. What is the purpose of free health care? The purpose of free health care is that you become a healthier person, because a healthier you will go to work. You can work better, harder, faster. You can produce. So free health needs to be about productivity. It is all about productivity. So you know what some people do? Take the free house, take the free land, sell it to a foreigner, then they catch the plane and go to States with their education. And there goes the productivity. The investment that we put in them. If people do not learn to love their country, if people don't understand why we are subsidizing education, why we are subsidizing healthcare, then it just becomes a political football, and people don't understand that we are investing in you because you have to become a productive citizen to increase the economic prosperity of our nation. Stay home and build your country. And welcome back to those who, unfortunately, Mr. Trump is sending you back. But we want you back here. Come and help the productive sector in this country. Now, I'm going to wrap up. I'm a pastor. Sometimes we say I'll conclude, then I'll close, and then I'm bringing things. So I really apologize. We have about 4 ways to close off things. I'll turn my attention to housing for the poor.
Of 10 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, you need to know the trick is to cut the time for me. All right, no. Housing for the poor. But I'm not talking about the Boots Martinez version that is currently playing out in the media. Isn't it funny that there are 2 housing for the poor that are playing out simultaneously? Isn't it interesting? As I say, nobody pay me for talk. I got my own way. I sit down, I observe my country that I love so much. 2 housing for the poor are playing out. One that is playing in the media, but there is a real housing for the poor that is being delivered by the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development under the leadership of Minister Julius Espat. It's been taking place over the last 4.5 years. Why will I bring it up? Well, I had the privilege to be a part of the committee that vetted the applications. I'll tell the country now, I was there. I was asked to be a part of it, to ensure that only deserving Belizeans will receive their starter house. I was there. And I want to say several things. Number one, every single one of those houses has a story. and I heard this story. That's number one, I want you to know. Number two, PUP's got houses, UDP got houses. And unaligned people got opportunities as well. As a matter of fact, there are people who have houses today that are neither PUP nor UDP. They simply went to the website, downloaded the application, they were interviewed, they were vetted, and because their story matched out, they are today living in one of those houses. I was there. Many received houses, as I said, by directly going. Why am I saying it? I'll tell you. You want to know what happened at the handing out ceremonies? The people were reminded that this is not a handout, it is a hand up. I sat there watching the thing from beginning where people apply to the process where people begin to get housed across this country. And as a matter of fact, some of them, there are like 50 houses in one area, but across this country, they're like black pepper and salt. Some people in their own little space have a house. And you know what? Many of them already have added 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and they are moving on up. I am saying that because as they received their keys, they were being told, pay $100.
Oh, you have to drop the 100 when you have your key?
No, pay $100 a month. Sorry about that. That needs to happen for education. That needs to happen for health care. My friends, in every single area where you are trying to make things affordable for poor Belizeans, we need to constantly remind them that this is not a handout. It is a hand up because we want you to be a part of the productive sector. It reminds me that in this book, I see only about $1 million as recurrent expenditure under housing. There's no cap 2, no cap 3. I hope I read it wrong, because that kind of program must continue. There are still a couple of people who say, well, me not the pay because this is for me. And that just $100 a month. And they don't know why. Because the mentality has crept in. If you will go down the path of free education, free healthcare, free housing, etc., constantly bring it before the people that there is a reason for it, that somebody is paying for it, and we who are paying for it expect that they will take it and leverage themselves out of poverty. It's certainly with great expectation that I sit here and hope to represent the church and Belizeans. And I intend to call it as it is. Please remember that the Ministry of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs and Transport, the Constitution part, it doesn't have much finances assigned to it. It's about $101,000. The PCC has just finished, and they went around the country talking to people. We need to go back to the people. You see, already there is mischief being created when it comes to the report. And you know what? There's nothing mischievous if people can see it. Let Belizeans see the report, let them debate it and discuss it. We need the funds for it, because in a democracy, just as we have listened to all of the different debate and discourses today, we need to do that for the constitution we have and the constitution that we want to have. I thank you for this opportunity to address this honorable House. Mr. President, thank you.
I recognize Senator Koi.
Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I will refer to some of my notes. Mr. President, it has been an honor of my lifetime to serve the people of Belize under this administration led by our Honorable Prime Minister John Bersenio. This would not have been possible without the tremendous sacrifice of my family, my beautiful wife and children. To them, I will forever be grateful. I would also like to express heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to my law partners, Eamon and Denise, and of course, to the Honorable Prime Minister for enabling me the opportunity to participate and to serve. On the topic at hand, the budget, we have heard a lot about the budget over the past few weeks, including from my colleagues here today. The ordinary man can see that on its face, the budget is one big book of numbers. And I do agree that there are a lot of numbers in this book. But just as how a single equation, Schrodinger's fundamental equation of quantum mechanics, has reduced chemistry to physics, so the budget gives us much more than numbers on a page. It documents our past, our present, and our plans for the future. Our past. When we look back on the past, that's not a place we want to go back to. That's not a place the people want to go back to. They made that clear on November 11, 2020. And they made that absolutely clear on March 12, 2025. There is no again for us because we were not great in the past. We were not even good. Where we were in a deplorable, bankrupt state of affairs in 2020. There was no vision, no strategy, no action plan. The only plan was a reaction plan. So when this administration came into office in 2020, there was a whole lot of mess to clean up. Unemployment was at its highest in history. Poverty rate was over 50%. Debt was at unsustainable levels. The public finances were in shambles. Yes, we borrowed $1 million a day just to put payroll, just to make payroll. And the economy was contracting. FDI inflows had plummeted to 159 million for the year. The average GDP per capita was at 10,000 in 2020, less than what it was in 2008 at 11,000. The GDP was contracting at an unprecedented rate of 14%. The risk of devaluation of the Belize dollar was a serious concern. This is the history that is reflected in the data and in this budget book. Unlike the UDP though, we had a vision and a plan, and that plan was Plan Belize. Fast track to today, where we are now, the present. Unemployment now stands at all-time lows of 2.1%. The poverty rate now stands at 22%. And I digress a bit, given the comments made earlier. Studies have been done on the rate of poverty for Belize over the past 20 years, easily over the past 20 years. I recollect a study done by Halcro on the poverty rate in 2009. You know what that was? It was 41% in 2009. So from 2009 to 2018, you would think the poverty rate might have gone down. No, it didn't go down. By 2018, that's when it was at 52%. the international standards-based collection of data, to the extent that we have the SIB, the Statistical Institute of Belize, has put together a multi-dimensional poverty index, meeting all international standards, now records the poverty rate as of 2024, September 2024, at 22%. A dramatic reduction from each year, 2021, 22, 23, and 24. And why? Because the people have gone to work. The people are at work. Senator Wade spoke about the experience that we have right now. That in itself is a challenge. In some arenas, they would say that our unemployment rate is too low. And why would that argument be made? Why would that argument be made? Because of the tightness in the labor market. We talk about inflation, and inflation is an experience that Belize typically does not experience in a significant way. Historically, our inflation rate is in the vicinity of between 1 and 1.5%. But we all know what transpired between 2021 and 2023. What stimulants, especially in the developed countries, what impact that they had on inflation, what the Russia-Ukraine war and the impact on the cost of fuel, what that had on inflation. So inflation did go up. It went up more in most other countries than it did in Belize, but it did go up in Belize. It went as high as 6.3% for 2023. 2024, it came down to a little under 3.5%, or around 3.5%. And as of March of this year, it has come down to 1.4%. It didn't reduce by 1.4%. It has come down to 1.4%. That is now back to historical averages. That is where inflation is. I think there's some measure of misunderstanding of what is inflation. Inflation is the rise in prices on the basis of a basket of goods. You never have, it's extremely rare that you have deflation. You simply have low inflation or moderate or high inflation. You don't have deflation. So it is a common experience that we have a continuing increase in prices. That is not something that is avoidable. But as was referred to earlier, in terms of where that inflation comes from, yes, it comes from, in large part, from the importation of goods, which Belize does a lot of. But Senator Wade highlighted an important point that does, and I would want to take you up on that, the comments you made in terms of what your experience is in Belmopan. You have tightness in labor, because we have in effect a labor shortage. Labor can push up the prices of wages, that is wage inflation. And wage inflation can have a spiraling effect on consumer inflation, on products. So what we are experiencing in terms of inflation is, yes, a combination of imported inflation, but domestic inflation because of the tightness in our labor market. Thankfully, we are in a position where we are seeing a resolution in the rate of inflation, where we are now back to historical averages at 1.3% as of March. The average GDP per capita, I highlighted earlier in a comment on the loan motion on the Kuwait loan. The average GDP per capita has increased by over 60% to to over $16,000 now. So what is important to glean from that fact is, yes, the cost of living has been going up. Inflation rates reflect that the cost of living has been going up. But at the same time, the average income per person has gone up far more than the increase in the cost of living. So our people are getting wealthier. They're experiencing an increase in their overall take home after dealing with the cost, increased cost of living. Instead of consistent and unaffordable primary deficits, we now consistently run primary surpluses. And now instead of contracting, the economy is now growing. Over the past 5 years, our economy has grown in real terms close to 40%. As Senator Courtney mentioned, Belize is the second fastest growing economy in the Western Hemisphere after Guyana. There is no longer any risk of devaluation. Official reserves now stand at historical highs at over $1 billion Belize dollars, and the banking sector themselves holding historical highs of over $1 billion in foreign assets as well. But getting back to what I referred to on Monday and what Senator Dennison spoke to, we cannot depend on mere organic growth to continue this extraordinary growth. A prosperous future depends on a grand vision in which we boldly take advantage of the opportunities afforded to us. For too long, Belize has largely ignored our realities because of historical ties. This administration, led by the Honorable John Briseno, now seeks to take advantage of these realities, geographic and otherwise. And it's important to refer to some of the comments that Senator Courtney made in terms of looking at our region. Having that grand vision to say, yes, we are a part of the Caribbean, but you know what? There is much more value in integrating with Central America. And I think that is one of those grand visions that we seek to implement. We seek to achieve in a way that will make a material difference in the growth trajectory of our country. Over 60%, I think the last number was 64% of our GDP comes from the services sector. That includes tourism and the BPO sector and other services. Agriculture represents less than 10% as the primary sector. Clearly, we are dependent as an economy on the services sector, including tourism. Is that what we want to depend on for our future economic growth? Is that the elasticity of demand for tourism what we want to rely on when we have already the experience of COVID in 2020 when tourism basically went to zero? We have to diversify. We have to look at how what those advantages that exist that Belize can utilize, and those include logistics and energy. Logistics in the nature of transportation and port facilities. By developing our road network, by developing our port facilities, we are in a position where we can serve as a hub between the Central American region, southern Mexico, and the Caribbean region. The market that we have largely avoided is over 20 million in Guatemala alone. The Mexican market is over 90 million. The southern Mexican market sees over 20 million tourists every year. Trade in these regions represent a tremendous opportunity for us, but we have to see the opportunity and invest in that opportunity. And how do we do that? We invest in the infrastructure, in the logistics infrastructure. One of the major investments that Belize and the government of Belize has undertaken just over the past couple of years is in the acquisition of the port. That represents an important component in the development of Belize as a regional logistics hub. The opportunity that it offers not only for cruise tourism, but for cargo services, bulk cargo services, is something that we cannot ignore. And when we talk about debt, we refer to the 4.4 billion in debt that Belize currently has. If you look at the numbers from 2020 to 2024, both domestic debt and external debt. On the external debt, we basically are just about where we were in those 2 years, from 2020 to 2024. The domestic debt, we have hardly utilized. We have hardly utilized domestic debt whatsoever since 2020, save and except for the acquisition of the port. And that is where that debt has increased. But other than that, the domestic debt has been maintained at what it historically was from 2020. But that reflects the priority that this government gives to the development of our country in the prioritizing of the logistics network, including the port and the transportation network. In energy, Belize imports roughly 45% of all our energy requirements from CFE in Mexico. Last year, I think we can all attest to the experience of the dangers of that reliance when we suffered from numerous power outages, when CFE completely cut us off from any energy access. That is clear. Energy represents a weakness, a security weakness, but it also represents an opportunity. As a major import, if we are to turn that around, imagine the impact that will have on our GDP. Because as an import, that is a negative component of our GDP. To eliminate that negative component, then immediately our GDP is improved substantially. But imagine now that we can export. We can not only not import, but we can export electricity or energy into Mexico, into the Central American region. Those are the opportunities that we have, that we can take advantage of now. And those are the opportunities that can transform our economy in a materially positive way for the long-term sustainable development of our country. And this budget speaks to a lot of that. The Saudi solar project is in now the process of implementation, which involves the installation of 60 megawatts of utility scale solar. The battery project, the World Bank battery project, which is a 40 megawatt battery energy storage project, is embedded in this budget as well. Those are major investments that the government has made to jumpstart that effort towards energy security and energy independence, but it also is a jumpstart to the energy sector being a real contributor to the development of this country. And as that happens, then we are in a position where new sectors can develop, including sectors like light manufacturing that we've spoken about for decades, but have not seen to fruition. That investment, though, has to be rooted in an investment in human capital. And that investment in human capital is that investment in education and in health. And so while we speak about free, while you referred, Senator, about free education and free health is not free, I don't think anybody will dispute that it is not free. There is a cost to it, but that cost represents an investment in our people. That cost represents an investment in human capital, the confidence that we have that our people will take us up and up that development path for our country. So from the budget, you can see that roughly on recurrent expenditure alone, we're looking at 22% of the total recurrent expenditures being for education, and roughly 16% of the investment in health. 16% of the recurrent expenditures being invested in health. It's more than what represents in the Ministry of Health, but because simply put, the Ministry of Health budget of $161 million recurrent does not include the $50 million that is being invested by way of NHI. That is, I think, is found in the Ministry of Finance budget. So in effect, it's actually over $200 million that's being invested in health for the people of Belize as we look to roll out the NHI. Now, I will be brief in terms of the various comments that have been raised here this evening. Senator Faber, you spoke about what would be done in terms of the government and tariffs, the government and the MCC compact, as well as what this situation, or what's the plan as far as hurricane season. On the matter of hurricane season, this is an area where I think this administration has put in a lot of work, a lot of effort. I think Senator Zatina, you spoke about disaster risk management. Disaster risk management is more of a reaction to what disasters may occur. But in reality, we have to expect that disasters can be multitudes of that budget. And so we have to have a disaster risk financing strategy. And in fact, this cabinet finalized and approved the disaster risk financing strategy with the support of the World Bank for Belize. That includes not only disaster risk management budget, but even more importantly, the insurance, catastrophe risk insurance that we get from the Caribbean CRIF. It also includes the contingency line of credit that we have with IDB. It also includes what we are at present working on, the CAT DDO option, which was roughly about 20 million US that we're working on through the IDA concessionary resource program from the World Bank. It includes even in the Blue Bond, the parametric insurance that exists under that bond. It as well includes the contingency fund. I think we typically put 5 million into that contingency fund for any emergency matters. So we have all of that forming part of our overall disaster risk financing strategy, which is there not only for hurricane season, but for pandemics and forest fires as well. So major climate events as well as health events. That is what this strategy has been developed for. So that is already a plan in place. On the MCC compact, I think the points certainly are well taken in terms of having what is our reaction in that sense. What is our reaction to what is not formal yet, but is likely in terms of the MCC compact. It has not been cancelled, or we have not received any formal notification of any cancellation, but let's assume that there is. No, we haven't. Let's assume that there is a formal cancellation. The fact of the matter is the MCC compact development involves quite a bit of root cause analysis and feasibility analysis as to what would be done for the education sector and the energy sector. In the case of the education sector, the root problem identified and to address it was the low quality of education, and that low quality of education not meeting the demands of the market, the local market in Belize. So that quite a bit of feasibility work has been done, and those studies are with the Ministry of Education already. We are not at risk in terms of any work or project work in terms of the compact having been done already. It never did start. It was to start in, I think it was June of this year, but it never did start. So what we have is the wealth of information, data, and analysis that we can utilize. One example, for example, that I think both of you referred to, is the absence of assessments. That is critically important, even in connection with what is going on right now in terms of teachers, etc. The World Bank had conducted a public expenditure review, I think a year and a half or so ago. And part of that review included an assessment of education expenditures. The review indicating that we technically, or relative to other jurisdictions in the region, we overspend per capita on education. So we're not getting the results. Part of the problem or the recommendation made is that we have no accountability. We don't hold the managing authorities accountable. We don't hold the teachers accountable for learning outcomes. And so how can we expect any better if nobody is responsible for what the learning outcomes are? So what the analysis through MCC includes is the establishment of a national student assessment system. That national student assessment system involves assessment starting from, I think it's standard 1, standard 4, standard 6, first form, second form, third form, and fourth form. So a full national student assessment system is in process of being established. A consultant is in process of developing that. That is one of those projects that, or one of those analyses that is halfway complete, I should say, or 2/3 complete. But that is one of those analyses. Whether or not MCC comes through or is cancelled, that will get done, and this government will ensure that that is completed so that that national student assessment system is introduced at the earliest possibility. In terms of in terms of cost, I should, if that is a question, in terms of cost, I think it was in the vicinity of $2 million US for development of that under the MCC Compact, none of which we have paid. That has been paid by the MCC Compact development funds. But to the extent that we would have to be responsible, we would be responsible, or we would take it on. We would take on about 600,000 around there. On the matter of tariffs, this is not an area that we have sat down on. I think the spring meetings, the IMF and World Bank spring meetings, in which I personally attended, I took the opportunity to meet with the US authorities. And essentially where we are at this point is Belize is too small, even CARICOM is too small. The US wants to deal with the top 20 trade partners that they have. And so we basically have to sit tight. That's where it is. That's the reality of it as far as the discussions with the U.S. is concerned. But ultimately, I believe that those discussions will occur not necessarily only as between Belize and the U.S., but between CARICOM and the U.S. On behalf of Belize and the rest of the region. Well, I think that, speaking to that as far as shocks, there are two sides to it. One is on the import, and then the other side is on the export. In terms of the export, there are roughly 5 or 6 main exports to the U.S. Lobster, conch, sugar, molasses, rum, and pepper. And the expectation is that there will not be any material impact on the export of those products to the U.S., given the inelasticity of demand for most of those products. In connection with the import side, yes, there is the risk of an inflationary impact from the importation of higher priced goods. There are several factors that play into that at the same time. One is, will that be a continuing, if there is an inflationary effect, will there be a continuing inflationary effect, or will it be a one-time effect? All indications are that if there is an inflationary impact, it will be a one-time effect. But beyond that, Senator Courtney spoke about the estimates of the global slowdown in the economy, from 3.2 to 2.8% that the IMF estimated. To the extent that there is that slowdown, and in this budget, we actually, as I indicated in my presentation on Monday, we have taken a conservative approach to the growth in this budget. Roughly 2.5% is what we projected as the growth in revenues. That is larger because of the expectation that growth will moderate significantly. And in the sense of that moderation, that aligns with the same estimates that the IMF has given. In fact, our estimates are even more conservative than the IMF. So, to the extent that there is a slowdown in economic growth, that effectively represents a slowdown in aggregate demand. And if there is a slowdown in aggregate demand, that has a reducing effect on inflation. So it potentially will offset any increasing effect on tariff. So from that standpoint, it's not necessarily a certainty that we will have any runaway inflation or any significant inflation in this uncertain time of potential tariffs. On the matter of debt, I think you wanted to get clarity on the debt relief. In the case of the blue bond, that debt relief that was calculated, I think we don't have much difference from what the numbers you utilized. For the blue bond, it was around 500 million Belize dollars. And in the case of the Venezuela, I think it was not 300, but closer to a little under 250 million is the discount. So that addresses that. As far as your comment on taking credit and all of that stuff, in the case of the process with the Nature Conservancy, I think that process you could check with the Nature Conservancy. They had been trying to get to a deal for over 10 years. This wasn't something that started in 2020. This was something that started in 2011 or thereabouts, and they couldn't get any headway. And then as it approached elections, basically they said it doesn't make sense to even try. After elections, you note that this was not just negotiation with TNC. This was negotiation with bondholders as well. There were two parallel negotiations. So this was an extensive effort by the debt management team to secure that blue bond, and we are proud of what we accomplished for the country of Belize and the benefits that it has brought to our country. On the area of I think we went through the poverty data already. The matter of audit and the lack of audits, I think this is something that has been raised numerous times before. These audits are conducted by the Auditor General, and it depends or requires information for reconciliation. From what I am made to understand, that data or information required for reconciliation is not available. The IMF and CARTAC support has been secured to assist on the same reconciliation of these financials. Unfortunately, the IMF themselves are saying, you know what, it's probably easier you just get these statements from 2014, 2015, 2016 as qualified statements, and then move on from there with audit of the more recent years where you do have the data. So the problem has been the absence of data and documents to enable reconciliation in those years from 2014 coming forward, and that is what has caused much of the delay. There has since there's been a change of Auditor General, or there's a new Auditor General, there has, as far as I'm told, further communications between them and Treasury, and we're at a point now where the Treasury has submitted financial statements for 2015, 2016, and so we're awaiting the feedback from the Auditor General. I think they have 30 days to review before they come back with whether they accept or whether they want to qualify or whatever they want to do. But there is movement, but unfortunately it's a snail's pace kind of process. Some quick points in terms of what was raised by Senator Zetina. I think you highlighted 2 or 3 main areas. One was in terms of youth services, and one in terms of telecom or telephone bills, and then on tourism. In terms of youth, I think it's important that you don't look in isolation to the Ministry of Youth, but recognize that the education of youth is a big part of the budget. It's a huge part of the budget, and that is where there has been much focus in supporting the education of our youth, the mandatory age increase, all tied in to ensuring kids stay in school. The free education is about enabling kids to stay in school so that money doesn't become a reason why kids are not in high school. So all of that reflects a focus, a priority, and money for the youth. On the telephone, I think you should consider that the same matter of the Finance and Audit Reform Act requires the opportunity being given not only or solely to BTL, but to any service provider. So you cannot exclude, otherwise you basically are advocating for a breach of the Finance and Audit Reform Act. That said, in terms of the performance of BTL, In 2019, the net income for BTL was $1.2 million. In 2020, it was $5.4 million. As of 2025, the net income for BTL is now $27 million, more than 5 times what it was in 2020.
Senator, just remind you of
Yes.
5 minutes remaining.
Sorry, I'm just doing quick responses, so I won't be much longer. Oh, I done the draw. Shit. Oh, sorry. Just two quick items. In the case of marketing, I think the simple answer to that is the budget for marketing is the Belize Tourist Board. So that is where the focus on promoting tourism is concerned, and that is why Belize Tourist Board collects the hotel tax, which they use for the marketing and promotion of tourism. On the area of Senator Dennison, quickly, on the areas of good governance, UB and KHMH, all I would say in the case of both UB and KHMH, UB, in the sense of raising funds, yes, the subvention, I think if you look on the historical numbers, the subvention is currently at 7.65 million. It was in 2019 at 5.9 million. It was raised for 1 year to 11 million, and then after that it was dramatically reduced. Now this is the budget. This is not this one. The 2021 budget. That's what is here. I'm not looking at. I'm looking back then. But that's not even the point. The point is that as far as the UB subvention is concerned, it's useful to look at the plan for the development of that university. It has its own balance sheet. And on that balance sheet, I don't even know if it has any liability on that balance sheet. Yet it has the assets that it could utilize to optimize that balance sheet, to optimize the opportunity for the development of the university. That, I think, requires some bit of commitment, not only commitment to the future of UB, but financially looking at how, from an independent standpoint, it can raise its own finances. I'm certain that that is a capability of UB. And likewise for KHMH, that is an opportunity for KHMH to look at its balance sheet and see how it can raise funds. Finally, I think speaking to the points raised by Senator Pitts, I think you highlighted more on the judiciary. The judiciary's budget, we have increased, I think, roughly 30% over the time from 2020 to 2025. In the sense of the recurrent budget, we don't negotiate, or we accept what the judiciary presents as their recurrent budget. This is not something that is cut down or anything by the Ministry of Finance. Whatever the judiciary presents as the budget that it requires for recurrent expenditures, that's what is accepted and included in this budget. So that is if there are questions on the recurrent expenditures for the judiciary, basically I've asked the judiciary. But that is I think the primary matter for response by Senator Pitts. As for Senator Wade, I think I spoke to a number of your issues, so I think that deals with the main points that required some level of response. I just want to wrap up by saying this. I apologize for the excess time, but it was important, I felt, to address the different issues raised, and I just want to finish by saying I fully support this General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2025-2026. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Courtney.
Mr. President, it falls to me to wind up the debate, and I will be brief. The most remarkable statement made in this Honorable Senate today, and it will go down in history, mark my word. NHI is a hustle. NHI is a hustle was repeated over and over by Senator Farber, supported by Senator Pitts. Senator, I will repeat myself. Senator Dennison suggested to you all to use the word scheme, and that's when you said it. I repeat, Mr. President, we don't want no Pontius Pilate right now. NHI is a hustle. The Belizean people must know, calm yourself down, man. You act like Perifeet. Perifeet don't write about you on Facebook, so calm yourself down. My brother, now start me up. Now start me. All right. NHI is a hustle. Senator Pitts gone and participate at an NHI clinic, participating in the hustle. Tens of thousands of Belizean people. You gone at NHI? You say it yourself. Tens of thousands, 230,000 Belizeans. 230 Belizeans are participating in this hustle. Senator Farber misrepresented to the Senate that NHI is a hustle because it is being provided by the private sector. And you proved to him that there are nearly a dozen clinics that are publicly operated clinics that are conducting NHI. Senator Farber, I say to you, NHI is not a hustle, and NHI is delivering quality health care to the Belizean people, and we will continue it. I listened carefully, and I'm going to quote you now. You were critical instead of celebrating the fact that the unemployment rate is at a record low. With the usual scowl on your face and indignity, you said, and the job there? Part-time, low-wage, informal job. Part-time, low-wage, informal job. That is the way that the United Democratic Party lead senator describes good Belizean people working for an honest day's wage. Part-time, low-wage, informal jobs. You're quiet when Senator Wade tells you the inability to find work. People cannot find workers. You have nothing to say when you're told the facts on the ground. Something is radically wrong when a member of the Senate will criticize hardworking Belizean people honestly earning a living. That is what he did. NHI our hustle, low wage, informal, part-time workers. But he never done that. Free education not work. Free education not work. It worked under him, but now we continue it and improve it in other work. To the tens of thousands of Belizeans, tens of thousands of young people who are having an opportunity to go to school at the lowest cost that we can afford. The Honorable Senator said it is not working. It is not working. Now try to change your words now. Don't change your words. You stand up there huffing and puffing, grandstanding and saying education is not, free education is not working. You want a second chance to speak? Well, then be quiet. I will spin and I will repeat, Senator Faber. You said to this Honorable Senate that free education is not working. As a former Minister of Education, you know better. You know better. And I say again for the record, when the United Democratic Party criticizes NHI, when they criticize low unemployment, when they criticize free education, they will get whopped over and over again like they were on the 12th of March 2025, and they will remain over there. Now, and I will choose my words carefully. I sat here and I watched the theatrical performance. Theatrics. The antics we heard about. And I will be brief. The promises are not performing. Let me tell you this. There is something called elections. And elections were held last weekend. And nearly 90% of the seats in the Village Council, the People's United Party win. And you will see, Senator Pitts, how the promises perform in the Village Council election. The people will speak, and the people will speak again about our performance and our promises. And we will come back to the Senate, and I will remind you. That's all I will say for now. Let me just say this. The United Democratic Party has no moral authority to come into this Senate and talk about the public debt of this country. Mr. Rum, Pibil, and Tarkos, who squandered $500 million in Petro-Carib money. And we want to talk about transparency, accountability. It was never, ever audited. And I will say as a fact, Venezuela sent their state auditors to Belize. And you conduct, you conduct yourself like that.
Senator, please allow the leader of government business to continue with his remark.
Once again, you're behaving like you behaved that night. Drunk and disorderly. Not, oh my God, drunk and disorderly. No, get up, because I won't yield. And I am saying to you,
if I am standing,
I am saying to you,
Mr.
I will not yield.
If I stand on a point,
I will not yield.
Mr. President, if I am stand on a point of order.
There is no point of order. I will not yield. The United Democratic Party has no moral authority.
Mr. President.
Opposition Senator.
Mr. President, if I'm standing on a point of order, you must hear my point of order, and you, sir, must sit down.
Lead Opposition Senator. The chair is here, not
I am
over there.
Standing on a point of order, Mr. President.
The chair is here, not over there. Please, let us have some order. Leader of government business, let me hear his point of order.
Mr. President, is clearly maligning me as a member of this honorable House. The standing orders clearly do not permit that. Clearly. You should sit down, sir. When a point of order, Mr. Chairman, will you speak to him?
Please.
Will you speak to him, Mr. Chairman?
Make your point and take your seat.
Mr. Chairman, when I stand on a point of order, he must sit. You are not bigger than the chair. You are not bigger than the standing orders. You feel that way, but you're not.
Mr. Opposition Leader.
Sit down.
Please, man. Please. Fine. Let us take a break. Please. The leader need to...
Mr. President, I wish you would hear my point of order and rule on my point of order. Mr. President, Standing Order 36-4 speaks to it being out of order for a member to use offensive or insulting language about members of either chamber. And I believe the member over there was perfectly guilty of that just now. And I would love, Mr. President, if you would caution the member before he proceeds.
Noted. Can you please continue, Leader?
Answer the question, who was the first one to say you to talk foolishness? That is unparliamentary. As I was saying, as I... To make a point of order, if that is the case, did you do that? As I was saying... Did you do that? As I was saying...
Senator Faber, please...
Can you make a ruling on my point of order?
I note your...
Then make a ruling, Mr. President. You asked for him to caution me. You don't ask him to make no ruling. I asked him to make a ruling. Rule on what?
What is, there's, look, I made a note and I will now ask the Leader of Government Business to continue his wrap-up. Please let us have the least amount of interruption so that we could conclude the wrap-up.
Less than 2 minutes, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I was saying, on the question of public debt, the United Democratic Party has no moral authority to come to the Senate and to criticize the People's United Party. The Petro-Carib monies that was squandered by your government has not to this day been audited. And I say without fear of contradiction that the government of Venezuela sent their government auditors to Belize to audit the Petro-Carib monies under your government, and you all refuse to allow them to have access to the books. That is a fact, because they met with us when we were in opposition. And I say the same thing about the oil money, $600 million squandered by your government. So don't come to the Senate and pretend that you're Mr. Clean, and don't pretend that you all have spent the money prudently. You have not. Mr. President, again, I listened carefully to the criticism of the government housing program. I listened how it was made fun of. I listened carefully. And then Senator Wade spoke the reality. Senator Guerra spoke the facts, and they were silent. But they are quite happy to belittle humble Belizeans who are giving an opportunity to own their own home in this country at an affordable price. It is disappointing that when people are given an opportunity to start, to progress, to have the pride and dignity of their own home, we have senators who come here and ridicule it. We on this side will continue to provide housing for Belizeans to the best of our ability and as many houses as we can for Belizeans. And we will continue to distribute the homes in the same way in which Senator Wade described. And when, well, I said less than 2 minutes, let me not start on Belizean Beach. My final point, Mr. President, is the debate on free raised by Senator Wade, which brings us back to early in my presentation when I was describing the political creed of the People's United Party and our philosophy, where the state has to intervene to mollify, to attenuate as best as possible the rigors of the free enterprise system. And it's a debate we're going to have, Senator Wade, on how do we lift people out of poverty? How do we give people an opportunity for education, for health, for housing, basic needs? Does the state intervene? Do we put state resources there? Or, as you say, I mean, if we had natural gas, if we had oil, and we can drill, baby, drill, then yes, a different approach can be taken. But we are a poor country. We have limited resources, and in fact, the human capital is the most valuable and best resource. So the question is, how do we leverage that? How do we develop that? How do we invest in people? It's a philosophical question, and I'm very happy that you raised it on your first sitting of the Senate. Mr. President, I ask that the question be put, and I fully support the budget 2025-2026. And before I sit, Senator Faber, I apologize.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2026 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize to appropriate the certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st March 2026.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belize Building Act, Chapter 131 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make better provisions for regulating the construction, demolition, and movement of buildings, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is a very straightforward bill. It is designed to introduce a building code that is long overdue, and the purpose of it is to ensure that for family homes, more than 3 floors, and all other buildings will have to comply to the strict code for the purpose of resiliency and for accessing monies that are going to become available, but they can only become available if these building codes, international building codes, are adhered to.
I recognize Senator Chanona.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Leader of Government Business that this is a very straightforward, more technical. I had an opportunity to read the Parent Act. I would only say, Mr. President, that I do find it necessary to, in addition to the resilience, I didn't see any provisions for the code to be looking at climate and addressing heat index and types of materials used in construction. You know, it's one thing, most of the Parent Act is regulating in terms of getting a permit and making sure you have a certified electrician and a certified set of, in order to get your permits. But, we've spoken at length today about realities, and the fact is we're dealing with increasing heat. We're dealing with growing cities, growing communities, and I know Madam President, in her technical expertise, has also called out in other fora the importance of making sure that we are planning cities and planning for construction in ways that reflect our realities as countries that will be dealing with increased dust, increased heat. I was able to see that, in places like India, even in terms of correlatory effects of, because of the way they've built up the cities, everybody is scrambling for air conditioning units to try to just get through the 140-degree day. We are, this week in Belmopan, it was 101 degrees, feels like 115. So I just really want to raise that as we're looking at this code, and I support that, it's accessing for family homes and buildings over 3, but the code really needs to also look at how do we make this climate safe, energy efficient, and really incorporate managing temperatures, which is a real, Madam President was speaking to some of us in the break room about heat islands and just how we're looking already at 10-degree differences between what's put out in the weather report in terms of high temperatures for the day, but feels so much hotter. So just really want to call out perhaps a little bit more comprehensiveness in terms of looking at climate and heat and material, in addition to things like regulatory permits. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Mr. President, I know it's not unusual for regulations or schedules to come afterwards, but in this particular instance, a lot is left up to regulations that have not yet come, and that could possibly pose a problem. For example, Section 18.1 says approval depends on satisfying the requirements of the building regulations, but those regulations don't yet exist. And a lot hangs on the power of some entity putting that together later on, and the Parliament doesn't have the luxury of seeing those regulations beforehand. Section 13 uses the word move to the list of actions that require a permit, but it does not say what qualifies as a move. You move a small house within your yard, would that require a permit? This bill makes it seem like it might. And then my last point, hurricane shelters. The amendment to the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act, Section 10, now says shelters must comply with the Belize Building Act. And in theory that is okay, but what happens to all the schools and churches that we've used now for years? What happens if for some reason these are deemed to be not up to standard? Where will people go? And so I think we have to put something in place that maybe will spell out what will happen, some kind of plan that will help to upgrade the shelters and not just disqualify them. Otherwise, if you just disqualify them, there will be no shelters for people to go to. And we do know the state of many of our school buildings that are used for hurricane shelters. I do know that there have been active moves to make sure that there is the propping up of some of these shelters, but I don't know that they would meet the standard of the codes that are being implemented here. Those are our comments, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the bill. I would, as I've experienced in the past, Senator Courtney is not afraid to listen to suggestions and take it under advisement, and I say that hoping that the areas where, and there are not many, that I make suggestion, you could take it under advisement for amendment before taking the bill further. On the Senator Farber's reference to move, I think that's an easy fix. Put the word move in the interpretation section, the definition section, and specify what kind of movement falls under contemplation for clarity. I must say, though, even though I support the bill, it is unfortunate that yet again we come, and I know I've said it before on a previous occasion, that where these bills are contingent on regulations, the regulation should already be drafted. And so it leaves us with a bit of handicap to see the breadth and extent of the amendment being contemplated and what new changes. Now, that is not to say that we should not have a national building code, because I welcome that. We should. We should. And so the amendment in the first instance at section 3, the first one is to swap out the word any to the word all, and maybe I'm just looking at it too simplistic, but I don't know what's the distinction between any or all. In section 3, we are repealing subsection 2. No. We are making the repealing of the subsection 2 is to replace it, to provide that what is being done is the national building codes, which is fine, because 37.2K is a reference to having a national building code, and we don't have one. I mean, at 37.2, we have a long list of the things that should be contemplated when constructing, but to say have a building code per se in regulations, we don't have that. So I welcome that. The rest of section 3, though, I would want you to consider whether it might be helpful to preserve subsection 3 and not repeal that all the way. Because I find it would be good practice in the operation to permit contractors or persons conducting buildings where their plans or the development falls short. They're permitted the opportunity to correct it, as opposed to the application being denied. In relation, pardon me? I'm looking at section 3 of the Principal Act. Section 3, subsection 3 of the Principal Act.